Hello and welcome to Greenville, South Carolina for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships. Brad Sohner here alongside Chad Andrews and Frankie Andreu. Frankie, let's talk about the course real quick, as a very technical course here in downtown Greenville.
Well, it's technical, it's narrow, it's only 4 corners, so it seems simple, but there's a lot of narrow spots, and there's a little bit of a kicker on the backstretch, which is going to prove challenging to a lot of the riders. But definitely, these narrow corners are going to have to dive into that hole shot, try to get around that and get in position. Super critical out of the last corner for the downhill sprint.
Chad, strong women's field coming here to Greenville. The defending champion, Corinne Rivera, looking to regain her Stars and Stripes jersey, but it's going to be a tough one out there today.
Yeah, last weekend, of course, Corinne proved that she was super strong at Redlands, and you can expect the same exact thing with United Healthcare, but she does have some teams that she has to worry about. Of course, you have Erica Aller with Colavita. You have the Snyder sisters, of course, for IS Corp. And then you have Pepper Palace, Fearless Femme. We expect some fireworks in the women's race for sure.
All right, that's Chad Andrews, Frankie Andreu. We'll be underway here in just a bit. Thanks for tuning in to the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships. And a beautiful look at downtown Greenville, as we are just about 20 minutes away from getting our pro women underway with a scheduled 2:20 start time this afternoon in beautiful Greenville, South Carolina. Brad Sohner here alongside Frankie Andreu. Frankie, getting a good look at the back side of the course here. You talked a little bit about this in our intro, but really a great technical criterium course. This is textbook crit racing for the national championships.
No, exactly. Textbook crit racing. I mean, this is a picture of coming out of the first corner, going into the second corner. And what's tricky, which won't be too much of a factor today because it is dry, but is that change of pavement, that black top to the cement. You can see the manhole covers, so luckily it's dry. But once you come out of this first corner, coming out of the second corner, it kicks up. Road actually gets a little bit rough. It's a little bit choppy where the riders are going to have a little bit of trouble staying on the wheel. Very fast backstretch as they loop around to the third and fourth corner. And Brad, as we mentioned, it's kind of a downhill sprint.
Yeah, no real wind to speak of today. This is the downhill section that you were talking about. You kind of crest that hill and then make your way back down. Good look at the United Healthcare team on their warm-up today. Without a doubt, Frankie, I think the favorite coming into today's race is Corinne Rivera, the defending champion in the Stars and Stripes jersey. That's her at the back on the left-hand side there for the United Healthcare team. Rivera will be wearing number 101 today. That's going to be the rider to watch, but a very talented field, as just looking at the first 5 names on the start list: Erica Aller, Lindsay Bayer, Morgan Brown, and Catherine Clark. This is going to be a star-studded women's field.
Definitely a lot of talented sprinters, some very fast women. And the thing is, when we think of a criterium, we always think of the field sprint. We see, we kind of name off as the favorites the 4 or 5 fastest, but there's a good chance on this break, because it's a longer race, 90 minutes, that it could break up. We could have a separation in the group where it's going to be a strong person instead of just a group sprint.
Yeah, we've been watching amateur races here in downtown Greenville all day, and we've seen several breakaways work. Now, that's not to say that that's what's going to happen in the pro races, but it definitely shows that this course allows breakaways to happen. That technical aspect of it, the fact that the course is so technical, actually plays to a breakaway. It allows a breakaway to get further away. When you have a more wide open course, it's harder for a group to get away from the field.
No, I absolutely agree. The 2 straightaways, they're long, but they're not long enough to really get a team to get organized, to be able to make up a ton of time. And then you hit the 2 circuits. I mean, the course is 0.85 miles. There's 4 corners. And when you come into those corners, the brake and the Peloton can only go so fast. I mean, you got to keep the traction with the tires to get around the corner. So those straightaways is where the time is made up. And with those not being as long as usual, or as long as maybe some teams would like, I think there is a better chance that a break could stay away. So many of the women lining up right now on the front row. Obviously, big advantage to start in that front row.
Also going to be looking at these riders, the IS Corp, presented by Smart Choice MRI team based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That will be the team of Samantha and Skylar Schneider, a pair of sisters who are racing here together. Samantha, maybe a little more well-known name than her younger sister, Skylar. Samantha has been racing internationally for a few years. This year decided to pass up a few lucrative offers from some international teams so that she could race with her younger sister, Skylar. And they've been going incredibly well, consistently consistently finishing in the top 5, so they're going to be one to watch today. That light blue jersey, the rider that you see on your screen right now, is Erica Aller of the Colavita Fine Cooking team, in that Celeste jersey is the color, as she's certainly on very good form today. She's going to be one to watch right there in the middle of your picture, as we are just assembling the riders just about 15 minutes away from our scheduled start time here in Greenville. Beautiful weather, 74 degrees Fahrenheit, 60% humidity, and winds right around 7 to 10 miles an hour. You can see those flags in the background of the picture waving just a bit. It's been a crosswind here on the finishing stretch so far today, but the wind is shifting just a little bit, and it's actually turning into a headwind for the riders coming into the sprint.
Headwind down that final stretch. We talked about coming out of the 4th corner. You come into that corner, it's a little bit downhill leading into the corner, extremely fast, and then it's a gradual downhill to the start-finish line. And, of course, when these riders are going to be flying around here, it really is going to be like the whole shot, but for the last corner. It's going to be a drag race to get through there, because you're going to have to come out of that. First rider, second rider, third, I would say maximum. It would be very impressive if somebody could come from 4 riders back, because it is a little bit downhill. But the headwind changes that dynamic a little bit. You can see the flags blowing. That makes it hard for a break. So you're going to have a group. You can't think about going solo. You can't think about 1 or 2 riders. You're going to look for a group of 4 or 5. And what you're seeing here is, like with Colavita standing on the front, that's a large team. That's a lot of members that have the horsepower to be able to bring back a race, try to control things. United Healthcare is going to be another team like that. Optum. So there's going to be a lot of horsepower in this pack as they decide who goes up the road and who doesn't. And that's what another teams have to be tricky. If there's a United, an Optum, a Colavita, you'd better be up there, otherwise you're going to miss the whole move.
Yeah, and there will be a breakaway that goes. It's just a question of when and who's in the breakaway, but certainly they're going to at least have an opportunity to give it a go in our women's field. Let's talk about where this sits on the calendar, Frankie, because a little different as we move nationals earlier in the year. These riders only have 3 or 4 criteriums under their belt so far this year, so for a lot of these riders, we don't really know who's going good, who's on good form, and who's maybe coming around a little later in the season. So a lot of unknowns and a lot of question marks moving Criterium Nationals this early in the season.
It definitely moves a little bit earlier, and for the defending champions, they're getting shortchanged a little bit because they didn't get a full year wearing the stars and stripes. It would have been nice if Corin Rivera or John Murphy could actually wear the stars and stripes in this race just to get one more race under their belt, because some of them might only have 1 or 2 days with that stars and stripes jersey. But by moving it forward, I think it plays a huge advantage to anybody that lives in warmer weather, warm temperature. Fine, they're professionals. They move to go to warm weather. But still, if you're living in the Midwest, the East, anywhere in the North, and you're trying to deal with training in December, January, February, you're definitely going to be at a disadvantage compared to going against girls that live in the South or California, and they've been doing racing since middle of January, February. So that, I believe, is going to be the biggest difference at this point, is the early season training miles that will affect the race results.
Talked with Corinne Rivera earlier this week. She was out after taking stage wins at the Redlands Bicycle Classic for her United Healthcare team. She said, yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer to lose the Stars and Stripes jersey this early in the season, but what's really important is that we're riding as a team, and that's what United Healthcare is known for. Rivera is going to be very hard to beat as, again, she's coming off 2 victories at the Redlands Bicycle Classic, so obviously on good form for the rider out of Tustin, California, trying to add another Stars and Stripes jersey to her closet. Colavita Fine Cooking looking locked and loaded, ready to go, as we are just outside of 10 minutes away from getting our Women's Criterium National Championships underway.
I'm Frankie Andreu, and we're here in Greenville, South Carolina for USA Cycling's Volkswagen Professional National Criterium Championships. 4-corner circuit about 1 mile long, and I hopped into the Volkswagen GRC Beetle to take a look at the course. From the beginning, these riders are going to be very compact. They're going to be all together, so they have to figure out how to move up, how to get through everyone. The last thing you want to do is crash right in the start of the race. The whole time, though, they have to be thinking about setting into this corner. First corner, trying to get the whole shot, they're going to swing way wide to the right, cut the apex of the corner, and accelerate coming out of it, trying to keep their momentum and keep their speed. It's only about 10 seconds in between the 2 corners, so you can't really do much but hold your position. On this corner, cutting that apex, but you're going to have to gear down and shift, to try to keep some momentum going up the hill. As you go up the hill, you're going to come onto the back stretch. Lots of room, lots of space to be able to move up and move quick. Just a little bit of a downhill. It's fast. They're going to be thinking about when to move up, when to pass. But the whole time they're trying to move up and trying to get back up to the front, they have to be thinking about setting up for the next corner. The third corner, you're going to see the riders. They're going to put their knee out to lower their center of gravity. Their outside leg is going to be pushing down on the pedals, keeping their body weight over the middle of the bike to keep as much traction on the 23 to 25 millimeter tires as possible. The last corner, extremely fast. 30, 35 miles an hour. They're going to whip it around here. It's extremely narrow, so it's tight. They have to be careful, but you got to come around that corner in first or second position because this downhill sprint to the finish will be extremely fast. It's a rider who got through the Criterium, saved enough energy by cornering correctly, and had enough speed at the end to beat everyone that's going to be the winner of the national championships. The course might only be 4 corners long and extremely narrow. Despite being repetitious, there's a constant focus needed in order to win the Stars and Stripes. Thanks for checking out the Criterium course preview. I'm Frankie Andreu.
Frankie, I heard you put that Volkswagen GRC Beetle through its paces. You get a chance to open that up a little bit. That is the exact same car that Taylor Faust drives as a beautiful Rockstar Energy Beetle. It's going to be leading our riders around the course today. And from what I understand, you had that thing on 2 wheels for a while. True or false?
I would have to say false. We were very reserved and in control, but it was a fun car to drive. It's amazing, responsive and like stiff in the steering, which is kind of nice because you could control what was happening, and it was a good feeling. So, but Taylor Faust Beetle, 500 horsepower, 0 to 60 in 2.1 seconds. Luckily, I didn't have this car here because I don't think I would have been able to control it.
Yeah, that's probably for the better, as we are just about 8 minutes away from getting our women's race underway. They are all lined up. We're going to be doing call-ups here in just a bit, as we will be introducing you to some of the top riders in this field. Now, our stage announcer, Chad Andrews, is going to be handling those call-ups. So as he brings those riders to the line, we'll try and identify those riders and point out some of the favorites heading into the race today. Should stay dry for most of the day today. There was some rain in the forecast. We're at about 60% humidity right now. They're saying a 40% chance of rain for the next hour, as you can see some dark clouds in the sky there, but it's really just been drizzling all day. We had rain showers earlier this morning, but as you can see on the course, mostly dry. There is Corinne Rivera, the defending champion and rider to watch today. I've lost count of how many national championships, but I think this will be 61 for Corinne Rivera, who has been winning Stars and Stripes jerseys across multiple disciplines since she was just a young junior, and now one of the best sprinters, not just in the country, but one of the best sprinters in the world.
No, her development's been amazing, and you're right. She's won national championships in everything she's done. Track, road, cyclocross, whatever. She gets on the bike and she goes. And all of those years have just given her so much experience and the speed. Not a lot of people can match her.
The rider next to her teammate Lauren Tamayo in the red jersey for the Pepper Palace women's racing team is Lindsay Bayer. We saw her at the Redlands Bicycle Classic last week, clearly on good form. She was off the front. I'm going to guess that we see Bayer trying to make some moves again. Pepper Palace coming with a squad of 9 riders, so numbers won't be the problem for them today.
Lindsay Bayer riding very strong in Redlands, so that should give her a big boost of confidence coming into this race. She knows she can handle what's going to be out there. She'll have a good team behind her, so if she does get into a break, there'll be plenty of people waiting to be able to help her stay out there. So the race is supposed to start at 2:20, and something I was curious about, because tomorrow is the Team Time Trial National Championships, which is brand new.
Yeah.
And that'll be an interesting dynamic because, I mean, this Criterium is short and fast, but if you get out there and you're away by yourself or with 2 people for 90 minutes, that could have definitely affect what happens the next day. And so I think some of that might play in some of the way this race is played out, but also the way the men's race is played out.
So Corinne Rivera getting her call up as she'll be the first rider to the line as we have started introducing you to the top riders in this field. This is Erica Aller coming forward now. Get used to seeing that face because I think we're going to see a duel between Erica Aller and Corinne Rivera today.
Erica Aller, 3 times NCC champion, 2-time under 23 champion. So she needs a national championship. That's what she's looking for. And this is Tina Pick.
Yeah, one of the veterans of the peloton, Tina Pick for the Pepper Palace women's pro cycling team, rolling to the line, joining Rivera and Aller.
Tina Pick won the U.S. Criterium Championships in 2009, and she's still one of the fastest girls out there.
That's going to be Debbie Milne rolling to the front now. A friendly hug for Tina Pick. And this is going to be Samantha Schneider out of West Allis, Wisconsin, riding for the IS Court, presented by Smart Choice MRI Racing Team. That's Lauren Tamayo on your screen now, the teammate of Corinne Rivera. You saw them lining up together at the front. And riding for the BMW Happy Tooth team is going to be Robin Farina, another great sprinter. We're going to be watching for Robin and her BMW Happy Tooth team on the front. Well, one team that we haven't really talked a whole lot about, the Optum Women's Pro Cycling Team. Certainly no shortage of talent. This is Brianna Wall coming to the line right now for the Optum ladies. They had a great ride at Redlands as well, clearly on good form. We saw Brianna on the podium. I believe a third place stage finish for Brie Wall. That's Christy Keeley of the Fearless Femme Hot Wheels Racing Team. And now they'll bring the rest of the field up to the line. They'll get their final instructions, and then we'll be underway and racing. Frankie, 90 minutes of racing. That's a relatively long race for the women's field. A lot of times the women get 60 minutes, a full hour, but we're doing an hour and a half of racing out there today.
90 minutes is a good distance, and that's why it's going to be a race in nutrition. It's going to be difficult to be able to control a pack as everybody is attacking for 90 minutes. 1 hour, it's doable. So the teams that have more riders in this race, they're definitely going to have an advantage, and that's all the more reason I believe a break might be able to form and be able to stay away, which is really going to make these teams really have to pay attention. Their directors are going to be yelling at them, depending on who's going up the road, trying to figure out the different dynamics, the strategy, and the tactics to see if it's something they want to go up the road. The whole shot's going to be kind of important, too, because it's a good group of women, and when you come into that first corner, you immediately go up a hill, and you have that long straight on the back away. It's going to be very hard to move up. It's going to be very hard to pass because these corners, they really come up very quickly.
Yeah, I think this is one of the only courses that we've had for the Criterium National Championships in the last few years where it really does play to a breakaway. So the sprinters are going to have to be very careful, making sure that this race stays together if they want their shot at a field sprint today. Good look at the finishing stretch. This will be the view of the riders coming out of the final turn, heading to the line. Frankie, what do you think distance out of the final turn to the line? 200 meters, a little more, a little less?
I think a little bit more out of the final turn coming down to the finish line, maybe 300 meters. And so, again, as I mentioned, when you come out of that turn, sure, it would be fantastic if you have a teammate in front of you to just drill it and you can come off of that wheel. But even if you don't have a teammate, if you're in second, if you're in third position, it's kind of narrow. There's only about three riders wide is about the width of the final road, so you have to be careful and just keeping up in the front. But if you're 5 or 6 back, there's just not going to be any room to pass. And so if you want to show off your speed and you have the legs to show off your speed, you'd better be near the front to be able to have some open space to actually be able to do your sprint and not get boxed in or caught behind everybody else.
Well, I'll tell you, nobody does the lead out better than United Healthcare. They call on the blue train, and with good reason. It seems like every single criterium these riders are in, at 5 laps to go, we see the whole team lining up on the front. That has been why Corinne Rivera, or at least part of why Corinne Rivera has been so successful, as they are given the 1-minute warning on the line, as we will be right on time for our 2:20 start this afternoon. See the last deep breaths of the riders as they get ready to do battle for an hour and a half of racing here in Greenville, South Carolina. Really couldn't ask for a better day. Perfect conditions, a great field assembled, and we are ready to go racing. Once again, Frankie Andreu joining me. I'm Brad Sohner. We'll have Chad Andrews with us here a little bit later, as now they're in the final countdown here. Frankie, you know this feeling well. The butterflies in your stomach, you just can't wait to get out there.
I'm getting it right now. I can start feeling my heart rate's going up. I'm sweaty palms. You start thinking about it. I mean, this is a Stars and Stripes jersey, a national championship jersey. Everybody dreams about being the national champion. And so these girls, these women, they should be nervous. And you know what? If you're nervous, that's good. It means you care about the result. You care about what's going to happen. And they're off. Our 2015 U.S. Women's National Professional Criterium Championships is underway.
beautiful look at that Volkswagen there leading the riders around. We're going to be seeing that leading the riders out for the entire race. And already, look at this, Erica Aller with a little bit of a gap. Now, Frankie, it's way too early for a breakaway to go here with 90 minutes of racing. We'll say 89 minutes of racing at this point. You don't want to get caught up the front too early. So Aller here with a little bit of a gap. Oh, already riders going down. Get a little squirrely early on there, as it looked like they forced one rider out. That's going to be number 148.
Starla Teddergan from Fearless Femme. And that, again, you mentioned they had a lot of riders, but that is bad luck to be able to go down. Luckily, in a Criterium, you get a free lap.
Yeah.
So you can be able to go to the pit, recover. Hopefully she's not too injured. It looks like her leg is hurting her, but she can go to the pit, get a free lap. You can see the tubular is rolled off the front part of it, so she rolled a tire. But still, get a new wheel, take one lap off, and get back into the peloton.
Man, tough to start to have a crash that early. It looked like the riders were just a little nervous, fighting for position. Starla tried to move over and get out of the way, but I think another rider just came right over into her. This is Erica Aller off the front and going right now. She's not looking back. I'm actually surprised to see Erica Aller, who's typically a sprinter, finding herself in a breakaway here, but you have to take the cards that are dealt to you.
Well, we saw her earlier riding around with Jamie Carney and kind of giving her tips and stuff like that. And they realize it's a technical course. Hopefully she's thinking that Optum or United Healthcare or IS Corp or Pepper Palace, and those riders are going to come up to her, have a good group of 5, and maybe they're going to let them go. But it's 90 minutes of staying out front, and that's a long time. And you can see United Healthcare on the front, Tibco. They're content to let it out, and that's actually going to use up, I believe, a little bit of Erica Allar's energy. And she is a sprinter. I mean, she's won the NCC the last 3 years in a row. She knows how to win criteriums, and so she's doing her own thing right now. It's just a matter of how long is she going to stay out there, and if she's going to be willing to put out all that energy or actually sit up and just get reabsorbed. And sometimes you have to have that mental strength to say, look, no one came with me. I need to give up and go back to the group. Otherwise, I'm going to be doomed.
Yeah, Aller really doesn't look like she's too invested in this move. We did see her teammate Morgan Brown on the front doing a great job of what's called blocking. You're going to see that Celeste jersey sitting second wheel right there coming through. She's actually trying to slow down the pace of the race because she has a teammate up the road in the breakaway. BMW Happy Tooth there in the white jersey on the front. They're going to have to bring this one back. Well, pretty much every team is going to be interested in bringing it back except the Colavita Fine Cooking team.
Erica Aller, like you mentioned, very comfortable, just kind of riding, just turning the legs, not too concerned with what's going on behind her. She's hoping that somebody will come up to her. So the wind, though, it's picking up. Again, we talked about the headwind down the home stretch as we wait for the pack to come around that third corner. BMW Happy Tooth, United Healthcare, they're just sitting there. They're not very concerned right now because it is a long race to go. But Erica being out there, it does give an advantage to the other Colavita girls. Yeah. They all get a free ride. They all get a chance to sit on, and they definitely not going to have to do any work.
Great situation, though, for the other teams because they've now isolated one of the biggest sprinters in this field, and they've got her right where they want her, all by herself out in front with no help. She's going to burn through her energy very quickly if somebody doesn't do that right there. We saw the BMW Happy Tooth rider out of the saddle, probably going to try and join Erica Aller here. But, again, I think Aller's just waiting to get caught. I don't think she has any intentions of making this breakaway work today, but maybe she's trying to catch everybody off guard here.
Well, she's decided to do her own race. I mean, it's not like it was a fluke that she ended up here, right? I mean, they started the race, she clipped in, and she took off. This was planned. She decided to go forward and to be able to move up the road, waiting to see what happens. But riding strong, looking very comfortable, and as long as it's not taking too much energy, maybe it's going to work into her final game plan. I mean, we know she's extremely fast. So if a group does come up to her, odds are that she's the fastest woman in that small group would be very high.
Yeah, looking over her shoulder, I think she's probably as surprised as we are that no one's come up to join her. But again, no one's going to chase this because they've got a sprinter isolated solo off the front. So they're really forcing Erica Aller to stick with this move by giving her more and more time.
Yeah, a very different strategy than what we've seen in pretty much all the earlier categories and all the earlier races, the way this is playing out. And her gap is actually increasing. It's actually growing to the field. And so she comes through the home stretch. You can see the rest of the riders coming through. So Erica Aller just riding along. The rest of the riders content to ride along. Part of the, pacing yourself through a 90-minute criterium.
Great look at the teamwork there. That's Morgan Brown again, coming to the front now, just taking a drink out of the bottle, trying to slow things down. Now, there's only so much she can do because eventually teams are going to come over top. That's Lauren Tamayo from the United Healthcare team, kind of swarming the front of the field there, saying, all right, we're going to keep this rider in check. Frankie, they kind of have a leash that they go on. They say, all right, give that rider 10, 15, 20 seconds. Any more than that, then you got to go forward and start bringing it back.
Exactly. If they can keep it within 15, 20 seconds. It is a little bit earlier in the race, so they could probably open up that leash a little bit more, 30 to 45 seconds, and then worry about doing a chase later on. Because you have to assume once you get to 60 minutes, fatigue is going to set in. The legs are going to get tired. She should start to slow down, and the pack will have an easier time to catch. But for the rest of the riders, they're content to be able to let Erica stay out there and just kind of see how this plays out. And right now it's a poker game. A little bit of a poker game in that main pack. Who's going to chase? Who's worried about this? Is United going to come to the front? Is Pepper Palace, Team Tibco? You know, all of them don't really want to show their cards because if United starts chasing right now, then they're going to be chasing the whole entire rest of the day, and they don't want to get put into that position because then everybody's just going to sit back and wait for them to do everything.
Yeah, you really don't want to set the wrong precedent by taking charge too early. So I think you're right. A good call by United Healthcare to kind of sit back and see who else is willing to help out with the chase effort. As Aller comes out of that turn nice and wide. We'll get a good look at the gap here as she hits the line. There is the field just now coming around that, and riders down again. Another touch of wheels here in the corner. Might be Sarah Fader. We'll try and identify. Actually, I think that's Amber Pierce down on the ground. A lot of crashes early on as looks like riders just getting a little too close, a little too jumpy in this tight pack.
And kind of what's happening is you can see it's kind of all grouped up. They're just kind of riding around, so it's not going fast. And we've seen it before. Once it starts going fast, it strings out. And in a way, even though it's going faster, it can be safer because everybody's in one line. When they're all bunched up, everybody's trying to squeeze into the gap. They're trying to move forward with trying to save energy. They're trying to do it through the middle of the pack instead of going up on the outside. And that's when you touch wheels or people don't hit the brakes. And then we've seen 2 crashes so far. And generally, the crashes have happened because it's so bunched up, not when they're going super fast.
So we'll see if Pierce is going to re-enter this race. Again, when you go down in a crash, you get 1 lap to get the bike and body fixed up, and then you're allowed to jump back into the race from the neutral support pits. And you can tell in a pretty serious amount of pain there for Amber Pierce. Certainly wish the best for her. We'll keep an eye on Amber. Meanwhile, on the climb, your field's starting to spread out a little bit, and speeds are picking up now. This is going to be one of the fastest laps that we've seen all day. And that looks like Pepper Palace in the red on the front. That's our USA Cycling official there on the moto, probably letting the riders know that Amber Pierce is still down on the course. They're going to give them a heads up to make sure that they don't take a blind corner with the rider down. They will neutralize the race if they need to. And it looks like that's what's happening right now. So they will track the gap from Erica Aller back to the rest of the field. When they start the race again, they'll give Aller that gap back, and then they'll release the rest of the field. Probably just going to roll neutral here. I doubt that they're going to stop them on the line. But our chief referee will make the call on the line. See some riders coming back in from the pits on the right-hand side of your screen, and they are going to keep rolling them through. But we are neutral right now as Amber Pierce of the Pepper Palace Women's Pro Team going down. And they're back to racing now. Just took about a half lap neutral there. Obviously, safety the most important thing here. So Erica Aller still off the front for the Colavita Fine Cooking team. And there's a good look at Pierce being attended to by our medical team here at the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships. Yeah, Aller just waiting to be absorbed here. You can see no real sense of urgency for her. And And same story in the field as they get back to racing, kind of saying, look, if no one's attacking, there's no reason for us to be burning energy here. But I'm just waiting to see somebody jump out of this group. When you see a pace that's kind of starting to lull a little bit, you'll see one rider spark the action and make a jump. It's a good opportunity to try to get a gap here. But again, very early into the race. We're only 10 minutes into our 90-minute competition here today. So still quite a bit of racing remaining. So there's Aller. She has gone back into the group. Just on the outside of the field there. She'll slot in. Now, Erica Aller wants to stay near the front, but not on the front. That's why she has teammates to do the work for her. Her job is to stay out of the wind and stay out of trouble. And so I would expect to see her finding the wheels of a teammate like Morgan Brown, who can kind of do that work for her to keep her out of trouble. Samantha Schneider looking good, sitting second wheel there in the blue and white jersey of the IS Corp, presented by Smart Choice MRI team. They bring a strong squad, and I know Samantha very hungry for a Stars and Stripes jersey. She'd love to get one for her sister, Skylar, as well. And again, they've been on very good form coming into the Volkswagen Criterium National Championships. 55 riders on the start list today. Obviously lost a couple already. And it is a little stricter qualifications. Looks like Colavita having a go at it. That's going to be Jessica Prinner, I believe. And you see that move immediately covered by both United Healthcare and IS Corp. But Prinner stepping on the gas, trying to make it difficult for the riders in the field. You can see this United Healthcare rider on the front, head constantly on a swivel. I think that's Carrie Higgins, who is just patrolling the front, making sure that nobody goes away. That's her job today, is to make sure that this race stays together, because United Healthcare obviously has the ace card with Corinne Rivera. So for them, I think they want to keep it together, and that's what Higgins is doing on the front. She's making sure that she is there to cover any move that goes. So if a Colavita rider launches, if a Pepper Palace rider launches, if BMW Happy Tooth launches, then Carrie Higgins' job is to make sure that she goes with that move and just sits on. She won't contribute to the breakaway at all. They just want to make sure that they have a rider represented in the break if one does go. This is going to be BMW presented by the Happy Tooth. Getting a little bit of a gap here. And this is really the way you want to do it. A quick, clean breakaway. You saw that rider jump out of the saddle. This uphill section is a great place to attack because it's one of the more difficult sections of the course. And ideally, you would catch the riders on the front off guard just a little bit. But once again, United Healthcare there to shut it down. Tibco is starting to show at the front as well. That's going to be the team in the dark blue and lime green. We'll see a few of those riders in the field today. Now, again, this is a little more selective field here, as you have to be basically on a team that has a professional license. Now, previously it was Pro 1-2, so if you had a Category 1 or Category 2 license, you could race all together, but this is professionals only in the 2015 edition of the Volkswagen Criterium National Championships. Jessica Prinner on the front once again. She is going to be the aggressor for United Healthcare, or for Colavita today. Ruth Winder covering that now. That's going to be the rider with the half blue, half white jersey on the front. So now we've really had a chance to see every major team on the front. That's Winder of United Healthcare, followed by Tibco. Colavita Bianchi there as well. And nice sweeping left-hand turn here. You can see the field mostly staying together here as we approach 15 minutes in. This race will fall apart at some point, not a question of if, but when. You have so many strong riders that will continue to put the hurt on this field like Jessica Printer is doing right now. Already a split in the field there. You can see this hill is really having an effect on the field. You don't want to be caught at the tail end of the field, especially on the uphill section, because it kind of acts like a piece of elastic as it stretches out more and more and more. And if that elastic snaps, you got a tall order in front of you to try to close down that gap. So the pit is to the left-hand side of the riders. You see those mechanics waving the wheel right there. That's kind of the signal that there are riders entering from the pit. And looks like that's going to be one of the IS Corp presented by Smart Choice MRR riders coming back into the field. Again, a rider can take service from the pit at any time during the race. Free laps expire today at 7 laps to go, which means you must be out of the pit when the lap counter is showing 7. If you have any sort of problem inside the final 7 laps, you're pretty much out of luck. You got to chase back on and hope for the best. But if you have an issue like that late in, you are in trouble. Being joined now by Chad Andrews, who's had a chance to take a look at the course out there. I'm stuck here in the trailer, but Chad, we've seen 2 crashes already in this race. Riders going down the corner. Looked like it was just a little tense out there early on.
Nerves.
Yeah.
Very nervous peloton right now. It does appear that United Healthcare, Brad, has gone to the front to kind of settle things down, but Frankie and I were talking about it. When you have them strung out from barrier to barrier, I think the nerves are starting to take a hold. And plus the fact it's an hour-and-a-half Criterium.
Yeah, we're looking at the national championships here. Obviously, everyone has a little extra incentive in this crit, not just any everyday crit that we have here, but the Stars and Stripes jersey on the line. So if you win this Criterium, Chad, you get to wear the Stars and Stripes jersey now for an entire year, because the 2016 Criterium National Championships will be back in April next year. So you get a full season in the Stars and Stripes jersey, and that's huge for these riders to represent your country, and you wear that in every sanctioned Criterium that you race. Everybody in the race knows that you're the national champion.
Yeah, Cora Rivera's got to ride, I think, 1 Criterium in the national champion jersey. So she would love to hold it for a lot longer than 1 race, as last year the national championships were late in the year, and now USA Cycling has decided, you know what we're going to do? Let's switch it so these women and men have some legs to race in the crit championship.
Yeah, riders were getting burnt out previously, having them at the end of the year, as a lot of riders, you can't race a full 5-month season. It just doesn't happen like that. You have ups and downs throughout the season. You have good form and bad form, and just too many riders are coming into Criterium Nationals with tired legs.
And Christina Goki-Smith for Pepper Palace was the rider there for trying to get up the road, taking a little, I think these are body blows. I think that's the best way that we can qualify as these. And of course, United Healthcare, I think these guys are the 600-pound gorilla that is going to monitor the race. But Brad, you and I were, Frankie and I were talking on the main stage for a while. The diversity of the teams and the talent that are here, we could probably name 15 riders that could win this. If there's a breakaway, this rider could win it. If there's a field sprint, this rider could win it.
Well, look what's happening already at the back of the field. We're seeing 6, 7, 8 riders coming unglued, getting in trouble here. Those attacks are going to take their toll on this field, Chad. If we keep seeing riders picking up the pace on the front, eventually you're going to see riders popping out the back. You just can't hold on like that for 90 minutes.
Mary Zeider for Colavita has been the predetermined rider that was going to stay on the front for Colavita, protect Erica, which was interesting. I'm sure that you and Frankie were talking about that Erica Alla was up the road, and there was really no reason for Erica to be there. She just found the fortune to be able to get some time on the front, but she was quickly gobbled up, so it's now Mary Zeider's turn. We called her the diminutive powerhouse that has very little draft behind her.
I think that breakaway even caught Erica Aller off guard a little bit. She was kind of looking back like, what am I doing here solo? Usually she's only used to being solo off the front as she crosses the finish line on the final lap.
usually very focused, but she had a couple smiles when she was coming a kind of a processional lap or a neutral lap, it almost appeared. But the great backdrop that is Greenville, South Carolina. Brad, that hill in about an hour, it's going to sting.
Yeah, it's going to start looking bigger and bigger to the riders with every lap. BMW Happy Tooth, that might have been Liza Ricciotto putting in a dig on the outside here, and this is another great move here, a quick, clean, powerful jump early on in the race. We'll see if anyone goes with her.
Clear separation. She went from about 6 riders back, which is optimal for getting away. Liza raced super strong last weekend at the Novant, here at the National Championships. I think that's BMW's play. Force a breakaway because I think they clearly don't think they have the horsepower if it comes down to a field sprint. And again, United Healthcare trying to put the kibosh on it.
Yeah, United Healthcare really wants to keep this one together. That's Alexis Ryan doing her turn at the front now. We're going to say pretty much every United Healthcare name on the roster except Corinne Rivera. If we see Corinne Rivera on the front of this field, she's making a mistake because her job is to stay out of the wind, stay out of trouble, and do as little work as possible so that she has all the energy left for the final sprint.
And as we discussed in some of the amateur racers, if you do see Corinne Rivera on the front, something serious has unfolded that Corinne's forced herself there. And Lindsay Bear is shaking her head kind of. Nobody really has control of this race right now. It's kind of a jumbled mess, and I think that plays to other teams outside of United Healthcare. United Healthcare has the numbers, but the big key is do they have the fight in them to fight this many women in the national championships that are 90 minutes long?
All right, so we are counting laps now at 41 laps to go. We were on a time-based system for 90 minutes of racing. Basically, we let the riders do a few laps. We figure out the average lap time of the riders and then calculate how many laps remaining will keep them inside of that 90-minute window. So we are counting laps now at 41 laps to go.
You can see sneaking up on the right-hand side with the rear shot. That is Debbie Milne off the left. She is a Greenville resident, multi-time Masters national champion. She's always one that'll throw her hat in a breakaway, Brad. So if you get up the road with her, she does have some firepower. The question is, in April, does she have the fitness?
Yeah, there's certainly the home field advantage for Debbie Milne here in Greenville. No doubt friends and family out here watching her.
And Lauren Tamayo back on the front for United Healthcare. It's this kind of shuffling that we've been talking about all day long. If I'm United Healthcare, how do I play this? Hannah Barnes, who has been super strong, can't race this race because she's of British nationality. So now it's kind of swings over to Corinne Rivera, who was, Brad, you were out in Redlands last week. She was dominant in a couple of the races that she won out there.
Things picking up here again with BMW Happy Tooth. Seems like every time the pace starts to slow a little bit, BMW Happy Tooth is one of the first teams to come forward and set that pace high. So I think they had a plan coming into this one to just try and keep it up, keep things difficult, make things tough out there on the rest of the field.
And every team has a quasi-plan. It's the best teams, and of course now Colavita on the attack. It's the best teams that can execute the plan and make it come to fruition. And that looked like it might have been Lindsay. Can't really tell. She's usually got a nice little head cock when she starts going really, really fast. So you'll be able to tell if it's Lindsay Bear for Colavita. And again, the two teams that we thought would probably be the main protagonists, Colavita and BMW Happy Tooth.
So Jessica Printer doing her part on the front, but again, this one's going to come back together. They're not even giving these riders 2 or 3 turns to stay away. As soon as any little gap opens up, they're immediately shutting these down.
Yeah, and thanks for calling me. Last year she raced for Colavita. This year she races for Pepper Palace. That would be Lindsay Bear. So it does appear that there are some multiple attacks from Colavita. They really are the ones that want this thing strung out and a breakaway to form. The biggest question then becomes, who's willing to chase it down? If a breakaway is going to stick, Brad, it's going to have a Fearless Femme. It's going to have a Colavita. It's going to have a Pepper Palace. It's going to have every team represented. And again, we're only 25 minutes into this. A little bit of a lull in the action, but it does appear that, okay, it's on now.
Well, you can see things starting to string out. We can tell a lot about the pace of the race just by looking at the field. When things are more single file, that means they're really cruising. But when things start to slow down, you'll see the group kind of bunch up a little bit. And this is a great attack. Another one coming from BMW Happy Tooth.
And it does look like Robin Farina, your former road national champion, she is being marked quickly by United Healthcare. They realize the danger in that move, and you could see from that shot, that pulled back shot of just how fast these ladies are going now.
It is so frustrating to be a marked rider in a field like this when everything you try gets covered by the other teams, but there's really nothing you can do about it. I mean, when you're good, and everyone knows it.
And the key to that is you can't get frustrated.
Yeah.
You attack and then hide. Attack and then hide. And hopefully one of the attacks will bear fruit and you can be a part of that. And Robin Farina will probably say her name 3 or 4 times. She's going to definitely want to be one of those riders in a breakaway.
Yeah, 99 times out of 100, the breakaway is not going to work, but it's that 1 in 100 shot that keeps the riders rolling away off the front, just hoping that they get the right mix of factors to make it happen. You have to have the right timing in the race. You have to have the right makeup in the breakaway. You have to have the right response from the field, and everybody has to work together in the breakaway. Sometimes you get a breakaway where riders go clear, but they just can't work out a rhythm. They can't figure out the pace line, and eventually they'll be caught if they don't get that teamwork figured out.
He who hesitates is lost. If you have a second to think on whether that move is the right one or not, it's too late.
Yep.
You've already missed it. It has to be instinctual, and a lot of these women have been racing together for so long. And the communication, too, that propagates throughout the peloton. If somebody goes and it's a dangerous move, wow, then you have something.
This is going to be Lindsay Bayer coming up the right-hand side of the road, the left-hand side of your picture. Bayer puts in a good dig for the Pepper Palace Women's Pro Cycling Team. And look at that. Immediately, a United Healthcare rider jumps out. United Healthcare is so well organized that they knew exactly what rider was going to cover that move. They knew whose turn it was. They didn't have to look at each other. They didn't have to talk to each other. There were no hand signals. They just knew.
Maybe I was forecasting earlier when I said Lindsay Bayer. You know, last year, of course, she raced for Colavita. Now she's made her way over to Pepper Palace. She's probably one of the most unique personalities in the peloton. She's so fun to talk to. And when she starts hitting it hard, she'll get this undeniable head cock of, okay, I'm going deep here. And she didn't really have that head cock at that time. So I think another body blow from Pepper Palace. And Brad, what do you see there, bud?
Yeah, it must have been a big incident on course as these riders, not sure if they're getting pulled or if they're going to be going into the pit. I don't think I saw a crash, so those might have been riders who were pulled off the back. There are some riders coming in from the pits here. We'll try and get a report on that, but I believe those are riders just getting pulled because they're out of contention. If a rider goes off the back and they're in danger of being lapped by the field, our USA Cycling officials will ask them to withdraw just to make sure that there's no traffic for our leaders to have to work through.
Okay. And again, the control goes back over to United Healthcare. Interesting tactics that we're starting to get as signals are being sent. United Healthcare is trying to, okay, how about this? Would you think that United Healthcare is happy with keeping it all together? And is Corin Rivera's strength right now, obviously winning a field sprint?
Yeah, I think United Healthcare's goal today is to keep it together for 89 minutes and then let Corin Rivera sprint it out at the end. Now, that is a tough thing to do, especially in a long criterium like this and with so many other aggressive teams. We've seen BMW Happy Tooth putting them on notice. Pepper Palace has been pretty aggressive as well. So United Healthcare has their work cut out for them, but to answer your question, yes, I think they want to keep this one together for a field sprint. Corin Rivera is just that good. When you have a rider that's that fast and that's been winning so much in field sprints, I don't think you mess with the winning formula. So if I was United Healthcare, Rachel Heel, their director, along with Mike Tamayo, I think you'd tell the riders, go ahead and keep it together. Let Corin do what she does best.
But the danger in that is that you have a Schneider sister or you have a Tina Pick, an opportunist that can take advantage of that. So it's really a big gamble, but as Brad said, Corin is undeniably one of the best sprinters in America. And do you shuffle the deck? Do you maybe put somebody in a breakaway? I doubt highly that United Healthcare would do that, but again, you have to think on the fly in this scenario. Corin Rivera, sprinter for sure, but that's an awful big ask. But hey, Brad, that's what pros do.
That's
you
right.
ask me to do it, I've got to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone here has a job, and they're workers for the team. You do exactly what the team tells you to do. There's no, hey, I know better, or I think this. It's you absolutely follow your assigned role. That's the only way that it works. And if you can't do that, if you can't follow instructions well, you're not going to have a pro contract for long. You'll find yourself back in the 1-2 race pretty quick.
Yeah, and you can see that Price's riders are tailing off just a little bit on the back. Not too bad. It's not too fast. And you see rider number 101. That is Corin Rivera. She's one of the back 15 riders. Yep. If I'm a team director, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah, maybe a little farther back than she wants to be. I said earlier you want to be near the front but not at the front. The problem with Corin Rivera being at the back is, one, she opens it up to being caught off the back, to there being a split in the field and her being on the wrong side of it. You also increase your chances of being caught behind a crash. Now, if you're just tied up by a crash, you are not entitled to a free lap. Only those riders that go down in a crash or are affected by a mechanical are entitled to that free lap. So if a rider goes down in front of you and you're able to brake and all you have to do is slow down and go around them, you're chasing. You don't get that free lap.
It's the law of averages. You can see just there towards the back, Corin Rivera riding in about 40th position, and she can surf the peloton better than anybody I've seen. She's got more national championships than one can even imagine, but that's the way she races the bike. She goes, she hides, and then with 15 seconds left, we're talking about Corin Rivera.
Good look at the IS Corp presented by Smart Choice MRI jerseys there. That's going to be the team with blue on the chest and white sleeves with a little bit of orange in there. We've been talking about the Schneider sisters, and what a great story this is. Two sisters from just outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, racing together on the same team. Samantha, the older one, gave up a pro contract on a European team in order to race with her younger sister. And Chad, you've seen them this year. They have been flying so far. Certainly going to be a threat for the Stars and Stripes jersey.
And it's funny when you say older, because I mean, Sam is what, 24 now or 25, and Skylar, I think, maybe ticking over at 17 years old. But last weekend, the Schneider sisters proved something to me at the Belmont Criterium in a very hard crit. As you can see, Colavita and BMW again being very proactive. They got second and third behind Hannah Barnes, and they made it look really easy. So I kind of was shaking my head when I was leaving, and I was going, man, do they have a shot next weekend? And you and I and Frank were talking. We really do think that they have a shot at getting the jersey.
Yeah, that's one of those things. It just takes a few practice runs before you really get it dialed in, and that's what it's really all about, just having that timing dialed perfectly. You can practice as much as you want by yourself, but until you really get into a field situation, it's not quite the same. Erica Aller talking with her teammates there in the Celeste jerseys.
Nicely said, Brad.
As they explain a little bit of strategy. I think it's Celesta, if you want to put the proper Italian spin on it. It's Celesta is the color used to depict the gods in Renaissance paintings. That's the color that you'll see in the sky, and so that's why Bianchi uses it.
Well done.
Yeah, a little bit.
You are just a cyclopedia.
Little bike and art history mixed in there for you.
Showing his hand, so there you see it. That's Dan Strine on the back with the camera. It looks like Liza Ricchetta there diving into the turn. And Brad, you can see the technical aspect of these crit racers when they're taking turn at speed. How they do it technically and tactically really does define you as a Criterium racer.
Yeah, and it is so tough to corner these bikes. You're talking about less than a centimeter of contact, a square centimeter on each tire. What do you think? Most of these riders on 23 tires out there, Chad?
Yeah, 23 seems to be a great crit width, as we say in the industry, tire. And it looks like over the top, that looks like Farina is going again. Again, we talked about it. She's going to be beating the drum for several times. She wants to thin the herd. Then the second thing she wants to do is kind of force a break.
Yeah, these are artillery rounds coming into the field right now. BMW Happy Tooth is launching round after round, one rider after another, and eventually they're hoping that this field will crack. They're hoping for that kind of fatal blow to the field with one of these attacks.
A typical pro move right there for you new cyclists.
Yeah, good
that
look.
You look down under the arm there to take a peek. And United Healthcare back on the front. Now look, where did Corin Rivera come from? She went from worst to first within one lap, and that's the way she does things. Again, it might be a little unnerving to Rachel, but probably that last lap, it was kind of like, Corin, can you do me a favor? Move up just a little bit for comfort's sake.
Rivera, cool as a cucumber out there.
As our good friend, North Carolina graduate, Stuart Scott, cool as the other side of the pillow.
All right, so looking at 33 laps of racing remaining, and you can see Things starting to spread out at the back a little bit. Now, I think that's Liza Ricciotto. We'll get confirmation on that, but this is going to be the biggest gap of the day that we've seen, and United Healthcare there once again on the front. Now, United Healthcare is not too worried about this right now. We've got 33 laps of racing remaining, so it would even be fine for them if they let her dangle out there for 32 laps and then brought her back with 1 to go.
Yeah, I think you're right. The unique thing about Liza and Robin, their style is so similar, and they both have blonde, short hair now. They're both equally powerful, and they feed off of each other. One attacks, the other one will counterattack, and that's what strategy. BMW Happy Tooth might be striking out for a chance at the national championship.
That's actually Robin Farina, wearing number 111 on the front, or off the front, I should say.
Strong rider, former national
Absolutely.
champion. Very similar in style to Liza, so we can't be faulted, at least temporarily. We knew that they were going to be two riders that were going to really try to force the pace, and everybody's like, and that's actually a beautiful shot right there with all the colors.
Yeah. Yeah, Farina certainly not a rider to be taken lightly in the breakaway, and she's a very good time trialist as well, so this is rough for her. 33 laps to go. Chad, this is what you were talking about earlier, the colors all together. United Healthcare in the blue on the right, Pepper Palace together in the red in the center of the screen.
And there you see the blue and white of Farina from BMW Happy Tooth. She did live in Charlotte when she won the national championship, has since moved out west, and she looked like she had a little mechanical bobble there, a little bit of misshift. And again, that's the technical aspect of this, Brad. If she hopes to stay away, she's got to execute her turns perfectly. She's going to have to fuel properly, and she's going to have to dose out a certain amount of energy to stay away. What she needs right now, what does she need? Friends.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's got none of them. Chad, real quick, you're a big coach here in the Southeast with your Total Cyclist coaching. Tell us a little bit about the nutrition of what these riders want to be doing right now. How much are you eating and how much are you drinking in a 90-minute Criterium?
Well, the unique thing about this is Rachel actually approached the chief official and said, hey, it's warm in the Carolinas, and it has. It's been the warmest it's been in a long time. We've had a lot of rain. Today's probably approaching 80 degrees. So what the chief official did, which I think is a great move by our officials in USA
there you can
Cycling.
see riders feeding. They're
starting to feed right now, and never is that allowed in Criterium feeding. It's the spirit of the rule, and then there's the actual implication of the rule. And what the officials decided is that, well, and you can see Robin taking her own feed. Biggest mistake I see for amateur Criterium racers is taking on an energy gel right at the start line.
Yeah.
Then your body's like, well, do I process the food or am I going to race my bicycle? So a little bike racing tip for you youngsters out there or newbie racers. Do not put food in your stomach at the start line of a Criterium.
All right, that's the Bike Racing 101.
101, right.
All right, 31 laps to go. Chad, we're going to send you back out onto the course. I know you're kind of splitting duties with us here, so we're going to let you go here. Thanks for being with us. You'll be joining us later in the race, I assume. I hope you'll be able to come back.
I will be back. Thanks for carrying me, Brad.
Hey,
I appreciate it.
Thanks for being here,
All
man.
right,
I needed you.
I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, that's Chad Andrews joining us here in the booth. We had Frankie Andreu earlier, and we'll have a couple guys coming in and out throughout the race here. That's Samantha Schneider coming to the front now for the IS Corp presented by Smart Choice MRI Team, who we talked about a little bit ago with her younger sister, Skylar. And now Samantha going forward. These two riders work together so well. They are such a well-oiled team unit. And they really don't care who wears the Stars and Stripes jersey as long as it's someone from the IS Corp, presented by Smart Choice MRI Team. Meanwhile, Farina looking better and better off the front. We'll say this is about 10 seconds right now. And she's looking steady as ever. There's the field coming through. So they still have her in sight. You can see Farina just at the top of that hill as she has that left-hand turn, and that's the feed zone. They feed on the hill because it's going to be one of the slowest parts of the course, and so if a rider does need a bottle, they're going to be able to take those. Now, feeding will expire here pretty soon, usually inside the last 20 or so laps. They're not going to allow any more feeding because they don't want riders trying to take bottles as things speed up late in the race. So here's United Healthcare on the front. Great shot here from our camera crew in Greenville. As you just saw Farina going out of the picture on the bottom left of your screen, and United Healthcare with the full train going to the front now. They're going to try and bring this one back. Pepper Palace is going to contribute to that effort as well. The one team that you won't see on the front of the field is going to be BMW Happy Tooth. As much as they would like to be there, BMW Happy Tooth would like to get to the front and then try to slow the race down so that Farina can get more time. United Healthcare, Pepper Palace, Tibco, Optum, they're just not going to let that happen. If they see a BMW Happy Tooth rider on the front, they're going to know exactly what's going on, and they're going to come over to the top of that rider to try to pick up that pace and make sure that Farina doesn't get too far up the road. You can see Farina gritting her teeth already, feeling the effort with just 30 laps to go. Now, I don't think that Robin Farina can do this solo for 30 laps. The ideal situation for her right now would be that riders join her in the breakaway, what's called a bridge, where riders sprint out of the field and then join the breakaway and basically work together with the breakaway rider. It creates this interesting dynamic where you'll have two riders on two different teams, but working together just like teammates because they'll both have the same goal of trying to stay away from the field. Gren Rivera looking nice and relaxed as she takes the inside line of this turn. The other important thing early on here is that riders get a chance to kind of take a look at the course and learn about where they want to make their moves, where the best lines are, where the trouble spots are, what to look out for. Farina's just kind of dangling off the front here. She hasn't really gained time and hasn't really lost time over the last few laps. Being joined now by Frankie Andreu coming back into the booth with us. Frankie, what do you think about Robin Farina off the front? Little early, and she's not getting any help from the field, which I'm sure is a little bit of a bummer for her.
No, I mean, it's a good move. They've been attacking. BMW, presented by Happy Tooth, has been attacking like mad every lap, along with Colavita. So eventually I felt something was going to break. And I'm not sure if actually something broke because of fatigue, or if United Healthcare just got tired of like chasing and sitting on stuff and decided to come to the front and just kind of ride their own tempo and let Robin Farina go away. But she's strong. In 2011, she was national road race champion. She's putting in a good ride here right now. Obviously, she needs to have somebody else with her to be able to do 28 laps by herself. But United Healthcare on the front, and the question becomes, are the rest of the teams content? Are they going to let United Healthcare just ride tempo all day? Or are they going to start attacking and trying to go up to Robin Farina? Because you have to break that United Healthcare train. You can't let them control the whole situation by just riding on the front. And I thought they've been doing an excellent job in the beginning. And right now, Colavita and Pepper Palace now coming to the front. But you need to attack, not chase. They don't need to chase. They need to split this group up.
Yeah, this is really the first time that we've seen other teams other than United Healthcare coming to the front to take over on this chase effort, and I like the move by Colavita and Pepper Palace here, sending riders forward saying, all right, enough is enough. We're going to bring Farina back. But this is not going to be a breakaway. They're not going to bridge riders up, and this is going to be bad news for Robin Farina with some fresh legs on the front of the field. That's Morgan Brown with Julie Kaliza sitting second wheel for the Pepper Palace Women's Pro Cycling Team.
And you can see this field has dwindled. I mean, a couple times when they've actually really struck it and hit out, I mean, we started off with 55 riders, and when they really went, we probably had a group of 10 or 15 kind of spread out. They couldn't really stick with the pace, and so they ended up having to withdraw. And right now, strongest women are the ones that are left in this race, and Robin Farina deciding to take her chance going out there on the downhill, kind of moving up to that third corner, keeping a pace. It's a matter, she's just going to ride within herself. Yeah. I don't believe she's not redlining herself. She's not filling up her legs with lactate. This isn't 5 laps to go all or nothing. This is just riding out here and seeing what's going to happen behind you.
Yeah, you kind of get to a tempo that you're comfortable with, and you just try and sit in that zone for as long as you can. If you get caught, well, that's fine, but if you don't, then it's great. So Robin Farina is certainly riding her own race right now. You're absolutely right, Frankie.
And it's interesting that Colavita, Optum, we saw Pepper Palace, they're the ones riding on the front now, setting tempo to bring back Robin Farina. I'm surprised, again, launching attacks, trying to split it up, get up the road, put some riders up there. Even United Healthcare, maybe they want to split it up, and then they have a free ride. If United Healthcare gets in the break, they don't have to pull, and they don't have to chase. It could be the best of both worlds. And so the whole idea of always keeping the group together sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. You know, at the end of the day, depending on who wins, then they had the perfect plan.
Yeah, you know, I think we might be seeing riders setting up for a counterattack. This might be Debbie Milne going up now, our local rider out of Greenville, South Carolina, in the black jersey there, showing her face on the front. Good to see the hometown favorite getting some time on the front of the field.
Well, Greenville with a big cycling community.
Yeah,
I mean,
huge.
It's popular. We saw that in the earlier races. There was a great turnout for all the earlier races before we had our actual national championships. And so very popular, some strong riders. They have good weather. They're able to train. They have these, you know, starting in February, the training series. So they've been racing on and on and on, and many of these women have been peaking. They know this race is coming up. This is their peak highlight race as Colavita continues to attack, and this is what I like to see. And the feed zone on the backstretch just opened up like 3 or 4 laps ago, and it's warm enough where you're actually going to need a bottle in a 90-minute race.
Yeah, I think this is going to be your classic counterattack that we're watching here. What's going to happen is they're going to catch Robin Farina, and they're going to go right by her, as I think this is maybe Morgan Brown who launched that move. Brown has been very aggressive for her Colavita team today, and she's being marked by one of the United Healthcare riders. So there's the catch. Farina is back into the group, and now it looks like Morgan Brown is very interested in trying to get some space between herself and the rest of the field. That looks like Allison Tetrick going back into the field from the pits. Must have been a mechanical issue for Tetrick there.
Well, hopefully it was a flat tire or mechanical instead of a crash. A crash obviously can affect you a little more harshly than just a mechanical, just getting a new wheel, taking the free lap, and going back in. But on the front, still setting tempo. United Healthcare with Ruth Winder. And what I've noticed with Ruth Winder, she's been the same rider from United Healthcare that has kind of been patrolling the front. She's almost like the policeman for this first half of the race. So all those breaks and all those attacks that were going, she was the one bringing it back. She was the one jumping onto it, kind of patrolling the front. So they've really given her, like, look, you're going to kill yourself for this first half of the race and control things, but this is going to allow the rest of us to be able to just sit on. And that is definitely part of United Healthcare's plan.
Yeah, it's all about the team effort. And some of these riders know that they're not even going to be in the conversation at the finish. They're going to use all their energy early on in the race. And a lot of these riders will get dropped with 1 or 2 laps to go. But that's okay, because their job is to either keep this race together or chase down the breakaways. Whatever their role is for the team, as long as they accomplish their job and they do what they're told, then it's mission accomplished for them. They'll have no problem with that.
Mission number 1 is that the team colors cross that finish line first. Just back on the backstretch, you saw with Team Optum, Allison Tetrick trying to get back into the group. Bit of a struggle. You could see that little kicker really poses a problem, especially when you get to the top, because coming out of the pit, it looked like she was already in the group, but then before you know it, she was like almost off the back.
Frankie, talk a little bit more about the free lap, because a lot of people think, oh, free lap sounds awesome. You get a rest, drink a little bit of water, maybe get something to eat, bring your heart rate down a little bit, but that's not the case, because you have to chase back on. That lactic acid starts building up, so it's really a disadvantage to have to take a free lap.
Coffee, hot dog, donuts.
A little massage in there.
But the free lap, it's a necessity, because you don't want to lose the race on the technicality of having a mechanical. So USA Cycling has the rule that if you have a free lap, you can go in, get a new wheel or replace a broken spoke or a pedal, and then sit out 1 lap and then be able to go back in. But generally, your nerves. You're so scared that the group is going to come around and you're not going to be back on your bike within 1 lap. So you're like yelling at everybody to get the wheel in and get ready, and you hop on your bike, and then you're like push because you want to get back into the group. But usually there's always plenty of time. But the free lap is really it's an essence of USA Criterium racing, and it's a great rule, and it's something that allows everybody to stay competitive, because you want the winner to come from who's the strongest or the fittest, not because you had bad luck.
Yeah. And it does have to be a mechanical issue beyond your control if that's what you go in for. Loose seat post, something starting to slip on the bike, that doesn't qualify you for a free lap. If you go in and say, hey, my brakes are rubbing or the chain's not shifting right, that doesn't qualify you for a free lap. It has to be something that actually breaks on the bike or no longer functions, that happens in the regular course of racing.
Yeah, and a common mistake sometimes is when you're hitting the bumps on the Criterium course and your handlebars twist or your handlebars turn, and that's not allowed. So if you didn't tighten something properly, that's not considered a mechanical. Pretty much it comes down to something having to break. 24 laps to go. So 24 laps to go, white line to white line. That's what I've been saying up on the announcing stand, is Pepper Palace now is starting to attack. So I like Colavita, BMW, Pepper Palace, the three main aggressors in this race, and United Healthcare are the ones that are just trying to shut it down every single time.
Yeah, keeping the pace high on the inside as we're looking at 23 laps to go here in the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships. We're going to step away for a second and take a short break to thank some of our sponsors that help make this race possible.
You better start looking for a diesel station, Terry, because they're very hard to find.
You gotta be kidding, Josie. What are we gonna do, be stranded with no food? That's my biggest nightmare, dying on an empty stomach.
Josie, press the GPS. There's diesel all over the place. Look at all those stations, Mary.
Look at all those D's that remind me of ditalini, manicotti, bruschetta, meatballs, spaghetti. Put you in a mood, don't even ask.
How do you like my new car? Isn't diesel dirty?
Oh, say it's beautiful, for Christ's sake.
I think it's beautiful, but aren't diesels dirty?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that used to be dirty. This is 2015.
No. Listen to me, Terry. Diesel in Latin means dirty.
I'll prove it to you.
You're gonna ruin your scarf. Oh, look what she's doing.
See how clean it is?
It's not dirty, but you still have a dirty mind.
I do know. Yes, you do. Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy. This one's not noisy at all.
Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on.
It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing
It's
on.
on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet.
It's a facade or a facade?
It's a Passat.
All right, back to racing. Still all together with one rider just dangling off the front. Bianchi Colavita sending another rider up there. And this is going to be Jessica Prenner again for the Colavita Bianchi, presented by Fine Cooking Team. And there is BMW Happy Tooth once again, ready to do the chasing. Jessica Prenner, the rider off the front, originally a Chicago-based rider, was kind of taken under Erica Aller's wing. She's kind of been Aller's protege and is a very strong rider, has a very promising future. And you can see the power that she has in her legs as she rounds the turn. Just about 5 seconds over the front of the field, but enough to call it a breakaway. So Jessica Prenner solo off the front right now for the Colavita Bianchi, presented by Fine Cooking Women's Team. Three United Healthcare riders taking up chasing duties. And they're seeing 22 on the counter. Prenner is gaining time on this field. She's got about 2 more seconds than she did at last check. But still under 10 seconds for Jessica Prenner. It's going to be very important that this one keeps trending in the right direction for her. If we see this gap come to a stalemate and they start to kind of keep that leash at 7 to 10 seconds, that's a bad sign for Prenner. But a great ride here. You see her getting out of the saddle, coming up and over the hill. And that's exactly what you want to do. You really want to make sure you put in a big effort on those tough parts of the course. Nice move by BMW, presented by the Happy Tooth, coming up the outside. And again, constant battle to move up here in Greenville. You always want to make sure that you stay at least somewhat close to the front of the field. Reminder that we are on Twitter, hashtag CritNats or at USA Cycling. I am Brad Sohner. You can let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. As a lot of eyes going to be turned on Greenville, South Carolina this weekend for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships. A lot of history here in Greenville. This has been the host of the U.S. Professional Road National Championships. Just a few years ago, they had a long tenure here in Greenville, South Carolina. We're just about 4 or 5 blocks down from that original finishing line at Main Street and McBee. And we're just a little further up Main Street now for this great Criterium course. So things starting to string out again. You see that little gap forming. About 5 riders into the field, but not enough to call it a major split in the field. Good move coming from Tibco up the outside now in the blue and green jerseys, keeping the field on notice. Erica Aller actually finding the front now for the Colavita team. You can see her teammates kind of spread out throughout the field, already dropping one rider from the Colavita Bianchi, presented by Fine Cooking Team. But again, that rider's probably going to be one of the riders we've been talking about. I'm going to guess that'll be either Mary Zeider or Morgan Brown. Again, mission accomplished for them. They did the work. They chased down the breakaways. And now you go to the back and hope that you can get at least a little bit of rest. Say hello to some of our Twitter viewers. Michelle Kerr watching from Los Angeles, California, rooting for her BMW Happy Tooth team. You may know Michelle from that very cool BuzzFeed video where they raced a car and a bike across Los Angeles traffic. Rick Ankrum watching from Kingwood, Texas. Not far from here. And Jennifer Tetrick tuning in as well, watching her sister Allison racing for the Optum Pro Cycling team. So again, looking at 20 laps to go. Some riders looking like they're going to take a feed here, but just psyching out the Soigneurs in the feed zone. Again, kind of atypical to allow feeding in a Criterium, but because it is so long and so hot out here in Greenville, our chief referees decided to go ahead and let that feeding happen. And again, that will expire here in the final few laps of racing. So more and more riders coming unglued off the back, as this has been pretty much full gas from the gun. At 20 laps to go, though, now starting to see a little bit of calming happening in the field. Again, you see the riders spread out all over the road. That tells us that things are going a little easier out there than they were before, but that's not going to last for long because this is a very aggressive field, and they'll be at the front here pretty soon. Good to see our friends from the Redlands Bicycle Classic tuning in from Redlands, California, where I had a chance to work with Frankie Andreu last week. And also Matthias Gatka from San Luis, Argentina. cheering on Sarah and Kendall from Team Tibco. So good international field. Being joined once again by Chad Andrews as Chad warming up out there. You look like you got a little sweat dripping down the corner of your brow.
I didn't come from Argentina, but I came from the main stage, and it definitely is. You and I talked about it, Brad. About an hour in is when the festivities were going to start, and right now we're just at 1 hour of bike racing, and it has been furious the past couple laps.
Yeah, things starting to really pick up here as we get down to the final 20 laps of racing. And Chad, we've been watching a few breakaways go. Nothing has stuck so far, and with each passing lap, I think it looks better and better for a field sprint. There's really going to come a point of no return here at some point where they're going to say, all right, there's no way that a breakaway gets away this late in the race. I think that's probably right around 10 laps to go. So these riders really running out of opportunities to try and get a breakaway started.
And the teams that we thought were going to try to get away were, of course, BMW, Happy Tooth, Colavita playing as if they were going to send a rider up the road and then make everybody chase, save their energy for Erica at the end. So a strategic play by them. Of course, Erica was off the first couple laps. But, Brad, I think you're spot on. Right now, the time for a breakaway to go is starting to fall pretty quickly.
I want to say hello to Nicola Cranmer, the team owner of the 2016 presented by Show Air team, watching from Sea Otter out in Monterey, California. Trey Dvorak saying, how about a shout-out for Ina Yoko Teutenberg, watching from Europe.
Hey, Ina, welcome to the southeastern part of the United States. Of course, she's made her a famous career of bike racing, and she's been racing a few times here in the southeast, so glad you guys are watching. It's pretty late right now. What time is it?
Just get to bed.
Get some sleep.
So 18 laps to go. And, Chad, do you know how long they're feeding in the feed zone, how long they're going to allow that today?
It just finished.
Okay.
Yep. They had, just before I came in, we announced 2 laps left to go, and Brad and I talked about it at the top of our broadcast for the women's race. As you can see, Allison Tetrick, here's a neat little backdrop to the race. I don't know if you guys got to see on the live feed that she was off the back a couple of laps.
Yeah. Was that a flat tire? What happened there?
Well, no, that's why I was confused. I was like, if she had a mechanical, why is she not getting a free lap? So their soigneur came up to me and he said she had a mechanical, but the officials deemed it not a mechanical.
Yep.
And then I was kind of like, oh, man, that's tough to kick somebody out. So what ended up happening is that they called her back into the pit, gave her the free lap. So now she's able to race for the national champion jersey. Again, a great call by the officials, because I hate to see somebody not get the opportunity to get the jersey just because of a silly maintenance piece on their bicycle.
BMW Happy Tooth back at the front in their white jerseys. These riders have been so good today. I'm super impressed with the BMW presented by Happy Tooth team in the aggression that they've shown. You know, I think it's so easy for these riders to say, all right, we're going to let United Healthcare dominate. We'll let them roll around for 90 minutes, and then we'll take our chances in the sprint. But look at this. BMW Happy Tooth mixing it up on the front, making it tough for the rest of the field. I love this riding.
They were the most to gain with the breakaway and the least to gain if it came down to a field sprint. So that's their objective when they came into this day. They were like, we have to force the issue to get a rider in the breakaway. And then that's where the United Healthcare and a Pepper Palace are trying to maybe offset that. And you could see, Brad, like you were talking about, that hill didn't look tough 45 minutes ago.
Today
it looks
now.
like one of the bigger climbs in Europe, or here in the southeast. Of course, the great backdrop of racing here with the U.S. Pro Road Race Championship got to venture up Paris Mountain about 5 miles from here. Well, that's starting to look a little bit like Paris Mountain.
Julie Kaliza taking over on the front into the turn. And I believe that was Erica Zavetta who we saw putting in that big dig. Want to make sure she gets credit for that move, because it was incredibly impressive. Nice solid effort out of the saddle. Morgan Brown on the front now for the Colavita Bianchi presented by Fine Cooking Team.
Robin Farina just gave us a tell just then. She was sweeping up out the left-hand barrier, and she shook her head like, man, with it being this slow, there is zero chance of everybody getting away. You could see a little bit of, I don't want to call it frustration, but when she shook her head, that was a clear indication that, man, this is going to come down to a sprint unless we could shake this up some.
Yeah, and I think Farina showed early that she doesn't like her chances in the sprint. She's a great sprinter, but she's a great time trialist as well. For someone like Robin Farina, I think you try to win today out of a breakaway, and she's kind of realizing that that's going to be tough to do today.
Lauren Stevens has shown her face quite a bit lately near the front. Tibco decided that they're going to try to shake things up just a tad. They had a great race last weekend, trying to make rights. And again, Brad, the beauty of the peloton is the colors, but everybody's going for 3 colors today. It's red, white, and blue.
Yeah, everyone would like to be wearing a red, white, and blue jersey for the next Criterium starting tomorrow. Good look at our Sierra Nevada Beer Garden that's been open all day, and the fans here in Greenville, South Carolina, getting into it. Man, tough day out there in the in the VIP zone, huh?
A great shot right there from our cameraman taking a picture of our moto cam, which is something you don't get to see very often. And it looks like right now that Fearless Femme, they're starting to toss a rider into the hat, maybe setting something up for Greenville's own Christy Keeley, potentially a very solid sprinter. But Brad, we probably could say that for about a third of the field has a chance of winning this race today.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredibly talented field here as starting to see some new riders coming forward here with 15 laps to go. This is where you start sending the fresh legs to the front. On that last corner, I saw Tina Pick coming forward. This is Lindsay Bayer on the front, Pick's teammate. But you're going to see Tina Pick just about midway through the field there. It's amazing how quickly you can change position in this field, Chad. You can go from first to the middle of the pack in 2 turns easily.
And that's the thing about the talent of these women racing in this Criterium. Yeah, we had 50 to 60 riders start, but any one of these women can make their way through the peloton in a lap or 2. Corin Rivera, she proved it a couple of laps ago. Tetrick, she proved it now. And it looks like Bayer right now, and she is being marked by Lauren Tamayo. If Bayer sneezes, Tamayo's there with a handkerchief saying, bless you, but we're not going anywhere right now.
All right, all back together here as they shut it down on the backside of the course. And this is so telling. This has pretty much been the story of the day. Every major team with 1 rider on the front, all kind of playing the waiting game, sitting, watching, and keeping their head on a pivot to make sure that no one gets away.
Okay, Brad, I'm going to play a Bike Racing 201.
All right.
You are a racer in this race, and you get up the road, and you see a United Healthcare rider on your wheel. What is going through your mind at that point? Is it, oh, yeah, great, or, oh, my gosh, they're shutting me down again?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation to be in. If you do get up the road and you get a significant gap established, then that's a great situation to have a United Healthcare rider in the breakaway with you because you know that UHC is going to be working for your break back in the field. Now, if you're trying to get away and you see a United Healthcare rider following you, that's not so good because that means that they're going to be kind of keeping you tied to the field and making sure that you don't get too far away.
A tether.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what we'll call it. Interesting that you see Erica Aller now sitting second wheel. She is being uber attentive, and I think the reason why she's so far up is she's protecting against a potential crash or an accident happens. So Erica right now has established herself as one of the favorites to win the national championship, is putting herself at minimum risk for getting involved in a dust-up. And again, Brad, with 7 laps to go, there's no more free laps, so I think that's why the top sprinters are starting to make their way towards the front.
Well, full chase effort on right now as they're strung out single file from front to back. This is about as fast as it's going to get today, as this is going to be one of the Pepper Palace riders off the front. This might be Amanda Miller here. We'll get a good look as they come around this turn. Look at the pain on Lindsay Bayer's face. Shaking her head. She's sitting 4th wheel there just behind Aller. Gritting her teeth. Bayer has put in such a big effort today. And understandably fatigued after a long day of racing so far.
And I tell you what, we got to have to give it to Pepper Palace as well. They've been pretty proactive in trying to make this race shake up just a little bit. And another head cock from Lindsay Bayer. Is it frustration at this point for other teams that don't necessarily think they have a shot? If it comes down to a butt sprint, it is this ebb and flow that has been so intriguing on this race course today. We've talked about it in the junior race, we talked about it in the amateur races, and now it's coming to fruition right now in our Masters race. And somebody on the inside, Brad, has just attacked And I don't know, I'm not going to say it was Tina Pick, but it did look like Tina Pick, which you would never think would happen with this many laps left to go.
Yeah, you know, Tina Pick, typically a sprinter for that Pepper Palace women's racing team.
No, I don't. That's not Tina.
Yeah, I think that's Miller this time. And here comes Optum up the outside as well. And I'm going to say that is Amanda Miller. She's going to get caught, though, United Healthcare there every step of the way. Like your shadow, you just can't shake them, no matter how hard you try.
Yep, that is Amanda Miller. And it seems like BMW, Happy Tooth, Pepper Palace, of course, they had a rider go down early. It looks like she's back in. But the race, the way it's unfolding, it's starting to tip towards a field sprint. And BMW, Happy Tooth, like we talked about it earlier, has sent another rider to the front. It does appear that it is Robin Farina trying to stretch this peloton out again. Tell you what, she is one defiant rider. She is just, they are part, lack of better wording, she's hell-bent to try to shake this thing.
All right, so things coming back together on the front here. And we're looking at 12 laps to go on the counter. Look how spread out this is, Chad. Look at the gaps that are forming all the way back in the field. Those riders at the back are like, what is going on at the front right now? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. United Healthcare is starting to get organized here, and that's bad news for the rest of the field. Now, this is such a weird position because they know exactly what's coming. You know United Healthcare is going to come to the front. You know they're going to put the full train together, and there's really nothing you can do to stop it other than coming over top of them and controlling the race before they can take control.
There's a heightened sense of awareness with 10 or 15 laps left to go when one of the top teams in the world at Criterium Racing goes to the front. Then the fight becomes who's going to fight for Corin Rivera's wheel. You're going to have the top sprinters reaching for Corin's rear wheel. So we have two races now starting to form. We have United Healthcare, of course. Pepper Palace decided they're going to prove us wrong with an attack right there. But, Brad, there's going to be a fight for the win, but there's also going to be a secondary fight for Corin Rivera's wheel because one's going to guess they are going to be the team that's going to have to set to the front and start what we call, of course, we'll talk about it in a minute, a lead-out train.
All right, well, we've got a little bit of time here. We're going to take one more quick break before we wrap up the women's race. You're watching the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships. We'll be back after this.
Something stinks, I'm telling you.
It must be the diesel. It's not the diesel, Josie. The new diesels don't smell bad.
Oh my God, it smells like marinated camel crap. What the hell?
It's not the diesel.
Oh, it's tuna. He needs a bath. Here, smell
That's
it.
what it is. I don't get
smell.
out of here, Mary.
Tuna?
Phew.
Hashtag tuna melts my heart. Whatever the hell that means.
These cars are fuel hogs. Not this one. Hashtag over 800 miles on one tank. Hashtag fuel efficient. Hashtag Passat.
What do you got to use hashtag for?
Mary hates hashtag. I like hashtag.
Shut up with the hashtag, please. Just say it's a beautiful car.
Hashtag Volkswagen. Hashtag diesel.
God, I don't know what the hell a hashtag is.
Hashtag German engineering.
I'm Frankie Andreu, and we're here in Greenville, South Carolina for USA Cycling's Volkswagen Professional National Criterium Championships. Four-corner circuit about 1 mile long, and I hopped into the Volkswagen GRC Beetle to take a look at the course. From the beginning, these riders are going to be very compact. They're going to be all together, so they have to figure out how to move up, how to get through everyone. The last thing you want to do is crash right in the start of the race. The whole time, though, they have to be thinking about setting into this corner. First corner, trying to get the whole shot, they're going to swing way wide to the right, cut the apex of the corner, and accelerate coming out of it, trying to keep their momentum and keep their speed. It's only about 10 seconds in between the two corners, so you can't really do much but hold your position. On this corner, cutting that apex, but you're going to have to gear down and shift to try to keep some momentum going up the hill. As you go up the hill, you're going to come onto the back stretch. Lots of room, lots of space to be able to move up and move quick. Just a little bit of a downhill. It's fast. They're going to be thinking about when to move up, when to pass, but the whole time they're trying to move up and trying to get back up to the front, they have to be thinking about setting up for the next corner. The third corner, you're going to see the riders. They're going to put their knee out to lower their center of gravity. Their outside leg is going to be pushing down on the pedals, keeping their body weight over the middle of the bike to keep as much traction on the 23 to 25 millimeter tires as possible. The last corner, extremely fast. 30, 35 miles an hour. They're going to whip it around here. It's extremely narrow, so it's tight. They have to be careful, but you got to come around that corner in first or second position because this downhill sprint to the finish will be extremely fast. It's a rider who got through the Criterium, saved enough energy by cornering correctly, and had enough speed at the end to beat everyone that's going to be the winner of the national championships. The course might only be 4 corners long and extremely narrow. Despite being repetitious, there's a constant focus needed in order to win the Stars and Stripes. Thanks for checking out the Criterium course preview. I'm Frankie Andreu.
All right, the bills are paid, and we're back with the race. 3 riders have gone away. They've gone clear, and Frankie, Chad, this is a big move. Sorry, Pepper Palace, United Healthcare, and it looks like Tibco on the front here as well with 9 laps to go.
9 laps left to go, and this is dangerous. Every team is represented that is gonna affect the race. Fearless Femme has missed out. Everybody seems to be quite fine with it. A few teams have missed it, Brad, with 9 laps left to go. We thought a breakaway might go. We did not think it would stick, and right now it's tipping towards obviously these 3 teams putting on the jersey.
Yeah, certainly didn't think it would happen this late in the race here. Inside of the final 10 laps to go. Samantha Schneider missed the move for the IS Court team. She's going to try and get up there. Brianna Wall is there as well in the orange helmet for the Optum Pro Cycling team. United Healthcare is not going to be chasing this one because they have a rider up the road. It might be Tamayo. We'll get a look at the riders here on the climb. And Chad, they are hammering it right now.
Everything all in for these 3 riders. And you know what? When they got together, Brad, they looked and they did an assessment. Check, check, check.
Yep.
Let's roll this thing. And it does. They are just strafing this course. We're going to try to get the riders' names as they come blistering through. But it does look like we've got Tibco, United Healthcare, and it looks like Pepper Palace.
Yes, so the United Healthcare rider is going to be Alexis Ryan. The Tibco rider wearing number 146 is Lauren Stevens. And then it looks like 131, Amanda Miller. So those are going to be your 3 riders in the breakaway, as that's going to be Stevens coming to the front. And, man, this is looking better and better for this break of 3.
Colavita missed it. They are the ones that are going to be forced to chase
absolutely.
right now because the national champion jersey is starting to drift away. We've got 8 laps left to go, and the organization is going to have to come from Fearless Femme and Colavita because those are the 2 teams that missed out, as we've got counters and counter strikes starting to happen as Morgan Brown out of Athens, Georgia for Colavita is having to drag this back.
Colavita was looking for some help there. You saw Brown looking around saying, oh boy, I'm on my own. This is bad news right now. I can't believe they missed the break after being so aggressive on the front early on. Now, United Healthcare, not sure if they're chasing here, if they're trying to bring this one back. That's not to say that Alexis Ryan in this breakaway is there to win out of the breakaway. Sometimes you put riders in a break just to act as an anchor. It's just insurance in case that breakaway does stay away.
Yeah, and tactically speaking, they're still going to execute for Corin Rivera for the win, and here's why. You do send a rider up the road. If they get caught, there's the lead out there to go. But, Brad, I really do think United Healthcare is going to send all their riders to the front, and as a backup, a safety valve, they will still do the lead out and try to drop Corin Rivera for the win.
Just got a good look at Tina Pitt, tacked right on to the back wheel of Corinne Rivera. She's an incredibly smart racer, obviously experienced, so she knows the wheels to follow. And right now, Tina Pitt is marking Corinne Rivera back in the field.
And it looked like right there, Miller with a little head shrug.
Yep.
She's saying, man, this is
great.
awfully painful at this point. So, Brad, I am going to head back out onto the main stage. I think you've got this one to the finish. Hope you guys are enjoying the live coverage here. I'm off to the main stage.
All right, that's Chad Andrews. Thank you very much, Chad, as we'll have Frankie Andreu back in here in just a bit. Again, you're looking at the break of 3 riders. Amanda Miller of the Pepper Palace Pro Cycling Team, Alexis Ryan from United Healthcare, and Lauren Stevens from Team Tibco. Your 3 riders away off the front, and United Healthcare does appear to be chasing here. That's Lauren Tamayo on the front of the field, and now it looks like Lauren Stevens is getting a little bit of a gap over her breakaway companions. So a big move there from Stevens, getting a little bit of a gap. United Healthcare not chasing too hard right now, so I think they're going to let this one play out. The real question that you have to ask now if you're UHC is, can Alexis Ryan win out of this group of three? As long as they believe that Alexis Ryan can take Amanda Miller and Lauren Stevens to the finish line, then they're going to be okay letting this breakaway go. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be Corinne Rivera for United Healthcare. As long as they get a UHC runner on the top step of the podium today, they're happy. And it's looking more and more like it might be Alexis Ryan today. But 7 laps is a long time for these 3 riders to go this late in the race. Amanda Miller off to the side there, trying to come forward as Lauren Stevens moving off to the side. I'm starting to wonder if Alexis Ryan is skipping poles here. If she's just acting as an anchor here. We'll get a good idea here as Miller's going to pull off. And if Stevens comes through next, then we'll know that Alexis Ryan is skipping poles. And the way that UHC is riding on the front makes me think that she's just a placeholder right now for United Healthcare, and they're still invested in Corinne Rivera.
Alexis Ryan right there, and I talked about it earlier.
All right, so this will be a good look at Alexis Ryan to see if she's going to pull through, as Lauren Stevens will come off the front here in just a bit. That's going to be Carrie Higgins leading it for the United Healthcare train. And now they're starting to get swarmed a little bit. United Healthcare has a little bit of competition up there at the front. Erica Aller is starting to get in there. The IS Corp presented by Smart Choice MRI team starting to mix things up. Great shot from Armodo going up this little kicker here on the backside of the course. And, yeah, I don't think Alexis Ryan is pulling through here. Another great example of teamwork from the United Healthcare team as they sent Alexis Ryan up the road into the breakaway, not to make the break work, but to try to shut it down. And so now you'll see Amanda Miller has to come around Alexis Ryan when it's her turn to take a pull.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
And, yeah, Ryan not interested in making this one happen. They're going to pull the plug, and this one will come back together. Great job by Alexis Ryan there. And, again, have to give credit to Lauren Stevens and Amanda Miller in that breakaway. Really the first danger breakaway of the day that we've seen. 6 laps to go. We'll call that all back together on the finishing stretch as those 3 are reabsorbed. We hit the reset button here in Greenville, South Carolina for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships.
Everybody's fighting for the front. Erica Aller has now gone to the front. She is trying to take matters into her own hands.
Great cornering skills as well. You can see a very abbreviated field from the 55 riders that we started with this afternoon. A lot of riders falling victim to the incredibly high pace being set by the riders on the front of the field, and it's only going to get tougher from here on out as we're inside the final 5 laps of racing. Now you're going to want to watch for the sprinters' trains to start coming together. They're going to start working together. Here goes Tibco launching another rider off the front. They're not going to try and sprint it out here. Tibco clearly trying to win out of a breakaway, trying to get some daylight, as now they send another rider up the road in a great move. Perfect timing just as they come on the hill. Look at the riders coming off the back as it gets tougher and tougher out there. Wow. That's an effort if I've ever seen one. We need to get a still image of that, put it on a trading card.
A couple years ago, but is it going to be another scenario where she steals the win from our United Healthcare Pro Cycling team? And it is, again, it looks like it is Lauren Stevens counterattacking the United Healthcare right now, taking the top.
This is amazing for Tibco as Lauren Stevens launching again. Remember, this was the rider who was in that break of 3 just 2 laps ago, and now Stevens is solo again off the front. This is everything that Lauren Stevens has left in the tank right now. She is going to leave it all out on the road. She is either going to win this bike race or die trying for the Tibco team right now. This is a solid, solid effort from Stevens. United Healthcare not panicking just yet. They've still got 4 laps to go, so that's plenty of time, or at least UHC thinks it's plenty of time right now to bring this one back. So not really worried about Stevens yet. They're going to let their train do the talking, let their train take care of that chase effort. And Stevens continuing to grit her teeth. But the ominous blue train breathing down her neck as they see 4 laps to go. Check that. They're going to see 3 on the line as they hit it, so 3 laps to go. If I had a most aggressive jersey to hand out, I'd give it to Lauren Stevens right now. She has been incredible today. But calm, cool, and collected on the front of the field is United Healthcare Pro Cycling. Gotta love this from Lauren Stevens, going all the way until she's absorbed, never giving up in the breakaway. This is the kind of effort that we love to see in races like this. So there's the catch as they come around the corner. They have tacked on to the back of Lauren Stevens. She will be reabsorbed into the field. And they'll be looking at 2 laps to go on the counter as they hit the line. United Healthcare has them right where they want them. The full squad on the front now for the final 2 laps of racing here in Greenville, South Carolina. IS Corp, presented by Smart Choice MRI, is there as well. Fearless Femme, Hot Wheels starting to move up in the pink and purple jerseys. In fact, there's Keeley on the outside as Christy Keeley going to try and surf some wheels here to the front. Looks like Aller is in there as well. Erica Aller wearing number 102 for the Cola Vita Bianchi, presented by Fine Cooking Team. And there's Corinne Rivera right where she needs to be, sitting at the back of the United Healthcare train. So once again, the question becomes, can anybody upset the blue train at the Criterium National Championships with the Stars and Stripes jersey on the line as Corinne Rivera tries to make it back-to-back national championships here in 2015. Samantha Schneider in great position as well. Sitting on the back of that train now. Schneider is out of teammates here. She has no one to lead her out, so she's going to have to surf the wheels here. She's going to have to find her own lead out, and that's probably going to mean following the wheels of Corinne Rivera. And there she is right there. Now she's actually infiltrated the train, so there's 4 riders on the front, then Samantha Schneider, and then 2 riders behind that. So a very interesting situation for UHC and Samantha Schneider right now. There's Erica Aller sneaking her way in as well. And Aller is now actually in front of Corinne Rivera. So Aller has separated Corinne Rivera from the lead-out train. Corinne Rivera actually in a little bit of trouble here. Schneider is slipping back. 3 riders on the front for United Healthcare. Then comes Erica Aller and Kendall Ryan. Ryan is the Tibco rider who's now on the train. United Healthcare loses 1 rider. Her job is done, off to the side. So that puts 2 riders on the front for UHC. And here comes Rivera. Now she's got the lead out. Aller will go to the outside and they wipe out. They go wide. All the big names have gone down. Aller goes down. Rivera goes down. And Kendall Ryan is the only rider to survive. Ryan launches the sprint out of the turn. And she will get it. Kendall Ryan, unofficially your national champion here in Greenville as they overcook the final turn. And some big names going down in that crash. Wow. Well, that is Ruth Winder that we saw on the ground there, and there's a good look at Ryan. Was in the right place at the right time, infiltrated that UHC train, and she will get the Stars and Stripes jersey. And that is Aller still on the ground there. Looks like Corinne Rivera getting up slowly, though. That's Rivera off to the very right-hand side of your screen wearing number 101. And I hate to see this. Aller still down. Tough way to end the race. Frankie Andreu back in the booth with us. Frankie, just overcooking that last turn a little bit. Again, the nerves really get to you. Push the bike to the limit, and then it cracks.
No, exactly. You push the bike to the limit, and the tires just slid out, and all the top sprinters were there, and in a way they took each other out. But you know what's kind of – they were going fast, but that last corner, I don't think in the women's peloton they ever took really flat out before that. They never got a chance to see how fast they could go. It's narrow there, and I've talked about coming out of that 4th corner, how it's narrow. They just slid out, and, of course, I think Corinne Rivera is up and she's shooken up, but more so, I think she's just so disappointed that she ended up not taking home the national champions jersey because they had put so much on working for her and riding for her, and she's fast. I mean, she's going so well right now. She probably could have won that sprint, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because your new U.S. professional, your national champion is Kendall Ryan, followed by Tina Pick and Brianna Wall.
Well, all the credit in the world to Kendall Ryan. Certainly a worthy winner here today. Winning a Criterium is about being in the right place in the right time, and you can't argue that Ryan was there. Kendall's sister, Alexis, actually races for the United Healthcare team, so that Ryan name familiar. Kendall and Alexis kind of reuniting here at the Criterium National Championships. We saw Alexis Ryan doing some work earlier in some breaks and at the front. But in the end, it's her sister, Kendall Ryan, your new professional Criterium national champion for Team Tibco.
Everybody gathering over the corner to find out how their teammates are and if everybody's up. Hopefully everybody is up and all right. Just a little bit of a road rash, but unbelievable. Kendall Ryan followed by Tina Pick. And Tina Pick, she's had her share of glory, so it's amazing she missed this national. I mean, she's been a 6-time national Criterium champion. And here's the replay. We're going to see if they hit the pedal or if they just slide out. But again, I don't think they ever came through here as fast as they were right now, and so they never got to really test what it is to come through.
Yeah, so this is going to be the second to final corner. Here you see Corinne Rivera coming around to the front. That is going to be Carrie Higgins who pulls off to the side. And I think it's Rivera's lead-out rider who just lays it down. Yep, the back wheel slipped out just a little bit. That sent everybody into the fence. Ooh, Aller got it tough. You see Rivera there.
Yeah,
flipping on the pavement.
Like, what do you call it? Tank slapper flipping right over. And then, of course, Kendall Ryan coming through here. But you're right, your lead-out came through so hot, she hit the brakes and the rear wheel slid out, and this is what caused them to crash. But Kendall Ryan, staying aware, staying awake, having the focus to say, hey, I can come through here and, raise your hands. You are a 2015 national champion, a fantastic ride. And you know what? She had to be up there. Fine, the first 3 riders crashed. But if you look at that replay, there was only 10 riders left in that group. So Kendall Ryan was right there, and she's going to be ecstatic to be able to take home. And Team Timko was very aggressive the entire race also.
You know, the other thing I like about Kendall Ryan there, when you hear that crashing noise, it's so tempting to look back and see what happened. But she stayed focused, kept her head straight forward, maintained in the sprint, and that earned her a Stars and Stripes jersey.
Unbelievable change of events. As United Healthcare earlier, they had the rider in the break, and then they decided to chase it down, gambling to put everything on Corin Rivera for that final sprint, which would have been her second jersey, but it just didn't work out. And again, the lead out, they never came through there as fast as they did that time. And normally you have a chance to check out the corners you had 90 minutes to come through there, and mistakes happen. In the men's race, women's race, the amateur race, we've seen crashes, and this is what happens when you come down. Erica being consoled there.
Yeah, so that is Erica Aller. Good to see that she's up and moving. But this is the team of your new Criterium national champion as Timko gets a huge, huge win here in Greenville for Kendall Ryan. And Frankie, you've been in this situation before. After a tough race, when riders go down, the first thing you want to do is find your teammates. Go over the race, make sure everybody's okay, because at the end of the day, that's what really matters.
Well, at the end of the day, when you have a crash like that, it's a matter of finding your teammates just to make sure, as you just said, that everybody's all right and that, they've been racing long enough where they know that crash has happened, and that's the most important part. To go over what happened in the race, it doesn't really matter, because at the end they know that the crash took a lot of them out. And that's something that they can take positive. They know they were up there. They know we're there in a good position. We had the chance to win, but the crash affected things. And so moving on to the next races, they should have confidence knowing they have good form, good legs to be able to do something. But today it didn't work out, except, it works out for whoever crosses the finish line first. That's what it comes down to, is the jersey, and it worked out great for Kendall Ryan.
Yeah, that'll be a turn that they play over and over in their minds for the next couple weeks. I'm sure that'll be on repeat in a lot of these riders' minds. As we're getting ready for our pro men's race coming up next, we're scheduled for a 4 o'clock start for those guys. We're going to start staging them here in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the pro men's race from the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships.
Because they're very hard to find.
You gotta be kidding, Josie. What are we gonna do, be stranded with no food? That's my biggest nightmare, dying on an empty stomach.
Josie, press the GPS. There's diesel all over the place. Look at all those stations, Mary.
Look at all those D's that remind me of ditalini, manicotti, bruschetta, meatball, spaghetti. Put you in a mood, don't even ask.
How do you like my new car? Isn't diesel dirty?
Oh, say it's beautiful, for Christ's sake.
I think it's beautiful, but aren't diesels dirty?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that used to be dirty. This is 2015.
No. Listen to me, Terry. Diesel in Latin means dirty.
I'll prove it to you.
You're gonna ruin your scarf. Oh, look what she's doing.
See how clean it is?
It's not dirty, but you still have a dirty mind.
I do not. Yes, you do. Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy.
This one's not noisy at all.
Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on.
It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing
It's
on.
on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet.
It's a Passat or a Facade?
It's a Passat. Something stinks, I'm telling you.
It must be the diesel.
It's not the diesel, Josie. The new diesels don't smell bad.
Oh my God, it smells like marinated camel crap. What the hell?
It's not the diesel.
Oh, it's tuna. He needs a bath. Here, smell
That's
it.
what it is. I
Here,
don't get
smell.
out of here, Mary.
Tuna?
Phew.
Hashtag tuna melts my heart. Whatever the hell that means.
These cars are fuel hogs.
Not this one. Hashtag over 800 miles on one tank.
Hashtag fuel efficient.
Hashtag Passat.
What do you gotta use hashtag for?
Mary hates hashtag.
I like hashtag.
Shut up with the hashtag, please. Just say it's a beautiful car.
Hashtag Volkswagen. Hashtag diesel.
God, I don't know what the hell a hashtag is.
Hashtag German engineering.
Hashtag Critinats is us from Greenville, South Carolina. Once again, I'm Brad Sohner. I've been joined by Frankie Andreu and Chad Andrews throughout the day so far. As got Frankie in the booth right now, getting ready for our Pro Men's Criterium. Want to say thanks again to all of our sponsors making it happen. I'm loving the Volkswagen spots. They had me cracking up here in the booth. I can't remember the last time I laughed at a commercial like that.
Is that a good thing for me or a bad thing for me? I haven't. It's good.
You're kind of in between. You're not quite on that level yet, but you better watch it. You're getting there.
I'm not sure. I only got to see one of them, so I don't know what the heck they did with the other one. But it was fun driving that car, that's for sure. And of course, their support here is what allows us to have national championships. So it's a great venue, and this has been a good course. Right now, some of the men are talking about trying to move a little bit of this fencing out here.
Yeah.
This is in the fourth corner, but there's not a whole lot they can do. And the reason they have the fencing like that is because there's a curb right there. So they're trying to prevent you from going wide and slamming into the curb. So many of the men have been able to have a chance to be able to go around this, and I'm sure they'll have a chance to be able to test it at full speed once the race starts. I mean, they have 2 hours is a long time out there. It's about 80 degrees. They're definitely going to open up the feed zone as they did with the women after so many laps go by, and they'll be able to get some carbohydrates and electrolytes. And so right now there's a lot of discussion right there in that fourth corner to figure out what they're going to do. But the men's race the women's race was exciting. I mean, that was definitely unexpected, and I believe in the men's race we're going to have a lot of action also.
Frankie, let's talk about some of the favorites in the men's field coming in. I think the obvious rider to look at is the man wearing number 1, John Murphy from the United Healthcare team. Obviously a winner here before, not in Greenville, but he'll be looking for another Stars and Stripes jersey. And, of course, he has the firepower of United Healthcare behind him.
Murphy will be very motivated, and obviously he goes on that crit squad and races all over doing the NCC. Also just coming out of Paris-Roubaix. Just got done doing Paris-Roubaix along with Tanner Putt. So the endurance and the strength and the power is going to be there. I'm not sure if the snap and the speed will be. So if it comes down to it, a perfect guy to put into the break would be John Murphy because he's not going to fatigue in 2 hours when he's used to doing 6.
Up next, let's talk about as close as the local team as we're going to get, talking about the Hincapie Racing Team. A lot of those riders based right here in South Carolina. No longer the Hincapie Devo team. They've graduated their guys to full-fledged pros, as I think Ty Magner is going to be the guy to watch for them. He'll be wearing number 21, but the Hincapie Racing Squad brings a full team with them here to Greenville. And, Frankie, these guys have been super impressive over the last season.
Hincapie is a great group of riders. I mean, they win stage races or stages and stage races from Tour de Beauce and stages and bigger races, and they're all over the place. And Ty Magner, he's 2 times an under-23 national champion in 2012 and 2013. He knows how to win criteriums. He knows how to be in the front to be able to get ready for a sprint. So Ty Magner, definitely very dangerous from Hincapie. But the other thing with Hincapie, all these kids, they're young, and they don't have egos where they will sacrifice everything for each other. They work together as well as any elite-level professional team, and it's fun to watch them race because they will do anything to be able to help give each other a chance for victory.
Moving on down the line, looking at number 9, this is a familiar name to us, Phil Guyman, fresh off his win at the Redlands Bicycle Classic for the Optum Pro Cycling Team. Now, Phil had some tough luck in the last Criterium he raced, going down outside of 5 laps to go at Redlands, but obviously on good form with his Optum team.
So are you picking him to win the crit? Is that why you're putting him into this list?
He might maybe just have a little extra motivation after how things went down in Redlands last week.
He will have a turbo, that's for sure. He has a turbo, and so when it comes down to the Criterium, if it comes down to having to chase down a group or doing a lead out, Phil Guyman is extremely strong and will be able to fly around this course. It was just a fluke circumstance of going around where he clipped a pedal and put himself down. He's comfortable riding crits. He's decent riding crits. He can go fast. And right now, the main factor is that he has that confidence level from Redlands, and he's extremely fit. And when you're fit and you're strong like that, you can do amazing things. So he'll be able to fly around this course to be able to help his team Optum. And I think the guy they're probably going to be help is Eric Young.
Yeah, speaking of Redlands, how about the 1-2 of Eric Marcotte and Travis McCabe for the Smart Stop Pro Cycling Team? These guys also on very good form, and they can work well together. They're going to be aggressive today, I can guarantee you that.
Team Smart Stop will be aggressive. They don't necessarily want it to come down to a mass field sprint. Their strength is in getting in the break and being the fastest rider from a smaller group of numbers instead of the massive sprint. Travis McCabe extremely strong. Same with Marcotte, and they probably have one of the best lead-out trains or the other strong riders to help get their riders into position for the end. But 2 hours of racing again, I believe. There's a good chance that this could break up and have a break, and so that's what these riders are really, that's the danger. That's what they have to look out for, is not missing a move. And we saw at the Redlands Criterium, it was Hincapie and Team Smart Stop that missed the break, but this is a little bit different. This is a national championship on the line, so there's a lot more at stake.
A few other teams that we'll be looking at. Champion Systems, Stan's No Tubes have a few riders that they can put in the sprint. The Malurvey twins, Kevin and Connor, wearing number 24 and 25. Isaac Howe, we're going to be looking for him as well. And James LaBerge, listed as a Champion System rider, wearing number 19. How about the Estellas racing team? They've been pretty quiet so far this season. They're going to be wearing the red jerseys of the Estellas Oncology Pro Cycling Team. I believe Adam Meyerson going to be racing here in his final season at 43 years old. But I'm going to be watching for Justin Williams, the young sprinter out of the Los Angeles area for the Estellas Pro Cycling Team. He's been on a tear over the last few weeks. They're just fresh off a training camp down south in Florida, so watch for Williams out there. For everybody just tuning in, want to welcome you again to our Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships here in Greenville, South Carolina. I am Brad Sohner, being joined by Frankie Andreu here, the legend, who had a chance to take a look at the course earlier today with some of our friends from Volkswagen. Let's get a course preview from Frankie Andreu in our Volkswagen Beetle.
I'm Frankie Andreu, and we're here in Greenville, South Carolina for USA Cycling's Volkswagen Professional National Criterium Championships. Four-corner circuit about 1 mile long, and I hopped into the Volkswagen GRC Beetle to take a look at the course. From the beginning, these riders are going to be very compact. They're going to be all together, so they have to figure out how to move up, how to get through everyone. The last thing you want to do is crash right in the start of the race. The whole time, though, they have to be thinking about setting into this corner. First corner, trying to get the whole shot, they're going to swing way wide to the right, cut the apex of the corner, and accelerate coming out of it, trying to keep their momentum and keep their speed. It's only about 10 seconds in between the two corners, so you can't really do much but hold your position. On this corner, cutting that apex, but you're going to have to gear down and shift to try to keep some momentum going up the hill. As you go up the hill, you're going to come onto the back stretch. Lots of room, lots of space to be able to move up and move quick. Just a little bit of a downhill. It's fast. They're going to be thinking about when to move up, when to pass, but the whole time they're trying to move up and trying to get back up to the front, they have to be thinking about setting up for the next corner. The third corner, you're going to see the riders. They're going to put their knee out to lower their center of gravity. Their outside leg is going to be pushing down on the pedals, keeping their body weight over the middle of the bike to keep as much traction on the 23 to 25 millimeter tires as possible. The last corner, extremely fast. 30, 35 miles an hour, they're going to whip it around here. It's extremely narrow, so it's tight. They have to be careful, but you got to come around that corner in first or second position, because this downhill sprint to the finish will be extremely fast. It's the rider who got through the criterium, saved enough energy by cornering correctly, and had enough speed at the end to beat everyone that's going to be the winner of the national championships. The course might only be 4 corners long and extremely narrow. Despite being repetitious, there's a constant focus needed in order to win the Stars and Stripes. Thanks for checking out the Criterium course preview. I'm Frankie Andreu.
And just off the phone with our insurance company, I understand our rates have doubled since we shot that piece. Frankie doing a great job out there on course. And perfect pace car. That Volkswagen Beetle is going to be leading our riders around today. Can't have just any car out there. You got to have one with a little bit of snap to be able to pace a field like this around, and I think safe to say that Volkswagen Beetle with plenty of snap.
That one has plenty of snap for sure. Tanner Faust drives a 500 horsepower one, which would have even more snap, but that would have been a little bit extreme. The main reason they said they couldn't bring that one is because they said of the noise. It's 7 in the morning when we filmed this thing.
Right.
They said it was so noisy it would have shaken the whole neighborhood and woke up all the neighbors, and they didn't want to rattle anyone's cage like that. So right now the men all lined up waiting for the starters. We get ready to do the introductions for the men's race, and the music is picking up, and we're going to start getting ready to do the introductions of these riders. And not a big group, is it? It's kind of, this is like an elite squad of hitmen that are here to try to win a Stars and Stripes jersey.
Yeah, again, only riders on UCI-registered professional teams are eligible to race here, so only 39 starters on the list. It's a very selective criteria to get you into the professional Criterium National Championships. Now, we're also going to be holding elite Criterium National Championships later in the year. That's going to be open to anybody with a Category 1 or Category 2 license, the elite riders, but unless you're a UCI level pro, you can't race here in Greenville at the professional Criterium National Championships. So it sounds like they're putting our first riders onto the line. That is going to be your defending champion from just a few hours away in North Carolina, John Murphy from UHC, who without a doubt will be the man to beat today. He's going to have a big old bullseye on his back as he tries to defend the Stars and Stripes jersey.
This is Ty Magner coming forward. As I mentioned, he's been previous under-23 National Criterium champion. I would like it if they could wear the Stars and Stripes jersey today.
Yeah.
Because that would make it even a bigger bullseye, because everybody would be like, I want that jersey. They would see him with it. As they call up, this is Eric Marcotte.
Yeah, Marcotte, the road national champion. Now, he doesn't wear the Stars and Stripes jersey because that is a separate discipline from the Criterium National Championships. I think this is Tom Zerbel. Big TZ coming to the front now. He'll be a danger man today. Watch for Zerbel in a breakaway because he's a great time trialist. And that's going to be Eric Young, who a few years ago wore the Stars and Stripes jersey. So he'd like to get another jersey to add to his closet.
Well, Young has had the National Criterium jersey 2 times. Tom Zerbel National Time Trial jersey. So
Yep.
we're just loading up national champions on the front line here as we call up Travis McKay.
Yeah, here's a man who would love to be added to that list of guys who have had the Stars and Stripes jersey for a season. McCabe, so far, it's eluded him. Here's Adam Meyerson coming forward now, who we talked about for the Estellas Pro Cycling Team. Certainly one of the most experienced riders in this field, racing his final season this year in 2015.
Adam Meyerson has accomplished a lot in criteriums, road racing, cyclocross. He's definitely experienced. Has been around for a long time.
Well, this is going to be one of the Malurvey twins. I wish I could tell you which one, but I can't because they're identical twins. The best way to tell will be the number on their back. Kevin is wearing number 24, and Connor Malurvey is wearing number 25.
May we have the rest of the riders to the line, please?
And I think that's Oscar Clark. I'm used to seeing these guys going by at 30 miles an hour, so it's weird to see them standing still on the front as they're bringing the rest of our field up to the line. That means we are just about ready to go. That's actually Mac Brennan, who we were looking at there earlier on the right-hand side of your screen for the Hincapie Racing Team. And we are within just minutes of getting underway. The field is assembled, the course is ready to go, and the fans are lining the streets of Greenville, South Carolina. I want to welcome everybody once again to the Volkswagen USA Cycling Criterium National Championships.
Once again, today's the Criterium. Tomorrow, the Team Time Trial National Championships. Brand new event, so it's going to be new for a lot of these riders. It's not very often that they do a Team Time Trial, so many of these riders here are thinking about that, but they're also thinking about trying to get this Stars and Stripes jersey. There are some very good sprinters here, and we saw the crash in the women's race in that last corner.
Yep.
It is going to be so aggressive coming in that last lap that it's going to be scary, and so that's why I'm thinking try to get a break so that you're not going to have 50 riders all coming into the fourth corner all at once. So 120 minutes to suss that out, and as the riders get ready to start, our national championships is underway with 39 riders taking off, and of course the biggest, powerful, fastest riders in the nation are here in Greenville, South Carolina to try to get that Stars and Stripes jersey.
Not often you get a full 2-hour criterium at the professional ranks. This is going to be a long one today, and with only 39 starters, everybody is going to have to be on their game if they want a shot at the Stars and Stripes jersey 2 hours from now.
Riders going through the second corner, up the little kicker on the backstretch. Champion System No Tubes decided to kind of push the pace a little bit to see what happened. We'll see if this is going to be a similar move in the women's race. Erica Allard did the same thing, and they just let her ride off the front and kind of stay out there, and that's kind of similar, it seems, to what's happening here. I mean, 120 minutes would be a very long time to be out front. And again, I've mentioned a few times with the wind, and it is windy, and you might not see it right here, but on that home stretch, it's a little bit of a crosswind, a headwind. Definitely the wind. By yourself, you would feel it. You'd have to put out a lot of watts to be able to stay away by yourself. So Smart Stop making the move. Lupus followed by United and Hincapie. All the teams really paying attention. They have to be careful which riders get up the road.
Yeah, very important to keep an eye on these gaps early on, as Champion System stands no tubes. Will be the first aggressors of the day. That white jersey with the yellow and blue helmet is going to be Smart Stop, as they're taking up the chase effort. And already stringing this field out. Single file, just a couple minutes in. You know, one Smart Stop rider that we didn't talk a lot about, Evan Huffman, a former World Tour rider coming back to race in the United States. They'll do some international racing as well with Team Smart Stop, but these guys really are a stacked team coming into the Criterium National Championships, and they were on great form last week in Redlands, so we're going to be watching for them certainly very closely. Here comes Tom Zerbel doing a little bit of chasing here. It's a nice draft for Eric Marcotte to sit behind.
You make it sound like he's entering the door into a party. Hey, here comes
Tom Zerbel. Well, it was only a matter of time before he showed up. We were waiting for him.
We were. And when he shows up, the party does get started. I mean, that's why you're going to see alarm bells go off, because you cannot let Tom Zerbel get too big of a gap. Eric Marcotte, John Murphy, followed by, might be Eric Young, as these riders coming around. We got one rider off the front with Champion Systems, no tubes, and the rest kind of following. 120 minutes again. You can see the wind, you see the flags moving, everybody marking each other. And this is what gets dangerous. It gets kind of, it's hard to sometimes read the race, because the riders in the group will sit up because they have a rider in the front. The other riders won't want to chase. It becomes very tactically difficult. It doesn't really become a selection of who's the fittest, but it's a matter of tactics of which team is where and how people want to play it out. And everybody seems to sit up, and all of a sudden they all seem to be attacking.
Yeah, you can go out and do as many 200K training days as you want, but it's not going to do you any good if you're not able to use that energy and use those efforts at the right time. I think that's Drew Christopher, the Champion System rider, who was off the front there for a while. He gets absorbed, but look at this, Frankie, another split here. We're going to call this 6 riders going clear. If Christopher tacks on, that'll be 7. And now the big question is, we're going to take inventory here and see which teams are represented in this first move. Smart Stop is there. UHC is there. Optum is there. Astellas is there. And now Champion System tacks onto the back. The only team that's missing is Hincapie Racing. So watch for them to come to the front of the field to try to chase this one. In fact, there they are right there with the black jersey and kind of neon sleeve.
One rider from Hincapie on the front there trying to bring this back. And, of course, you have to. And the best thing to do is you don't wait. You bring it back instantaneous. You try to get on the front. You go flat out. You shut down that gap. You reassess the situation and then figure out what you're going to do after that. That's Charlie Ho on the front right now. But this first group, this is a good combination of riders. 2 Smart Stop, they'd be happy. United Healthcare with 2, they're happy. It's just Hincapie that has to be able to bring this down. And as soon as they get caught, it's a great chance we might see the counterattacks.
Yeah, certainly a counter going to be a good move to make here. I think these guys are going to get caught. Looks like the riders in the breakaway not working too hard. Murphy is in the breakaway, so the defending Criterium professional national champion has made the move. And that's Marcotte pulling off to the side.
So what you're going to notice also is that certain sprinters, you're not going to see them at all in the front in this first part of the race. And we've talked about Eric Young, and we've talked about Murphy, some of the fast sprinters. They're going to be able to sit back and try to stay hidden and stay as rested as possible and just gamble that it'll all be together for that final field sprint, while other teams are going to try to break this apart. See the directors on the side there in the feed zone. Feed hasn't opened yet, but that's kind of where they sit there because it's a slower portion of the course where they can talk to the riders as a lot of the riders come up to the front.
At 2 hours, you're going to need some serious hydration for a race like this. I'm going to guess most of these riders will start the race with 2 bottles on the bike, and they'll probably take at least 1, if not more, throughout the day today.
And I would say not only hydration, but also calories. I mean,
Yeah.
two intense hours of racing, you're going to need some calories because you probably ate lunch at noon, so you need to be able to put some stuff back into you as Jesse Anthony goes through there, getting as aerodynamic as possible flying into that first turn.
Yeah, you see Jesse Anthony getting as low as possible on the hoods as he's going to lead them into this turn. Reminder that we are on Twitter. That was Frankie Andreu joining me. I am Brad Sohner. Our official hashtag for the day of racing today is @CritNats. But certainly send me a tweet. Let me know your feedback as we are monitoring that live here in the broadcast booth. We're going to send Frankie back out onto the stage as right now we're looking at one of the Malherbe twins on the front for the Champion System Stands No Tubes team. And this gives you a good idea of the speeds that these riders are doing. These guys will easily hit 30 miles an hour today, especially on that downhill section. Your average is going to be right around 27, 28 miles an hour, and they will sprint upwards of 30 and easily hit that on the downhill. Our watch party in Riverview, Florida, predicting that someone's going to lap the field today. Certainly a possibility with a small field of 39 riders and a long day of racing with 2 hours. If a breakaway is able to get away and has some powerful riders in it, I think you're absolutely right. We could see riders lapping the field over the next 2 hours.
7:33 into this race. And Phil Diamond right there, he just won last weekend. Just won a very...
So that is Phil Guyman on the front with the red arrow shell there for the Optum Pro Cycling team. Just keeping an eye on things, doing a little bit of work as the guys at the back can kind of chill out for just a little bit now. Now that moto referee that you see following the race is kind of doing 2 jobs. One, he's making sure that everyone's following the rules. It is a referee on the motorcycle, just keeping an eye on the field. But he'll also keep track of any riders that go off the back to make sure that any lapped riders, you'll see that official holding his hand in the air with a number of fingers up in the air. That tells the officials on the stage how many riders have been dropped on that last lap. Man in the red shirt on the right side of your picture is Michael Cree, the team director of Smart Stop Pro Cycling. He'll be giving his guys some insight throughout the day. And that is going to be Connor Malherbe on the front right now. Here comes Lupus Racing in the white, purple, and black jerseys. This is a good-looking move from David Winston out of Greenville, South Carolina. The hometown boy putting on a show in front of his friends and family. Eric Marcotte sitting second wheel looking good. Good to see Winston David getting some FaceTime on the front of the field, as that is our only Greenville, South Carolina. Check that. Mac Brennan also listed as Greenville, South Carolina based. But good to see the hometown riders getting a little bit of airtime on the front. I'm sure they got friends and family watching at home, and of course down here watching in downtown Greenville as well. So you see the field snaking all across the course, as it's really about, it's a game of follow the leader out there. And right now that leader is Eric Marcotte for the Smart Stop Pro Cycling team. Now his teammate Travis McCabe is probably going to be their sprinter today. We saw McCabe sprint to second place last week at Redlands, and he'll be trying to improve on that today. Meanwhile, Hincapie Racing sending a rider up the front saying, we got to pick this one up. And I think that's going to be Mac Brennan launching this one. He'll take a few riders with him. Jesse Anthony is there. And that might have been Shane Klein as the third rider in that breakaway. You can see what that move has done to this field. Strung out single file front to back. Those riders at the very back are fighting just to stay in contact. It is very important that you at least stay in contact with the wheel in front of you, because you have to stay in that draft. You use a significant amount of energy. Once you come out of the draft of the rider in front of you, somewhere between 20 and 30% more energy is required to go the same speed if you don't have that draft of a rider in front of you. So that's why you see the riders in that single file formation. That's why you see this rider at the back here desperately trying to chase on and maintain contact. So Klein ducking into the corner with Brennan on the wheel. And again, we are in a time-based system. We're just under 12 minutes into our 2-hour race today. Once we figure out an average lap time, we'll start counting down the number of laps. And here goes Lupus Racing again. I think that's Brad Negos.
Lupus Racing Team leading through there. Speed is
Phil Guyman marking that move. Doing a nice job keeping this race together. And this will be a good opportunity for the riders at the back to try and close down these gaps. That draft that I was talking about earlier, the advantage only gets smaller and smaller the further from the wheel in front of you, the further back you go. And look at Negos putting the hurt on the field right now. A huge, huge ride for Brad Negos of the Lupus Racing Team. Once again, winding all across the road. You really want to go curb to curb, which means you start wide, you hit the apex, and then you go wide again, and then the riders are coming back to the inside of the course. As that move going to be swallowed up by Negos. And Optum, once again, takes over on the front. And once again, Optum putting the hurt on the field as they string this one out single file. As that's Phil Guyman once again on the front. Guyman has been doing so much work early on here. And probably going to be working for Eric Young, looking to add another Stars and Stripes jersey. So as things calm down here in Greenville, South Carolina, we're going to take another quick break to thank our sponsors. You're watching the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Criterium National Championships.
You better start looking for a diesel station, Terry, because they're very hard to find.
You gotta be kidding, Josie. What are we gonna do, be stranded with no food? That's my biggest nightmare, dying on an empty stomach.
Josie, press the GPS. There's diesel all over the place. Look at all those stations, Mary.
Look at all those D's that remind me of ditalini, manicotti, bruschetta, meatball, spaghetti. Put you in a mood, don't even ask.
How do you like my new car? Isn't diesel dirty?
Oh, say it's beautiful, for Christ's sake.
I think it's beautiful, but aren't diesels dirty?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that used to be dirty. This is 2015.
No. Listen to me, Terry. Diesel in Latin means dirty.
I'll prove it to you.
You're gonna ruin your scarf. Oh, look what she's doing.
See how clean it is?
It's not dirty, but you still have a dirty mind.
I do not.
Yes, you do.
Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy.
This one's not noisy at all.
Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on.
It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing
It's
on.
on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet.
It's a facade or a facade?
It's a Passat.
69 laps to go. Jesse Anthony, Tom Zerbo.
All right, so sounds like we are counting laps now as we're back with live action from Greenville, South Carolina for the USA Cycling Professional Criterium National Championships. You're looking at Tom Zerbo on the front of the field right now for the Optum Pro Cycling Team, being joined once again by Chad Andrews. Chad, it's been a very fast one as already strung out as you're seeing these guys front to back.
Let me say real quick, that commercial's hilarious.
I love them. I've been cracking up with Frankie in here the entire time. It reminds me of my mom. I know she's watching at home, so hi, Mom. She's not quite that old, but she's getting there.
My mom is. So I can see my mother, who's probably not watching the feed because she's back home with with her granddaughters. But yeah, how are these guys going to race like this for the next hour and 40? I'm already. Well, look, I'm spent from the women's race and how that unfolded. And now we've got this men's race that's been full pin since the word go. It's been exciting, and the splits have happened. But I mean, theoretically, it kind of started off like the women's race, and everybody's kind of getting the feel of what's going to happen. But, again, we have a few gaps starting to form, but nobody's really, taking race to task right yet.
Yeah, seems like the big teams are doing exactly what they wanted to early, kind of testing the waters, trying to separate the herd and really shed some of the tougher guys, putting those riders on notice. If you're struggling right now to stay in the race, you got a whole nother thing coming over the next 68 laps.
Nothing like looking up at the clock and only 12 minutes have expired and you're already tapped out. And that's typically what happens. But all these guys, Brad, they're the top pro crit racers, most of them in the United States of America. So they're used to these constant anaerobic VO2 type efforts, lap after lap after lap. The bigger question, somebody like a Phil Gaiman or somebody that's been doing stage racing that doesn't get the opportunity to do a full 2-hour crit. How is their fitness going to play as we get into the hour 15, hour 30 race?
Well, you see the guys looking behind them. First three guys on the front, take a look back to see what kind of damage they've done with those moves. And we've been talking about this all day, Chad, but everyone has a job here. And for some guys, they're just the enforcers. They're the muscle of the team, just trying to rough up this field before the sprinters have their way with the rest of the group.
And what we're missing is what happened about 3 hours ago when a pro 1-2 criterium, a non-championship criterium, all those guys, they would be racing in a NCC criterium. But this race, they're not. So we've separated those guys. We've vetted them immediately. They're not doing this race. So really it comes down to about 7 teams fighting for the national championship. How do you think that's going to play out in this whole thing? If we've removed that dynamic of having a Frank Travieso, a Ryan Atchison, some of those guys.
Well, you know it's a solid field. Obviously, these guys have made it to the top level of the sport, so we know that they're all professionals. But I think this smaller field is actually going to make it more difficult in this criterion because you have less places to hide. Rolling around with a smaller field, you're going to find yourself on the front a lot more. And it's just a tougher race situation when you have this small group of just 39 riders starting today.
And you brought up a great point in our women's race. For those of you who weren't able to see the women's race, there's a theory in bicycle racing that you want to be near the front, not on the front. Well, when you have this many riders start, if you accelerate, you're going to be on the front. So the rider that can conserve or cheat physics, however you want to call it, the most will become our champion this year unless something, well, we saw it in the women's race, something crazy happens. And I think that's what draws us to Criterium Racing is they're not a script that we follow all the time. It's something that unique and dynamic can change the actual outcome.
The other important thing to note about a smaller field here is that your team becomes more and more important. Having a larger team is a much bigger advantage when you only have 40 guys in the field than if you're looking at 120 or 130 riders in crit nats.
No hiding. And obviously the communication becomes extremely important. They don't have radios like we did in the past. Now you have to have nonverbal and verbal cues, not only internally with the race and your teammates, but from the team managers and directors on the side of the course.
Chad, getting a lot of folks on Twitter who are watching on the trainer right now, kind of trying to ride along with the pros. Can you talk about the wattage and heart rate that these guys are going to be doing? If you're sitting on the trainer at home and you want to try and emulate what it's like to be in the professional Criterium National Championships.
The unique separation between heart rate-based training and power-based training, heart rate is only variable to you and your body type. One rider could be a professional on the world tour level, and his threshold heart rate could be 150, whereas somebody else is just a beginner cyclist, their threshold heart rate could be 150. So are they the same riders? No, but let's talk power.
Yeah, so you can forget about the heart rate for the folks
rate.
watching at home. Don't try and keep up with the heart rate of these guys, but power is a much better indicator.
Oh, without a doubt. It's a great quantifiable measurement for any of these racers. If you're a junior or an espoir coming up, on a 2-hour criterium, and I hate to get into the complete science of it, but these guys could be averaging, if you're 165 pounds, upwards of 320, 330 watts for 2 hours. My friends, that's a lot of light bulbs that you're getting, a lot of kilojoules, as we like to say, in a 2-hour span. So the power-based training, Brad, is where all these riders are going to be. There's a measurement device on their bike. They'll go download it, and some of them will actually post it on a famous website, and everybody can oogle over it. Man, that guy did that many watts. And then we could talk sprinting power later on if we think it's going to come down to a sprint.
All right, so if you're watching at home and you want to try and ride along with the guys, about 325, 350 watts for 2 hours.
If you're 160 pounds, I think that's a pretty good number to shoot for.
Tweet us in and let us know how that goes for you, because if you can do it, I got a contract for you. Folks watching from all over the country and all over the world, we are on Twitter. I am at Brad Sohner. He is at Chad Andrews. You can use the hashtag CritNats. We've had folks sending in where they're watching from. They're kind of live stream set up all over the place.
Wow.
This is Jennifer Tetrick, Allison Tetrick's sister, cheering her on for the Optum Pro Cycling team.
That's a great shot.
Yeah.
Carmen Small's shot, I guess you and Frankie maybe talked about. She was jumping up and down, and these are just this is the essence, the DNA of cycling.
This is a fan watching from Venezuela, cheering on some of their riders. So we got folks watching from all over the world, really.
Yep, so at Brad
This is
Sohner.
our shot.
That's the
This
Carmen
is our shot
Small
from Europe.
What is she, Sue saying, screaming, yelling, encouraging, cajoling? I'm not really sure.
She's into it.
You can tell it's dark, so
Yeah.
they're obviously a few hours ahead of us.
Yeah, that's Ina Yoko Teutenberg watching. That was a picture from Carmen Small cheering on their teammates here in the Professional National Championships.
Hey, you got a great, there's our Twitter feed. And you can see John Murphy, your current national champion, living in, what's the name of the town? Asheville, I hate to say, it's like Horsetooth or Horseshoe. No, it's Horseshoe, I think, North Carolina, which I'm a Carolinian.
Yeah,
and
you should know.
I really
thought
should.
you knew every town in North and South Carolina.
Well, I do now if I know Horseshoe, North Carolina. But that's right outside of Asheville. I'm sure John's bestie.
Someone will let us know on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
my Twitter feed will blow up. You idiot!
If you ever want to know if anyone's watching, just say something wrong, because you'll get a ton of responses pretty quick.
But that's great. That's the beauty of this sport. You and
I'm
I
not
can sit
complaining.
here. Nope, no
And
complaints.
that's one of the great things about Twitter, keeping us honest. If you see something at home that you don't think is quite right that we're talking about, let us know. Obviously, we don't know everything. We're stuck in the trailer here, so we can't quite see and watch everything all the time.
Yeah, and it looks like Clay Murphy, the Australian, just tweeted in he's doing his threshold power at 120 watts, which is simply not true, Brad, because you saw Clay last weekend, the funny personality that he is.
Yeah, now Clay didn't make it into this race for two reasons. One, because his threshold power is 120 watts.
Right?
Obviously, no, Clay is a very good rider, but unfortunately, he's also an Australian.
Tassie.
I just like calling him Australian because I know they hate that.
Or a New Zealander, and we don't want to start that fight right now. But Brad and I digressed because we are big fans of you guys coming in at the Chad Andrews, at Brad Sohner, but more importantly, at USA Cycling and hashtag CritNats. And the reason why we have this pause going on is because really we're letting the race tell us how to call it as a Captain America Brad White is now on the front for United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team. And I think the unique thing about this thing, Brad, as we watch this race crawl into the 20 to 30-minute mark, is that we can watch the technical aspect of the riders, the cornering, the position, how they move around, or what we call surf the peloton.
Here comes Hincapie making a move up the outside. This is going to be Ty Magner coming forward now, and he's going to have a go at this. Eric Marcotte will follow the move. And a United Healthcare rider going to make it up there as well. That's Hilton Clark.
Which is a great story in its own right. I mean, when you would say Hilton Clark 3, 4, 5 years ago, you would think Australian.
Absolutely.
But I had a great story about Hilton when we were talking. He was really trying to decide on whether he want to get dual citizenship, because from what I understand, and of course you guys on Twitter can call me out on this, he wouldn't be able to race the Australian National Road Championship. And rules changed so much in the UCI and the US and in the USA Cycling that we're trying to creep abreast of them. But what I'm seeing right now is a fast, hard, nasty race. And I'm sure for Hilton Clark to win it, that would be a great story in its own right.
62 laps of racing to go, and seeing some separation happening now as Stellis going to try and bridge the gap to get up there.
Again, Brad, let us know where you guys are watching the race. We have Venezuela. We've had cities all around North America. Europe has chimed in a couple times. Of course, they're probably tucked in neatly in their beds if they're watching it with their laptop propped up on their lap.
You know, now they get to see what it's like for us when we have to get up at 6 a.m. to watch Paris-Roubaix. They have to stay up late over in Europe to watch our Crit National Championships.
Touché.
Take that, Europe.
You got it, you guys. Take our National Criterium Championship. But see, that's a testament of just how much the draw of this sport is, Brad, when you've got those guys in Europe tuning in on a late Saturday night as Ty Magner right there. That's a great shot of Ty, the focus.
So that's going to be Magner along with Tom Zerbel, Hilton Clark, and Eric Marcotte, your four riders in the breakaway. But you can see here, not super interested in making that breakaway happen.
Yeah, that is a bizarre makeup right there. Tom Zerbel, a time trialer, Hilton Clark, a sprinter, and a Ty Magner, a sprinter, of course. As you can hear Frankie in the backdrop, my co-commentating partner on the stage. We're doing a little tag team here, Brad. We decided we had a team meeting earlier today about how we were going to approach this, and we hope you guys are enjoying Frankie's input on the live feed, my input, and, of course, Brad hosting it as we come down to 60. Yeah, that you're reading that correctly. 61 laps left to go.
You're stuck with us for another 60 laps,
whether you like it or not.
Looks like most of these guys staying together. I don't think we've lost too many riders here early on in the race. I don't think too many guys have been dropped, but it has been a very fast race so far. You can't call this field complacent today.
No, and the guy that's probably one of the best against the clock, Tom Zerbel. If you've never stood next to Tom Zerbel, you wonder if he's a bouncer at the local bar. He is just massive. And you could see when you go put him on a time trial bike and tell him to go from here to there as fast as he can. I think last weekend at Redlands, he proved that he's still pretty fast in the time trial.
So now fresh faces on the front for the teams as you see that Optum rider taking a look back. And that was Tom Soliday in the red helmet there. Here comes United Healthcare up the left side, though. And Optum is going to be there to cover it. Smart Stop will tack on as well.
Was that Brad Huff it looked like going again?
So.
Every rider has got a style that you can pick up when they're racing. And Guyman the same, along with Oscar Clark tagging on the backside of that four-man group. And we do look like Estella, see Adam Meyerson and Estella missed out on that little move, so they're going to have to chase. And, Brad, I think that kind of really elevates this bike race because if one team misses the break, you've got like 10 seconds to realize that you're not up there because all the rest of the teams, they'll drive it, and there you go.
Yeah, that is going to be Brad White making his move off the front right now. You can see White with the elbows out. He's a very stocky rider and a powerful guy at that. And look what he's done to the field.
I think United Healthcare would be extremely happy if Brad White got the national championship.
Yeah.
The reason why is he's always been known as the consummate workhorse for the team, leading out a Hilton Clark, being the domestique that he is on the Criterium circuit. Well, he has been given the opportunity here potentially to get up the road, and as a great breakaway rider, Brad has full potential of winning a national championship. Estellas has been caught out, it does appear. I don't think I see anybody from Estellas in that group right now, Brad, so that's going to cause a reaction from them, I'm sure.
Good to see Ben Wolf tweeting in there, watching with the USA Cycling U23 Junior program, cheering on their man Tanner Putt from their training house in Sittard over there, the USA Cycling training house. Boy, what a ride Tanner has had.
Wow, yeah.
Shadle Priest, Paris-Roubaix, this guy's been incredible. Now riding for the United Healthcare team and racing here in Greenville. So fresh off Paris-Roubaix, straight into the Greenville Pro Criterium National Championship.
There is something interesting. That's a great point you bring up. Shuttle Priest, Paris-Roubaix, 2 6+ hour bike races where you're on the cobbles, you're in the wind, you're in the cold. Oh, and guess what? We're going to send you back to the United States of America, fly you across the world, and we want you to go in and be a racer for the National Criterium Championship. We've seen that a couple of times. I recall a couple of years ago when Jake Keogh did that. He came back and he had ridiculous form, but it took him like half the race to remember how to race as a crit racer.
Yeah, it is 10:45 at night in Paris right now, so obviously a little bit of jet lag to adjust there for the riders coming over from Europe.
It does look like Zerbel dropping into that turn right there, and I think everybody seems to be quite happy with it. The only team that was caught on the back foot is Estellas, and let me take the count. It seems like every team has got a rider, and now Estellas has realized that this is dangerous right now. We've got a couple riders that are trying to come to the front. It looks like Hincapie's trying to shut that down, going straight over the top right now. Maybe actually that's Optum.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the Optum riders. And we'll call this a break. That's Ty Magner taking up the chase on the front of the field. Those guys are clear. Good look at them as they head around the corner, and the panic bells are ringing back in the field. You can tell those guys a little bit worried about what's happening right now. Look how big this group is, Chad.
Do you call this a split or do you call it a breakaway with as much riders? That looked like Scott Skwasanski coming, trying to go across. That looks like Ty Magner, of course, Brent's probably jumping up and down back at Athens, Georgia, that I said him. But Ty Magner now trying to go across. I think this is a feast or famine moment, and we are still 58 laps left to go.
No, you're absolutely right. This is a turning point in the race with such a big group going up the road, but these guys have to stick with it. They have to keep this breakaway rolling and make sure that everybody's doing their part, because now you see everybody wants a seat on the train, so everyone is coming up from the field to try to join the breakaway, and they're going to bring the rest of the riders with them.
I think Estellas, the only hope they can have is have a couple riders try to go across to that and follow wheels, because they are the team for sure that is going to lose out on this if this breakaway stays. And the little grooves, little holes are starting to form in that. That's an indication that the pace is super fast. Guys are looking around. Now we've got 4 groups of about 12 riders out on our course with 57 laps left to go. I would say this is a disheveled bike race at this point.
They can see how quickly this one fell apart, that we're all together riding as a group, and now we're seeing multiple splits out there on course with 57 laps of racing remaining. Again, that's a tall order for a breakaway, but this isn't really a break. This basically half the field has now split on the front.
And Smart Stop has decided they like this. They're going to the front to push the pace. There's 1, 2, possibly 3 Smart Stop riders. And now it looks like another Smart Stop rider is on the pin right now. And Brad trying to shake this thing up at this point. This, to me, tells us that Smart Stop is really intrigued with the concept of what we call a breakaway or a split. And look at the damage that's being done behind.
Yeah, they want to keep this one going right now. An Optum rider missing the feed there, trying to get the bottle. It's so hard to do at speed, to grab one of those bottles from your soigneur on the side of the road. You're talking about 28 miles an hour trying to get a bottle in your hand. It's a lot harder than it looks out there.
We typically don't allow feeding on a bike race, but the USA Cycling officials acquiesced to the rider's request, and I think that is a great idea. So 30 minutes in, the men can feed for an hour. then 30 minutes left in the race, they close the feeding. And it is so hard, like Brad said, in a standard road race or a stage race, it's relatively easy. Now it's kind of, I don't know, it's a bit disconcerting when you get a feed in a road race, but getting a feed in a crit at 30-plus miles an hour on a turn, that, my friends, is a great skill set. And this thing, I don't know what to make of this right now. It is certainly a mess as we've got groups of riders that are clumped together.
Yeah, so it looks like Group 1 and 2, we're calling this Group 2 that's just now heading into the turn. They're going to come together. These are the guys that are really in trouble out on the right-hand side there. And these guys continuing to power up the climb. Again, Chad, this is the toughest part of the course right here, and this is the best place to attack on that hard uphill section coming out of a corner.
Yeah, it was Wazanski just gave everything he could. And interesting, United Healthcare is sitting up there.
Yeah.
So maybe they're trying to get some reinforcements, but it did not look like Brad White wanted to go through on that. So we will see on the next pull-through. Wazanski, Optum, let's go. United Healthcare, a little bit more conservative their approach, and now it does look like Optum, it looks like Soliday has now decided he's going to take up with John Murphy on his wheel, followed by Oscar Clark of Hincapie.
So this is going to be a little more manageable than what we saw before as Isaac Howe is trying to tack on to the back of this one for the Champion System Stands No Tubes team. That's Howe in the long sleeve jersey there at the back. Just now going out of the picture. And then come these guys.
Wow, this is a jumbled mess in the most positive, most affectionate way. But you see groups of riders, and Brad said it at the outset, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
Nowhere to hide. So if you're put out on the front, you're going to have to work to try to be a part of this race right now.
Some of our viewers on Twitter earlier today predicting that a group may lap the field. This is a good-looking group for that possibility. You got guys like Tom Zerbel driving up there at the front. John Murphy is in the move for United Healthcare, so I think they're going to be happy with this one. Eric Marcotte there as well, sprinting out to the right-hand side of your screen. If these guys can roll it, we may see them go a lap up, and it's going to be 15, 20 riders who go a lap up on this field.
Usually in a crit Pro 1-2 Criterium, you'll have some passengers, some guys that aren't going to work. But with this field and the pro teams that are involved in this, you are absolutely going to have full committal from everybody. That's a great shot of Francisco Andreu, otherwise known as Fakey Frankie.
But someone's working around
Wow,
here.
yeah.
Frankie, keep an eye. Yeah.
Oh, good. We love Frankie's such a great icon in the sport of professional cycling. You know what? I think that's a good cue. I think that's way of Wes and the rest of the production crew to say that we need to swap out. We need to Fakey Frankie. Get out, Chad. Get back out on the stage. Hey, Brad, how about I come back in a few minutes?
I hope you do.
I will. All right, so I'm back to Brad, and I'm back to the main stage. Thanks for following, guys.
All right, that's Chad Andrews joining us in the booth. We're going to swap him out with Frankie Andreu here in just a bit. The lead group that you're looking at, just under 39 minutes into this race with 54 laps of racing remaining. There are 15 guys in this split right here, ending with that Estelis rider who's just made the bridge. So 15 riders clear here, and this is all of a sudden a very, very dangerous move. All right, so we're going to get inventory of the riders in this breakaway. We do have a few confirmed big names, as obviously that is Eric Marcotte on the front looking oh so strong. Tom Zerbel just flying by your picture there for the Optum Pro Cycling team. And these guys are in big trouble now, because if you miss this move, you're going to have quite a bit of work ahead of you. Well, being joined by a very special guest in the booth right now, a man who knows a little something about some riders in the breakaway right now. The man himself, George Hincapie, joining us here in the booth. George, welcome. Happy to be here in South Carolina.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to have this Criterium National Championships here in my hometown. Greenville's been a great supporter of cycling, and we're just proud to be here. The team's looking great today.
George, tell us a little bit about the Hincapie Racing team. These guys have been incredible over the last few years. Dropping the Devo, though, no longer the Hincapie Devo team. These guys are full-fledged pros now.
Yeah, they're full-fledged pros. We're excited about last year. We won a stage Tour Colorado. We got selected to the Ambien Tour California this year. Big things are in store for this season, and just hoping now we can get a win tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, how big would it be to get one of the young guys in the Stars and Stripes jersey? They're not that young anymore, but to have one of your guys in the Stars and Stripes would be huge for you.
It would be huge, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting race, not a huge peloton, so tactics are going to really take place here. As you see already, there's been a lot of splits in the group, and we have a few guys up in the front, and hopefully it remains that way.
George, you remember the last Criterium you raced? Do you remember the last time you were on a circuit like this?
That's funny. Funny you asked. My buddies were just asking me, and no, the last time I did a Criterium was a long time ago.
It's been a while. Any desire to get back out there? I think we can probably still get you a number and get you in.
Absolutely not. No, I did a nice 3-hour bike ride today in the mountains, and nice, safe, no risks. It was good.
And George, you're enjoying retirement quite a bit here in South Carolina. You've got your hotel. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm doing. I'm not bored at all. I've been busy with new projects here. We're working on with the team and the hotel and the clothing companies, keeping me quite busy. And I also still love riding my bike. So between all those things, it's been fun.
And that's what's most important. That you still enjoy being on the bike.
Absolutely.
Well, 52 laps to go, 15 riders away, including a few Hincapie Racing riders in the breakaway. George, you got to like the situation here. 15 guys in a break, and you've got 2 Hincapie boys up the road.
Yeah, it's a good situation. UHC has got 4 up there, 4 strong guys. Smart Stop's got a couple guys, so it's going to be interesting. You'll see a lot of aggressive racing coming up here. Ty obviously is our fastest guy, and I hope that he stays with the first guys for now.
Do you think this group is going to split 15 riders? Do you think they're going to be all together with 15 guys at the end of this race, or will that become 2 smaller groups?
I think it'll become 2 smaller groups. UHC does not have a full squad. They have 4, but I don't believe that they'll control it. I think it'll be, as you see, it's already 4 guys going up the road, so I would think it'll split up.
All right, well, 4 guys splitting it once again, and Hincapie is there, so things looking good for George Hincapie and his boys. George, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for stopping in. We
Absolutely.
appreciate having you.
Thank you very much.
That's George Hincapie joining us in the booth here, cheering on his Hincapie Racing team here in Greenville, South Carolina.
Scott is trying to break across right now, so we do have another rider, John Mercantile on there. Scott Kuzan is the last rider through from Auckland Play Dynamic Strategies. And here comes one more rider trying to bring across. That's Williams for Estelle trying to get go. He's also tagged on by rider number 2. So to have it happen on with Jeff Anson there. And pretty soon this thing's going to come down to riders that aren't in the breakaway get dropped off the back of the accelerator. This is turning out to be an excellent move.
All right, so back at 51 laps of racing remaining. And I think this is the split that we were talking about earlier as things are starting to fall apart both in the breakaway and what we're now calling the field. Tough to call it a breakaway. 15 out of the 39 riders, so it's really more of a separation than anything else. But they have made it away, and these guys are getting closer and closer to lapping this field.
Across in onesies and twosies and threesies. And that, my friends, is the hardest thing to do in this sport. Going across to a breakaway or a field split right there. There's no pot. He's followed by Brad White.
Good look at the gap there from the line. I'm going to say that's right around 20, 30 seconds now, as that's Drew Christopher trying to make the bridge, jumping out of the group. And it's a tough position to be in right now because it is such a big gap now that is a tall order to fill to try to bridge that gap up to the front. So noticeably absent from this lead breakaway Astellas and Lupus without riders, and now someone else going here. This might be Tom Soliday from Optum Pro Cycling. We'll get confirmation on the solo rider away out of the group at 50 laps to go. Long time to try to go solo here for an Optum rider. There's Christopher, stuck in no man's land right now, heading up to the top of that little climb. That might actually be Wazanski as they head in. Chasing him down, though, is United Healthcare, always keeping an eye on any move that goes. That's Adrian Hedgevari wearing number 11, just swinging off to the side at the back. Brad White is the UHC rider sitting second wheel. And I think that's Travis McCabe sitting third. So this is going to be another split. And here comes Hincapie. So now the group of what was 15 working so well together, starting to fall apart here. I want to correct myself. I said earlier that there wasn't an Astellas rider in this break. Just saw the red jersey of Astellas, so they do have a rider in the move of 15. But this one's starting to fall apart now. Well, this group, I think we knew from the beginning that this group was too big to work together for the remainder of this race at 49 laps to go. We knew that there was going to be a split somewhere out of this group. And it took Optum to step on the gas. 4 guys away right now. We'll see if they're going to try and keep this one rolling. And that is Tom Soliday on the front as he takes a look back. Oscar Clark, the Hincapie rider, at the back. So Brad White, Travis McCabe, Tom Soliday, and Oscar Clark, your 4 riders away. That's going to be Isaac Howe on the front of the chase effort, trying to close it down. And these guys are sitting on Howe's wheel right now saying, hey, this is great, keep it up. Hogan Sills is the rider that I missed for Astellas in this breakaway as well. Just caught the rider wearing number 33 out of Champaign, Illinois. So let's run down those names very quickly as we do have our 15 breakaway riders confirmed here, starting with Eric Marcotte, followed by Oscar Clark, Adrian Hedgevari, John Murphy, Scott Swazanski, Travis McCabe, Tom Soliday, Brad White, Ty Magner, Eric Young, Shane Klein, Isaac Howe, Tom Zerbel, Luke Keogh, and Hogan Sills, the 15 riders clear, as we're being joined by Frankie Andreu, who's been keeping an eye on this breakaway. Frankie, the real thing to look at here is the team makeup of the riders in the breakaway.
No, that's exactly right. And the teams that have numbers in the front group, they have an advantage. There's 4 Optum riders in this front group, and they have Eric Young there. They're going to be extremely happy with that. 2 Smart Stop riders, 2 Hincapie riders, and 4 United riders. And the United, Luke Keogh, fantastic sprinter. They have Bradley White, who was second last year in the Criterium National Championships. They have the current Criterium National Champion with Murphy, and then Adrian Hedgevari. So a strong team from United, but these guys aren't sitting around. They're attacking each other because they realize this is too large a group. Many of the riders are trying to just sit on and not kind of keep this group going away. But I think in the next 2 laps, I was surprised how the main pack was reducing the gap to that break. I thought they might have a chance to bring it back. But in the next 2 laps, I think that's really going to be decided if this group actually just goes away and laps the field or if they're going to catch. Because they can't keep up this kind of pace for however many, 47 more laps.
So this is Brad White and Tom Soliday, who are getting a little bit of daylight between themselves and the other 13 riders in this move. That's Brad White in the blue and white jersey for United Healthcare, Tom Soliday with the red helmet of Optum Pro Cycling. And this is going to be Eric Marcotte taking charge for Smart Stop to chase down that move and keep these guys all together.
And this is where the advantage for United Healthcare is going to come in, because Smart Stop with only 2 riders, they're going to have to react to a lot more attacks and then United Healthcare is going to be able to sit on and just kind of take a free ride. So for Team Optum, they're kind of in that situation too. One rider, definitely. Anybody that attacks, you need to have someone there, and that's exactly what they just did right here with Marcotte, Murphy, Zazansky. Now the other riders can sit on. Hincapie has to be careful not to miss out on this move, because then they're going to get caught with all the United and Smart Stop and Optum guys and no one to chase.
Adrian Hedgeberry takes over on the front now for United Healthcare.
That's a big gap.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, I think, are gone as that field not even in sight around that final turn. Frankie, talk about being out of sight in a Criterium race like this. If these guys can get around turn number 1 before the field hits turn number 4, that's a huge advantage for the breakaway.
It will be a huge advantage, and not so much a huge advantage for the breakaway, but the breakaway won't really realize that they're out of sight. But in that main field, once that front group is gone, you kind of realize the gap is too big and there's nothing you can do about it, and then that main group is just going to start riding around, and before you know it, it'll actually happen pretty quickly. The break will end up lapping the field, and then we'll have riders all mixed up who are one lap down to the riders that are in the lead. But, of course, in a Criterium, they will all end up finishing on the same lap. So I believe our winner is going to come from this group. It's a matter of they're going to attack, and it's going to split up. So it might come down to a group of 4 or 5, because I can't imagine this staying together like this.
Look at the Hincapie, or the United Healthcare guys on the left-hand side of your screen. That's John Murphy talking with his teammate Adrian Hedgeberry. What do you talk about in a situation like this? Are you kind of getting an inventory of how the riders are feeling? Are you planning strategy? What's the conversation like in a breakaway like this?
Well, it might be a little bit of inventory, but mainly I think with Hedgeberry and Murphy talking, or even Bradley White, it's like saying if anybody goes, you have to have somebody in there. We have 4 guys in this group, which means we need to cover, and then the other guys can sit on. So if somebody's attacking, you need to make sure that you cover it. You can't make a mistake, because you don't want to get caught behind and having to do a big chase. So they're going to keep attacking each other right now. It might take a while for them to decide how this is going to split up, but eventually this group should splinter, and you might have a group of 5.
Yeah, things settling down there as they hit the line. We've already seen a few attacks try to go. Brad White put in a dig for United Healthcare. Tom Soliday spent some time off the front as well with him, but that one was brought back together. It's not going to be the first time you try to get a split, Frankie, but you just have to keep trying. You kind of got to keep chipping at it, and eventually you'll get a split out of that group of 15.
Exactly, you have to keep chipping at it. And there's certain riders that probably want to keep this group together, like United Healthcare. They have Luke Keogh, very fast. They also have Brad White. So they have some sprinters there. Of course, with Eric Young, they would want to keep this together with Team Optum. Everybody else, not necessarily. Isaac Howe is on his own. He's going to have a tough time. He's just going to have to follow, but he can follow the sprinters. Isaac Howe, if I was him, I would just follow Eric Young or Luke Keogh, let them kind of take you to the line, hopefully, and that's the kind of gamble you have to take when you're by yourself in this large of a group.
Good look at Hogan Sills on the back of this group, wearing number 33 for the Estellas cycling team. And again, looks like another split coming here at the front as Ty Magner lays on the gas a little bit here. Magner being followed by Tom Soliday once again. And John Murphy, again, last year's winner in this break as well. It's sitting third wheel right now, wearing number 1. Another split. Great job by UHC here. Murphy was in that move, and then the other UHC rider did a nice job to slow things down and let that gap open up. That's exactly what we're seeing right here. So this is going to be 4 guys clear.
Magner, Soliday, Murphy, Marcotte. So 4 of the strong teams. Couple of the teams that had 4 riders are all up there. So everyone has a representative up here, except for the guys who are by themselves or on their own in that main group. So that Isaac Howe, sensing that danger, says, I better go now, because all these guys behind him, they're just going to sit on. No one would even come through. So Isaac Howe needs to make a move now, cross his fingers that somebody might come over the top to help him.
Yeah, the only 2 riders that need to go right now are Isaac Howe for the Champion System Stands No Tubes team, and Hogan Sills for the Estellas cycling team, the only teams that aren't represented in that group of 4 up the road. Sills has been at the back the entire time here, so I think he's just trying to get back on here, try and recover just a little bit, and he's going to be disappointed to see that move going up the road.
Yeah, Hogan doesn't look like he's going anywhere, so this is it's disappointment for Isaac Howe. He knows the danger. There's just nothing he can do about it. I mean, these are 4 extremely strong riders. They're going 25 miles an hour. How the heck are you going to bridge this kind of a gap? And you're going to have then United and Hincapie and Smart Stop all sitting on you, just getting ready to counterattack. So Optum now countering out of this group, trying to take advantage of the other riders looking at each other. They would then have the advantage because if he can get up there, you'll have 2 Optums in the first group.
Yeah, 43 laps to go, even for 4 guys. That's quite a bit of work in front of them. So it looks like Optum is going to try to send one more rider. Now, this rider has to make sure that he doesn't bring the field with him. And look at this. This is going back to the rest of the field. So this is going to be 16th and 17th place on the road. I don't even know if there's anyone left on this course. I think those guys that missed the move might have been pulled. They're certainly out of sight here on the finishing stretch. We'll get confirmation on that. That is not official information just yet, as just can't see them on the finishing stretch. So it's at least 35, 40 seconds from the back of what was a group of 15 and is now a group of what will be 4 and 11, and then the field behind them.
Group of 4 and 11, and we saw the riders in this 11 group attacking each other. It's almost like a game of chess. They're all checking each other. If Optum goes, United's going to neutralize that move. And this is interesting. Look at them. They're all coasting. They're not happy with this move. Look at Marcotte. So Murphy decides to keep it going, but Ty Magner didn't want that to keep going. Jesse Anthony didn't want it to keep going. And Eric Marcotte, unbelievable.
The gap is holding right at about 35 seconds. And look,
I'm sorry, that was Thomas Soliday. So
John Murphy with a wry smile.
they're not pushing the pace the first 4 as they kind of go through here. And so in the back, they're not pushing the pace. So the gap is kind of staying the same. But as I mentioned, Isaac Howe sensing, look, if these guys in the front aren't pulling away, I got to try to get across there as soon as possible. He's getting onto the back of Scott Zazanski and hoping that he'll be able to get pulled across to that front group. But they're neutralizing each other, these big teams, because they don't want to give anybody an advantage of having an extra rider in the front group.
Yeah, Zazanski tried to get up there. I think that was the rider that was trying to make the bridge, but realized that he was taking riders with him and said, this isn't exactly how I saw this thing going. So now these guys talking to each other. That's Eric Marcotte having a few words with Ty Magner. John Murphy, the 3rd rider in line there, and then Tom Soliday sitting at the back of that group of 4.
I'm not sure what they're not happy about.
Yeah.
It seems like a good move. They're all good sprinters. They're all relatively fast. And the thing is, if they can keep working together, they should be able to get around to lap the field. And once they get in the field, they'll have a ton of support. They have other riders that are in the field that'll be able to help them continue staying. But look, they're coasting. They're not interested. This group is going to come back. We're going to have a group of 15 again. Magner, Murphy, Soliday, and Marcotte are just like, this isn't working, and they're not happy with this, and I'm not exactly sure why. But somebody, either a director, is saying, hey, if you tell one rider to sit on, that upsets the other riders, and everybody's like, all right, forget it, then we're not going to go. So all it takes is one director to kind of shut things down, and it'll shut everything down for everybody.
Yeah, and they are absolutely pulling the plug. I'm with you. I'm not sure I understand this move, but that's why we're not directors anymore for some of us.
Well, the only one I can think is Zazanski is pulling right here, and Eric Young is in this group. So I think Ty Magner, who's fast, Marcotte, who's fast, they weren't exactly happy with having Soliday in that front group from Optum. They want to be able to bring it back. They're going to be working for Eric Young, who they know is probably one of the quickest out of this group. So Team Optum saying, hey, you're going to sit on. The other riders didn't like that, and so now the whole group comes back, and we have a group of 15 together.
Yeah, watch for the counter here, though. As quickly as that one came back, I think we're going to see more riders going away. You know, the other thing, it could have just been riders that weren't feeling great in the breakaway. You saw Eric Marcotte rubbing his leg as they kind of sat up heading into the last turn. Maybe the guys just said, look, I don't feel very good in this breakaway. I don't think I'm going to be able to sprint for my team, so I want to have another rider in the breakaway. I want this one to come back together. A lot of things that could have gone on out there on the course. The only riders that know are the 15 guys wearing helmets on your screen right now.
I love how Hogan Sills is riding this race from Estella Cycling Team. He's there by himself in a group of 15 with some of the strongest riders in the nation trying to win a national championship. He made the move. I mean, that's half the battle. He made the move, and now he's just sitting back and following, trying to stay as rested as possible for another 40 laps. I mean, there's 41 more laps. It's a long ways to go. So he's rolling the dice a little bit. He's taking a little bit of a gamble that this group might stay together, and that's what you need to do. So I believe smart tactically, and so far, as long as he can keep his legs underneath him, he'll have a good chance of being there at the end. So a nice ride by Hogan Sills so far. As the rest of the riders, they're just free for all, attacking each other. And it'll be interesting to see how far they are in the back to lapping these riders. I'm not sure what the distance is until they come to that. I believe that's Phil Guyman right there. So the lead riders might be coming around pretty soon to be able to lap the field, and then again, that's a whole reshuffling of the deck. Everything starts over.
Well, now the big men in this group of 15 coming to the front. Adrian Hejvari and Tom Zerbel having a look at the front. Hejvari wearing number 11, diving in there for the United Healthcare team. And 40 laps to go. Back on board from the back of the field here, or the back of what we're calling the lead group of 15 riders. And look how strung out these guys are, Frankie. Single file from front to back, then they spread out in the feed zone on the climb here. A lot of guys grabbing bottles here. You want to do it while you can.
Well, now the group of 15 sitting up and trying to figure out what's going to happen.
So this is McCabe going to the front now, and I think this is why Marcotte sat up. I think they're riding for Travis McCabe today. Eric Marcotte found himself in the breakaway and said, this just isn't right. This isn't how we planned it. And now McCabe sits up.
So
again, it's like a chess match. They're testing each other. They'll attack to see who goes with it, to see who reacts to the situation. They keep moving to see who has good legs and who's interested in chasing things down. But it's unbelievable that that group of 15 has a chance of coming back, because right now on the front, this is Team Optum riding tempo on the front of the main group, because that's Guyman. So this is the main peloton as they're riding on the front. They're saying it's only 25 seconds, so that's doable. Guyman, Jesse Anthony, all riding on the front. They have Eric Young in the front. I would be happy with an Eric Young.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is certainly one of the weirdest men's crits we've ever watched, as we saw that early split. I think the small field has something to do with the way that this race is playing out. You don't see a lot of crits that start with just 39 riders. But again, very strict criteria to race here at their professional Criterium National Championships.
No, it does make it more challenging with the smaller peloton, or the smaller group that started. It makes it more strategy, more tactics, because there's not a whole lot of place to sit, and you have to really be able to counter moves and follow moves and make sure you're with the right guy. So that's a perfect example of Hincapie, Smart, Stop, United. They all react immediately. When one person sneezes, they all sneeze. They all follow each other. Now Optum's sensing the danger, and they're going to come up. So this just repeats this pattern until somebody makes a mistake, or they don't have the legs to bridge across the gap at 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think the other problem was maybe a little early in the race for that breakaway. 38 laps, probably too much for those four guys. So they came back in. How about Brad White super tucking behind a Hincapie Racing rider here?
Yeah, Oscar Clark going on the front by himself. He decides, you know what? Headwind, no wind, little hill. I'm just going to pull as hard as I can to try to split this group, and we'll see who's strong enough to be able to come with me. And it's kind of, again, a check on the other riders. Like if he goes super hard and puts in a big dig, who can respond to that? Who has good legs still with 38 laps to go in the Criterium? Because you might feel good at one Criterium and you might show up at another crit and you're just a different person. Yep. Sometimes you have great legs and sometimes you have bad legs, and you don't know it until you test the other riders to see who's going well and who's not.
More attacking coming out of the group here, as this is going to be the move initiated by the Hincapie rider. As that's Adrian Hejvari tacked onto the back. It's funny, we talked about this earlier, how quickly you can go from the front to the back. Travis McCabe on the front right now. Brad White sitting second wheel. There's Eric Young now starting to show his face on the front. The former Criterium National Champion, now riding for the Optum Pro Cycling Team. And then this is going to be your main field. So this is 16th place on, being led by Phil Guyman right now.
And they're just riding at, looks like a steady tempo. It doesn't look like they're riding very hard. I'm not sure if they look like they're going through just on the backstretch. So this lead break doesn't seem too close to catching them. And that might be why Optum is riding, is they actually don't want this group to be able to catch the main peloton, because then that will strengthen United's lead-out train, and they don't want that to happen. So they want the break to stay away, let those guys take care of themselves. They don't want to be able to lap, because that might help more United Healthcare than it would help Optum, and so that's why Optum's riding in the main group.
You are absolutely right. Great call, Frankie. The worst thing in the world.
That was a guess. It was a good guess.
I think you're right here, though. The worst thing in the world that could happen would be that United Healthcare gets the full strength of the train. Now, Optum isn't quite as well versed in the Criterium as United Healthcare. Optum has been kind of focusing more on road races, whereas United Healthcare has what they call the Crit Squad. It's a dedicated team of riders who pretty much race Criteriums year-round. A lot of those riders here today, obviously not all of them, because they do have some international riders on that Crit Squad. But if I had to pick United Healthcare's train against Optum's train in a Criterium like this, I'd go UHC every time.
No, as you mentioned, United Healthcare has a hit squad, and they win every time they go to a national cycling calendar race. They usually win, put a couple guys on the podium, and in 2013, I think they won almost every NCC race. So they have a great Criterium squad. They have the speed, they have the power, and I believe they don't want this lead group to catch back up to the main group, so to be able to give United even more horsepower to be able to help them with the finish. So Travis McCabe on the front with John Murphy, Soliday, and then Sills, as these riders are trying to come up to. This is a Zerbel and Hegavari, and so I don't think Hegavari is going to go anywhere with this, and that's Oscar Clark coming up. Oscar Clark would like to go with that to be able to separate himself, to give him a chance away from the sprinters.
Yeah, Tom Zerbel is a great guy to go into a breakaway with. He's one of the best, if not the best, time trialist in this field racing the Criterium here, so he can basically put his head down and do a time trial here for the last 36 laps. Hedgeberry going to contribute as they hit the downhill.
And the team missing Smart Stop. So now we should see Smart Stop on the front,
and
trying to bring that back.
Yep,
because there are only two Smart Stop riders. So normally, instead of just chasing and keeping it steady, this is what you'll do, is you'll attack and try and take a flyer, get across as quick as possible, and then you're there. The problem is there's two United guys going across with them, so it can become dangerous as you try to bridge across the gap.
You know, there's only so many matches in the match book, and every time you put in an effort, when you bridge a gap, when you make an attack, when you follow a move, that's burning one match, and these guys have to make sure that they leave enough firepower for the finish. So even right now, the way that they're forcing Smart Stop to chase is a huge advantage. I don't think Zerbel is going to be the man for the Stars and Stripes jersey today, but he's certainly making Eric Marcotte burn through some of those matches. So even though they're going to get caught here, a successful move by Tom Zerbel, because he forced Marcotte to chase for the Smart Stop team.
No, exactly. Marcotte using up some power and some energy as he tries to get up there. Travis Livermore coming through. There's Isaac Howe with the gap. He's looking around to say, hey, somebody going to come by to help me out to close this gap. And Isaac Howe is finding himself more and more in trouble, and he's going to run out of legs pretty soon. This is going to be, I mean, if he can stay there, it's going to be a remarkable job for him to be able to remain in that group, because these guys are really starting to push the pace. And look at the blue and white of United. There's one Hincapie, the two United, and Sills also doing a fantastic ride of reading the race, sensing when it's dangerous and sensing when it's not dangerous. Obviously risking a little bit, thinking that something might come back, but so far it's paying off for him.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time. You don't have to be the strongest guy. You just have to be the smartest rider in the race. And right now, I think safe to say that's Hogan Sills. Meanwhile, it looks like Isaac Howe having a little bit of trouble on the back. He had a little bit of gap there. It's going to be the rider wearing number 13. He'll be coming into your picture. Actually, they're going to pan away from him, but he is just a little bit off the back for the Champion System Stands No Tubes team. As your 15 leaders make their way around the final turn, there is Howe just off the back. He's done. Oh, look at how cooked Isaac Howe is right now. That is a cracked man.
That's when you're alone in a group. You just get worked over because the other riders sit on you and they wait for you to do all the work, and then they jump across right over you, and there's no chance. So Isaac Howe 34 laps to go, really was in a tough situation to be able to stay there. So now the lone rider is Hogan Sills. Can Hogan Sills stay there as all of these riders attack each other like nonstop?
Frankie, this feeling that Isaac Howe has right now doesn't get much worse than the bonk in a race like this. A lot of folks have never experienced it. When you hit that wall in a bike race like this, you're done. I mean, you can barely even turn the pedals over to keep the bike upright.
No, exactly. I mean, you can't, you're done. Your legs seize up. You can't pedal anymore. You just coast, and you can go like 5 miles an hour, not 25. And that's how far that these riders push themselves. They push themselves on the limit. You know, they feel the lactic acid, the heart rate's at 180 to 200. It's nonstop. And eventually the fatigue just sets in and you lose power and you don't have, the muscles just can't handle it anymore. And that's the end of it. This is the main group, our main field with Optum still in the front, trying to prevent the break from lapping the field as we go back here to
this is going to be your break.
The break, yes. That's Oscar Clark on the front, coasting. Everybody kind of, again, reassessing the situation. They've got rid of one rider, Oscar Clark. Everybody else here is a teammate. They're all teammates with each other, or they all have teammates with each other, but it's the main 4 teams, along with Hogan Sills from Estella Cycling, infiltrated this bunch, which is a fantastic ride by him.
He's got to be feeling good right now, finding himself in what will surely be the winning move today, at least I think. Barring any major issues for these riders, it's hard to see these, what are now 14 riders getting caught before the end of the day. The gap is now smaller from the front of the breakaway to the back of the field, so they're more than a half lap up on the rest of the field. And I think it's only a matter of time before the catch is made, Frankie. I do think these guys will lap the field before the end of the race, if that's what they want, if that's what they're interested in. But as you pointed out earlier, it looks like Optum is working to keep the breakaway out of the field. They don't want the break to lap the field because they don't want to have the full strength of the United Healthcare Blue Train to sprint against at the end of this race.
Not willing to sit back. They just continue to attack each other.
Yeah, this is a smart stop going again. And Frankie, in a race like this, some folks asking on Twitter about riders attacking in the feed zone. It's not really a taboo thing in a criterium like this because you have multiple laps where you can feed. In a road race, there's only 1 or 2 feed zones, and so it's kind of a gentleman's agreement that you won't attack in the feed zone in a road race, but not really a big deal in the criterium because you can pretty much take a bottle whenever you want on any lap.
No, exactly. So it's not like there's one feed zone in the whole time where you have like one chance to be able to get a bottle. So you have every lap. So attacking in the feed zone, it's normal, it's accepted, and you can attack every lap to go through and kind of pressure each other. And a lot of times you might even use the feed zone to your advantage, like trying to like swing over, pushing the other riders towards that feed zone area so they might have to slow down. But definitely not taboo in a crit to be able to attack through a feed zone. So
it's going to be Brad White on the front for the United Healthcare team as they round it very, very quickly. And there goes your field through the line, which means we should be seeing these guys coming around turn number 4 here in just a bit as they're showing 31 laps to go on the counter.
This is the break on the back stretch as they're heading slowly towards turn number 3. Really, they're just kind of figuring things out, seeing who's going to do what as different riders take turns attacking. Smart Stop on the move. There's 3 riders from Smart Stop in this group. 3 really good riders with McCabe, Marcotte, and Klein, Shane Klein. So they keep attacking like mad, and I believe this is the back of, I don't want to say, that might have been Zerbel in the back there, so that'd be the back of the break. Yeah, that was the back of the break, and you see our camera guys back there doing a fantastic job driving around here, bringing us this fantastic coverage of the U.S. Criterium National Championship presented by Volkswagen here in Greenville, South Carolina. 32 laps to go. A long ways to go, Brad.
Yeah, so I think we're going to be seeing the field here, and this should give us a good idea. There you go. So these guys are getting closer to making the catch. That is the breakaway, and the field is just behind them. So, Frankie, it's really now down to only 20 seconds. This breakaway all of a sudden doesn't look so great here with 30 laps of racing remaining.
I would not have expected this. This is unbelievable that this is going to come back together and reshuffle the deck. I mean, it's amazing because it seems like a very good group off the front. So a reshuffling of the deck with 30 laps to go. Whoever's in that main group, they can thank their lucky stars that it's coming back together, because they're going to have a shot for that Stars and Stripes jersey, which I thought was long gone.
Yeah, you know, really two factors that brought this one back together. I think the guys in the breakaway started playing games. We saw how slow they were going earlier, and the guys in the field put in a pretty solid dig as well. So we'll say 20-25 seconds from our lead group of 14 riders back to the rest of the field as things starting to get interesting here in Greenville, South Carolina. I want to say thanks to everybody once again watching from all over the world. We've been taking your tweets all day with hashtag CritNats. I want to say thanks to Frankie Andreu joining us as well. This is one of our youngest fans. Another bike racer, Marco Aliti, watching with his daughter at home. And I love seeing these pictures. This is, I think, Eric Young's brother cheering on the former Criterium national champion, rocking the Optum jersey. Jamie Gilgan watching, I think she's back home in Canada now. And again, so good to have all these pictures coming in. Keep them coming. We love seeing where you're watching from. Love seeing the fans tuning in to our Criterium National Championships here in Greenville. Oh, it doesn't get much cuter than that. Watching on the iPad. They start them early with technology, these bike racing fans. Again, if you want to get internet famous, send us a tweet. I am at Brad Sohner. Our official hashtag this weekend is hashtag CritNats. Keep those pictures coming. We'll try our best to get them up on the air, and you can tell all your family and friends that you were on the live stream for about 5 seconds. So showing 30 laps to go on the counter. Riders still feeding in the feed zone. Just saw Adrian Hedgevari take a bottle from the Sohner there. And there's a good look at the gap that has been coming down over the last few laps as those guys were just heading into the feed zone, and this is why. These guys playing games at the front, no one taking charge, and they're paying for it.
Because Frankie and I are scratching our heads on how to try to call it.
All right, so now headed to the line. Look, the Optum rider on the front taking a look back, waiting to get caught. So now it is very clear that Optum wants this one to come back together. Optum has had plenty of opportunities to try to help out back in the chase effort. Those guys just not interested.
Smart stop.
And there you hear Frankie telling the riders 25 seconds is the gap as Smart Stop rolls through first, second, and third. Now again, that's the main field that you're looking at. This is the front of the bike race right now as three riders try to get a split again. Soliday, Murphy, and Marcotte, your three riders away. Again, that one just not gonna stick. Also seeing Drew Christopher in the back of this group now. Not sure where he came from. I don't know if he was a bridge rider, if I just missed him earlier, but I did see number 4 of Drew Christopher, sorry for the champion system, Stan's No Tubes team out of Denver, Colorado. So there have been some riders that did join because I'm noticing 2 Astellas riders in there now. Hogan Sills was the original rider wearing number 33, and I'll try and identify that rider at the back for you here.
They have some fast guys in that group. And as we can see here,
And I think that's Peter Oljanizak, wearing number 30. Unofficial right now, but that will put 2 Stellis riders into the breakaway. So big development here as we see not a reshuffling, but some new cards being dealt up into the breakaway at 28 laps to go. So as that beautiful Volkswagen pace car speeds away, let's take a minute to step away and thank Volkswagen, our sponsor here at the USA Cycling Professional Criterium National Championships.
Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy.
This one's not noisy at all.
Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on.
It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing
It's
on.
on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet.
It's a Passat or a Facade?
It's a Passat. Something stinks, I'm telling you.
It must be the diesel.
It's not the diesel, Josie. The new diesels don't smell bad.
Oh my God, it smells like marinated camel crap. What the hell?
It's not the diesel.
Oh, it's tuna. He needs a bath. Here, smell
That's
it.
what it is. I don't
smell.
get out of here, Mary.
Tuna?
Phew.
Hashtag tuna melts my heart. Whatever the hell that means.
These cars are fuel hogs.
Not this one. Hashtag over 800 miles on one tank.
Hashtag fuel efficient.
Hashtag Passat.
What do you got to use hashtag for?
Mary hates hashtag.
I like hashtag.
Shut up with the hashtag, please. Just say it's a beautiful car.
Hashtag Volkswagen.
Hashtag diesel.
God, I don't know what the hell a hashtag is.
Hashtag German engineering.
I'm Frankie Andreu, and we're here in Greenville, South Carolina for USA Cycling's Volkswagen Professional National Criterium Championships. 4-corner circuit about 1 mile long, and I hopped into the Volkswagen GRC Beetle to take a look at the course. From the beginning, these riders are going to be very compact. They're going to be all together, so they have to figure out how to move up, how to get through everyone. The last thing you want to do is crash right in the start of the race. The whole time, though, they have to be thinking about setting into this corner. First corner, trying to get the hole shot, they're going to swing way wide to the right, cut the apex of the corner, and accelerate coming out of it, trying to keep their momentum and keep their speed. It's only about 10 seconds in between the two corners, so you can't really do much but hold your position. On this corner, cutting that apex, but you're going to have to gear down and shift to try to keep some momentum going up the hill. As you go up the hill, you're going to come onto the back stretch. Lots of room, lots of space to be able to move up and move quick. Just a little bit of a downhill. It's fast. They're going to be thinking about when to move up, when to pass, but the whole time they're trying to move up and trying to get back up to the front, they have to be thinking about setting up for the next corner. The third corner, you're going to see the riders. They're going to put their knee out to lower their center of gravity. Their outside leg is going to be pushing down on the pedals, keeping their body weight over the middle of the bike to keep as much traction on the 23 to 25 millimeter tires as possible. The last corner, extremely fast. 30, 35 miles an hour, they're going to whip it around here. It's extremely narrow, so it's tight. They have to be careful, but you got to come around that corner in first or second position because this downhill sprint to the finish will be extremely fast. It's the rider who got through the criterium, saved enough energy by cornering correctly, and had enough speed at the end to beat everyone that's going to be the winner of the national championships. The course might only be 4 corners long and extremely narrow. Despite being repetitious, there's a constant focus needed in order to win the Stars and Stripes. Thanks for checking out the Criterium course preview. I'm Frankie Andreu.
Frankie doing a great job with our friends from Volkswagen, being joined in the booth now by Chad Andrews, who's been out on the course. So, Chad, we had some new riders join this breakaway, which I missed, but the gap got pretty small out there. You've been monitoring this one from the stage.
Yeah, Stellis and Champion Systems, they were the two teams that were caught out, especially Champion Systems when Isaac Howe came out, we were doing the commentary on the stage, and when Champion Systems heard that, all 4-alarm fire. They sent riders across as much as they possibly could, and that allowed them to have one rider represented, because that would not go over well if they did. So now we have 17 riders. I think 17 riders are now in the breakaway, and the gap went from 55 to 25 to 30, so it seems to be waffling right around that 25 to 30 second mark. This has been I don't want to use strange, but an intriguing race, because the lead group of 15 have attacked, sat up, bridged, attacked, and now Adrian Hedgeberry is going again.
Yeah, really quite a bit of back and forth here all day in Greenville. As, man, just when it looked like this breakaway was going to come back, all of a sudden things are looking a little better for the guys out there right now. At 24 laps of racing remaining, Tom Zerbel working to close down the gap to one of the United Healthcare riders up the road. That's Adrian Hedgeberry, who has now opened up a little bit of space.
Yeah, and Adrian, again, we talked about Brad White being the consummate workhorse for United Healthcare. Adrian's another guy. Last weekend we were talking on the main stage. He was actually in a chase group of 5 to try to lap the field, because he had 3 teammates that lapped the field, and he was called back off of that group and told back to go back to the peloton. So this might be a great way to pay Adrian back for all of his hard work and maybe get him the Stars and Stripes jersey, because the only time we talk about Adrian is when his teammates win. He is always, always doing the punch the clock thing. Check in, check out.
Yeah, that would be huge for him. As getting a look at Drew Christopher on the back of this group for the Champion Systems Stands No Tubes team. This is one of the riders who made the bridge out of the field to join the breakaway, and that's a huge, huge ride.
This is the second time he's gone, too. He went earlier in the race to try to get up the road, and he was in an initial breakaway. As you see, a great shot of Hedgeberry as he takes into that turn. Now it looks like we've got Swazanski going to go to the chase. It's just like this constant reset where typically, Brad, we talk about a flow in a Criterium. This one's been somewhat hectic and chaotic.
Continues to push the pace.
So Hedgeberry still solo by himself, just dangling off the front here with 23 laps remaining. You can see the clock there. That is our elapsed time in the upper right-hand corner, 1 hour and 27 minutes. But still got 23 laps of racing remaining. This is going to be a race of attrition today, Chad.
Yeah, there goes, it looks like McCabe is trying to go. And again, Estellas is trying to put another rider in the move. And, of course, the tough efforts from Estellas. They've been put on alert, so to speak, but now they're trying to make matters right as they have 2 riders that are in this breakaway as well. Hedgeberry is going to be countered by Clark. So, Brad, again, we're talking about the disorganization in our break because, I don't know, can we call it a breakaway field split? I think we're splitting hairs here. In the end game, there's 17 riders that are now north of a chasing group of 22.
All right, another split here. Hedgeberry has gone back, and now we're looking at 6 riders who have split out. Now, this is the front group, or what was formerly the front group, because now they're splitting again. Hedgeberry started the move, and now Hincapie is countering it.
John Murphy, right now your current National Criterium champion, has to do damage right now as John Murphy now takes a leap back to see who's chasing with. And Brad, I think this might be the first indication that our breakaway is not exactly happy with each other. It's like your uncle at Christmas. It's like, okay, we've had enough of this. Let's go home.
Yeah, everyone has their limit, and eventually you just got to duck out and say, all right, I've had enough. So Tom Zerbel leading the chase here. Ty Magner maybe getting a little cramping there.
Good call on that one. Good idea to kind of shake that. And Scott Swazanski, wow, he is in a world of hurt. Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies. Eric Young right now is back in the back, so it's up to Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies, Scott Swazanski. One would guess if he does get across, he's going to sit on because he is not the sprinter that they are probably designated for the championship unless, obviously, there's no real true sprinters in that group, but there is. You got Murphy.
And that's Marcotte on the front as well. Good to see Corinne Rivera up and moving after her crash, just off to the side of the course there, watching the men's race, cheering on her United Healthcare teammates.
Now, that's a great shot right there, Brad. Gives you a perspective of just the chaos and the speed. These guys are going around the streets of Greenville. Looks like right now it does appear that 15 riders, of course, the great foreshadowing by Brad, and Corinne's going, this is how it went down.
I think she's replaying the sprint right now, kind of explaining how things went down. But
no worse for the wear, though.
Yeah,
it
certainly looks all right. A little bit of tape on the right arm. Good to see Corinne Rare up and moving. Congratulations once again to Kendall Ryan, our new women's professional Criterium national champion for Team Tibco.
Well, there you have it right there. There are 5 riders that are deciding this thing. And again, it looks like they're committed, but I don't see that full commitment of just railing it on the front. So it's like this unique dynamic of the national championships that everybody wants the jersey, but unfortunately only one can wear it. And there he is, Adrian Hedgevery, followed by Oscar Clark.
Big Tom Zerbel doing a lot of work today for the Optum Pro cycling team.
Brad, how could we reset this race?
Yeah.
It's almost a challenge because there's so many unique, intricate details that we probably missed, but I would say 17 riders went clear. Then, I guess what? Did you count 8 there?
Yeah, it was 15, and then they came back together. It went up to 17. Now you've got 6 up the road, and then this group is chase number 2. How's that? Did that make sense? Not at all.
No, that was perfect. Couldn't have done it better myself. But we go back to the need or the want. There's so many unique changes that are evolving throughout this group because everybody's got the same amount of power in this group. The question is, can you get the right dynamics in a breakaway? And if this breakaway sticks, all the teams are happy with it. But if it gets chased down, one team isn't happy. And with Zerbel on the front, the guy who can go against the clock, one would guess that Optum, like I suggested might be the case, is not happy. And Brad, there's a sign right there. There's your quote-unquote breakaway sitting up again.
Yeah, this has happened so many times. It's like, I don't know what mixture they're looking for. I don't know what the ideal situation for these guys is, but we clearly haven't seen it yet because we haven't seen a breakaway that saw the breakaway through, that worked together all the way to the end of the race, or at least until they were caught.
Well, it's almost like a puzzle that can't be solved. They can't seem to find the right mix of riders to get up the road. And what, to me, that tells us 2 things. 1, everybody wants to win the jersey. But 2, their strengths and weaknesses are probably separated by such minute points that the breakaways just can't seem to get formed. And that's why I think we have this consistent and constant reshuffling. As you guys are watching the live stream here, Chad Andrews along with Brad Sohner and Frankie Andreu tiptoeing back and forth. He and I are doing a little tag team as they come through. And I think, Brad, it looks like they're the field right now. Or is that is that the lead?
No, this is going to be your lead group.
Yeah,
this is the front of the bike race right there because that is Christopher sitting on the back wearing number 4. So as those guys head into the turn, now we're going to get another look at just what that gap is. And I think it's gone up, Chad. It had come down to about 20 seconds. That was the smallest that we ever saw the gap between the breakaway and the field, and now it's starting to rise again.
You saw Mike Creed, the director sportif for Team Smart Stop. He was yelling across to McCabe and Marcotte. What in the world could he be saying? I mean, at this point,
the same thing we are.
Right.
What are you doing?
What's going on here?
Well, now John Murphy going solo off the front for United Healthcare with 19 laps to go, and they're going to counter that once again.
You know, one rider, I don't know if you've been talking about inside of the that group of 17/15 riders that we haven't talked about at all, Luke Keogh.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's why. He's got 3 teammates that'll work and counter. He is under no rule or inside, what we call inside peloton rules governing of the peloton or the chase group and the lead group. He's a sprinter. He's got teammates. He's going back in the back, and he's being a passenger right now. And that lets me know that United Healthcare is comfortable, if it comes down to a sprint, for Luke to win it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've got a great situation here as Luke Keogh is wearing number 17 for the United Healthcare team. And he should be coming into the picture here in just a bit. That's going to be him 3rd from last in the back of that group.
And he could just follow wheels.
Yep.
I mean, that's all he has to do. That's his job. If it comes down to a bunch sprint, his job is to finish it off. Now, Brad, there is something interesting about that. That's putting an awful lot of faith in the young rider to win the national championship because this team's doing everything it can. Hedgevery attack. Brad White attack. Try to get up the road and split it up. Now, if it stays the way it is right now, that is a big ask for a young rider in Luke Keough.
Yeah, absolutely. As Keough, without a doubt, is the best United Healthcare sprinter in this group. There's no question about that in the lead group. So if it does come down to a sprint, hard to believe that they would work for anybody other than Luke Keough.
And if you look at that group, I would think that McCabe, Magner, and looking down the line a little bit, I would probably say Luke Keough. Those are probably going to be your 3 riders that could finish this off if it comes down to a sprint. But as we've seen, we can't even decide right now whether we think it's going to be a split, whether it's going to come back together again, whether we're going to be talked about it, a Control-Alt-Delete. It's just I guess that's what the fun of calling it, and you guys can call us out on Twitter.
Big move coming here from Ty Magner, countering his teammate Oscar Clark's earlier move. As Magner hits out hard on this one, John Murphy is going to respond to the move. And that looks like Hogan Sills got his legs back, now chasing things down at the front.
Good for him.
Yeah,
what a
very
great ride
move.
he's had today.
We saw Hogan Sills tail gunning for about 10 laps, just trying to get that recovery time in. Now he's got it. He's being very aggressive on the front. He's being joined by his Estellas teammate, and I know I'm going to get some words on Twitter for the pronunciation of this last name. I'm going with Oljanicek, Peter Oljanicek for the Estellas Pro Cycling team.
And I will gladly tap you on the back if you nail that one.
Yeah, you're like, if you have any problems, you can tweet them to Brad Sohner.
And you see Oscar Clark, you can even see a little bit of frustration going on from him because he can't find the right combination that's going to stick.
I'm not even in the breakaway, and I'm frustrated right now.
It's kind of a head scratcher because we've called so many crits in our life, and there is so much about rhythm and about feel and gut feeling, and we've gone out on a limb 100 times in our commentary. But we don't even have a limb to stand on right now because there's really no tree. You know, something's got to shake here in the next few laps.
Well, 17 laps of racing remaining, so still plenty of time for those guys to launch an attack out of the breakaway. And we are on board with the back of our lead group right now. They got to be feeling that hill right about now.
A 2-hour crit, we talked about it. That is a long time to be racing and, taking 4 turns. I'm certainly not great at math, but there's a lot of left-hand turns today. And those little accelerations, Brad, that little hill, although it wasn't very big at the start of this race, has turned into something where it could be a launching move. Now Zerbel's looking, well, what do I do now? And it's like, well, on the front, near the front, or at the front. Reshuffle.
They'll come back together. Watch for another attack to come out of this group here, because these guys have pretty much been taking every opportunity that they've been given. Anytime the race slows down, we've typically seen a rider jump out. Man, they might be feeling it here.
And a lot of you on Twitter may be asking, can these guys get caught? Absolutely, but my thought is, and I would think Brad might echo my sentiments, is that if they feel like the peloton or the chase group's getting close, a few riders will attack. But guess what flies in that conventional wisdom? Is that their teammates are coming across, so it's all coming back together. Again, that might tip towards United Healthcare, it could tip towards Hincapie. Again, we're kind of scratching our heads, but that's the beauty of trying to digest this whole thing, is that the excitement that's sure to unfold with 16 laps left to go. We're trying to find a branch to hang on, and hopefully in a couple laps they'll give it to us.
All right, Peter's Estellas team doing a good job keeping me honest on Twitter. I'm going to try again. Oljanicek. How's that? Let me know. Peter Oljanicek for the Estellas Pro Cycling team. How come guys with easy names never get into breakaways? It's never like John Smith off the front, right?
Thanks a lot, Cortland Brown, of course, chiming in on the Twitter feed, up to Brad's Twitter. Oljanicek, that seems a lot. I love the phonetic aspect of it. I think Dan Holloway just tweeted in, who's watching today, and he seems to think that right now it looks like Optum is obviously going to be racing for their sprinter, and United Healthcare is going to be racing for their sprinter. He thinks, obviously he's a sprinter, he thinks it's going to be a sprint between these 17 riders. But if I'm not a sprinter, like I think Champion Systems and Estelis would probably be better served trying to get up the road.
Well, looking at 15 on the counter as they hit the line. And I think they'll change it to 14 here. This is the UHC Blue Train on the front. They look calm as ever. Those guys look so good rolling through. In fact, I think that was a smile between some of those guys as they kind of gave a head nod and said, hey, I'm here, I'm feeling good, let's do this. Watch out now, because this is a sign of things to come. I think these are the storm clouds gathering on the horizon right now, and those storm clouds are blue and white.
Brad, you don't typically see this kind of dynamic unfolding at a Criterium at the national level. And the reason why I say that is United Healthcare, if you see the blue train, it's usually to lead out the entire field to have their sprinter win the race. Now, they are doing a blue train in the breakaway, which stranger things have happened, but I rarely see this unfold just like this at pro crit level. So that tells me that they've got the right mix and the right rider. And I'm going to guess we are going to see on the fourth wheel for United Healthcare, that's going to be Luke Keogh. As Mike does a little timing on the right Mike Tamayo there for United Healthcare, getting some splits.
And here comes the front of the field, because that's Phil Guyman on the front with Jesse Anthony and Brad Huff. Look like they're out for a nice Saturday afternoon group ride. Nothing to worry about for them, because they've got this happening up the road.
Soliday.
Yep, this is going to be Tom Soliday having a go at it. Soliday is now solo away, and John Murphy leading the chase for United Healthcare. So this is a big, big move for Soliday. At 14 laps to go, I think Tom Soliday can do it. I don't think Tom Soliday is going to sit up here. I think this is probably an all-in move. They've still got 3 guys back in the field that they can still use here, so I like this move by Soliday. Again, you don't want to take United Healthcare to the line. You don't want to try and out-sprint that blue train, especially with Murphy and Keogh in this move right now.
And frankly, that was the only card they had to play. I mean, you've got Young up there, but Soliday with a great renaissance of a bike racer. He was out for a year and a half, kind of regathered, and you see him right now off the front being that guy that says, you know what, United Healthcare, we've seen this 100 times. You're not going to see it today for the National Championships. He's got himself, it looks like about a 7-second gap, but look at United Healthcare. Just relaxed.
Yeah.
That's what Chase does. That's what pro cyclists do. They don't panic when the scenario unfolds. They don't start yelling at each other. I've seen in the past when United Healthcare was starting to do this, but not anymore. They are skilled tacticians when it comes to bringing back a solo rider.
Good look there at all the directors kind of giving signs. I saw Michael Creed with the cut sign, I think, saying don't chase him, probably saying don't chase Tom Soliday. Jonas Carney, who is the Optum director here for the men's squad, was just inside the fence yelling something at his riders there sitting on the back of the UHC train. So now everybody trying to look to the directors to figure out what to do as Tom Soliday rides further and further away from this field. Chad, this gap is growing. In fact, this gap is getting huge. A big, big danger for United Healthcare right now.
Soliday has gone solo. Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies has now got their arm on the table and is in an arm wrestling match with the blue train of United Healthcare. And I tell you what, he's starting to tip that arm a little bit south for the guys from United Healthcare. United Healthcare's got to decide how much energy do we pour into this. My suspicion is, Brad, and this is what they're going to do, they are going to keep it at a nice, steady tempo. But within about 10 laps left to go, they're going to, or 7, so to speak, they're going to really drive the front and try to minimize that gap. But what they do, they might be setting themselves up for a counterattack.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Soliday won this one solo off the front for the Stars and Stripes jersey after all that's gone on today, after all the breakaways and the chasing and the catches? Now we see Soliday in a solo move, and one of the Hincapie guys is going to try to go join him.
Yeah, it looks like Hincapie has decided, well, we have to be a part of this chase as well. They recognize the danger if they're actually sending Oscar Clark up the chase. Soliday taking turn number 4. And he's going to put himself up against the barriers, Brad. He's going to go left and right, try to hide as much as he possibly can as he's trying to chase down that Volkswagen. Wow, that is a big gap right there, Brad. The thought process that's going on in Soliday's head, there is nothing left to race for other than the Stars and Stripes. Brad, don't save anything. Don't look behind you. Only bad things come from behind. And it looks like there's some defiance coming from Hincapie as well.
All right, so 12 laps to go on the counter. Those are your leaders that you're looking at right now as they desperately try to bring back Tom Soliday before the end of this one. United Healthcare staying calm, but this is the man of the hour. Soliday having a solo day for Optum Pro Cycling.
You went there. Actually, I think we both went there just a few moments ago. The exciting aspect of this race is now starting to transition in from what was surely going to be a United Healthcare stamp of approval now has become the defiance of the black and orange of Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies. We have the black clouds looming. We have the black and orange of Tom Soliday trying to sneak away what would assuredly be the biggest win of his entire career, and Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies will have won 2 out of the past 4 national championships.
Yeah, now remember, Optum still has some other cards to play as they've still got a few guys left back in the field. But right now, Soliday is all in on this move with 11 laps to go. He might be out of sight here on the finish stretch as Soliday hits the line. There are your chasers just now coming around the final turn.
I'm guessing, based on the racing earlier today, being on the main stage, it's about 12 seconds from that turn to the finish line. Of course, it's depending on speed, but there's a lot more committal right there. Their heads are down and their arms and feet aren't feet. They don't have, if they have their feet in the drops, I'm going to be seriously impressed. Their hands are in the drops, which means they're getting a little bit more aerodynamic. The pace is going to pick up. We have to watch the clock right now as United Healthcare is really going to be on the back foot. And I tell you what, Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies has really shifted this race, Brad, and it's going to tip toward their side unless, of course, well, I see maybe a little bit of rain starting to fall potentially on our screen there.
Well, if things get wet, that'll make it all the more interesting as if you were with us for the women's race, we saw the women's field sliding out on the final turn. United Healthcare led it in with 2 riders. Their lead-out rider washed out the back wheel, took down the first 4 riders, and Kendall Ryan from the Tipco team came around to take the Stars and Stripes jersey. You can bet these guys are going to be a little more careful, especially if that is rain starting to fall out there.
I think that would be apropos. We had a surprise. I wouldn't say Kendall was a big surprise, but she would consider a 2-to-1 favorite or a 3-to-1 favorite. Soliday today, I guarantee you he's probably a 100-to-1 favorite. So it would be appropriate to have the men's race and the women's race finish here in Greenville the exact same way with the dark horse, or at least some would consider a dark horse winning in Soliday.
10 laps to go, and United Healthcare must be very confident in their chasing abilities today because they are clearly just trying to stay calm right now on the front of the field. Really no sign of worry from them. We haven't seen the big efforts on the front. We haven't seen guys taking pulls out of the saddle or anything like that for UHC.
Well, Brad, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Soliday looking better and better.
Well, this is a perfect opportunity. I think I'm going to drop you off right here, and you're going to carry this live feed. Thanks a lot for having me in the booth, and should have an exciting finish here in Greenville.
Yeah. Well, that's Chad Andrews, my lead-out commentator with us today. Thanks for the help, Chad. We are on Twitter, #CritNats, as we're getting down to the business end of this bike race, going down to single digits here. And it is all about this man, Tom Soliday from Optum Pro Cycling, who attacked 3 laps ago. And now United Healthcare trying to figure out what to do about it. John Murphy, the defending Criterium national champion, leading the chase effort on the front as Soliday's Optum teammates sit 3 deep behind the United Healthcare train, ready to go if he is brought back. Now, there's really nothing that Soliday's Optum teammates can do in this breakaway right now. It's going to be very hard to block that UHC blue train. So don't expect to see them try to come over the top of UHC. Its ball is really in UHC's court right now. It's up to them to mount the chase effort. And chasing they are as now the gap's starting to come down. They have picked up the pace here. Look how this field is stringing out. And look at the teamwork in here. So UHC with 4, Optum with 3, Astellas with 2. Hincapie with 2. Smart Stop with 3. And Champion System stands no tubes with 1 in Drew Christopher, the solo rider in the dark blue jersey. Soliday looking pretty good here, not showing any real signs of weakness. There's a few things that we look for in terms of the body language of the riders. Obviously the facial expression, but when riders start to get tired, you start to see the head drop a little bit, the shoulders start to sway side to side. You maybe see the hips rocking a little bit. You basically just lose your good form on the bike, but I gotta say, Soliday looking very good. Great shot from the moto right here, pulling up alongside your current leader on course, as Soliday looks at 9 laps between himself and a Stars and Stripes jersey.
United Healthcare has now been earmarked as your national champion from United Healthcare, but he has to deliver.
All right, so we'll get a good look at the gap here. Now this camera is on the line, and there are the chasers just now coming around the turn, so UHC is bringing it back. It's a big math problem now. Is there enough time for UHC to reel this one back in?
United Healthcare make this race right for them. Well, United Healthcare, you can almost say they do this.
Well, that's pretty much the worst news that Tom Soliday could get. 1, that the gap is coming down, and 2, that United Healthcare is doing the chasing on the front. Brad White leading the way right now for UHC. And then they've got Keo Clark and Hedgeberry in there as well. Really a win-win situation for Optum here if he is caught up the road. That is, if they are able to bring Soliday back. Optum obviously still has a chance for the win with 1 of the 3 riders that they have remaining in this group, and you got to think that that's going to be Eric Young, the former Criterium national champion, without a doubt the best Optum sprinter that they have up in this lead group. So there's our beautiful Volkswagen pace car leading Tom Soliday through the line, where he will see 7 laps to go on the counter and lost another 2-3 seconds that time through.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Chad Andrews keeping track of the gap. And sounds like 12 seconds out there for Soliday back to UHC. So all of a sudden things aren't looking so good for Tom Soliday off the front here, as United Healthcare doing what they do best and putting the train on the front.
1 or 2 laps left to go. So then they have to play a Soliday, then they have to play a Galen.
Good look at our fans enjoying some of the Sierra Nevada on offer here today in the VIP area in downtown Greenville, South Carolina. And now UHC really starting to turn the screws. You see the guys moving the bike side to side. These are big pulls that they're putting in. Brad White on the front right now. And now's the time where you start kind of thinking about the sprinters in this group. Eric Young, as I said before, I think is going to be the man for Optum. Travis McCabe has to be the guy for Smart Stop, although Eric Marcotte has a little bit of a sprint on him, but I think from everything that we've seen so far today, I think Eric Marcotte is working for Travis McCabe on that Smart Stop team. Hincapie has Ty Magner. That will be their man, no question about that. But one of the dangerous things about Hincapie is that really any one of those riders can take the win today if they're put in the right position.
Here comes the blue train. They have 12 seconds
6 laps to go, and I think these guys have it under control now. Again, no real panic here. They've been consistently bringing back time on Tom Soliday. And as much as I'd like to see Soliday stay away here for a solo victory, United Healthcare looks to have things dialed here. But don't count out the solo breakaway just yet. You never know how these races are going to go, as now John Murphy comes to the front for UHC. Soliday starting to show a little bit of pain on his face now as they hit the bottom of this little descent. Now remember, there's going to be a little bit of an inflated time gap at this section on the course because of that downhill. It'll only affect it by a second or two. And now Optum, I think, is setting up for what they think is going to be a sprint here because it looks more and more like Soliday will be caught here. And now here goes Hincapie. Hincapie is sending one of their riders off the front, maybe trying to preempt this sprint. So this is a very, very interesting move from the Hincapie racing team. Wow, so Oscar Clark getting a jump on it. And obviously Clark is not going to be able to be there to lead out Ty Magner if he burns all of his matches on this move as he goes down into the arrow position with the forearms resting on the tops of the bars. With 5 laps to go, Oscar Clark has now gone off the front of the field to try to join Tom Soliday up the road. Interesting move for Hincapie here because that's going to leave Ty Magner by himself. Now, no shortage of wheels that Ty Magner can surf in here. Obviously, there's going to be a few good lead-out trains forming if these guys are caught. And I think Ty Magner is just planning on tacking onto the back of one of those. He's in the perfect position right now on the back of the Optum team train. Optum, the 3 riders in the orange helmet there, just behind the 4 United Healthcare riders in the blue on the front. Smart Stop will be the team behind Ty Magner, the Hincapie rider. Then the 2 Estellas guys, followed by Drew Christopher.
To go, Frankie. There is Tom Soliday. Oscar Clark.
Look at Oscar Clark feeling that effort as he takes a look behind him. And now Zerbel goes. So Zerbel has come out of the group. This is another very dangerous move. Optum is going to go with the old 1-2 here. Soliday goes, and now here comes Zerbel. Oh, man, great move here by Optum. We talked about this earlier. You don't want to take United Healthcare to the line in a sprint. They have all the faith in the world in Eric Young, but you might as well use these guys to try to launch a late race attack. This will be interesting to see what happens if and when Tom Zerbel catches Tom Soliday, his teammate, up the road. And it looks like Zerbel is actually going to be bringing a few UAC guys with him. So now things starting to fall apart on the front a little bit. Brad White and John Murphy now going up the road with a split behind them. So Oscar Clark pulling the plug on that move. This is the front of your race. Tom Soliday. Then comes Tom Zerbel. And Soliday saying, don't worry about it, man. I think I'm coming back anyway. There's Eric Marcotte, now tagged onto the back of John Murphy, wearing number 22, the current professional road national champion. Maybe looking to add a Criterium national championship to his resume. So now showing 3 to go as Soliday is caught on the line. We hit the reset button with 3 laps to go in Greenville, South Carolina. Well, if nothing else, they've at least separated the United Healthcare train just a little bit. You see the guys spread out throughout the field. Adrian Hedgevari wearing number 11 at the back there. Oscar Clark wearing number 5, the last guy in this line. And safe to say now that these guys will stay away. So your winner is going to come out of this group, and we're going to have a winner in less than 10 minutes from the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Criterium National Championships. Again, getting a look at the directors. That's Mike Creed in the red shirt shouting to his Smart Stop boys. Jonas Carney is just at the bottom of your picture, or was just inside of that blue Volkswagen fencing, as now Smart Stop has gone to the front. Optum looking at the back a little bit, and I'm sorry, that was actually a look at the field that was going through the line. This is the front of your bike race, and it is UHC on the front with 3 guys. So they're actually now getting closer to lapping the back of the field. It's not going to happen, but we do know that they're safely away. All right, so now 2 laps to go on the counter as the action heats up here on Main Street in Greenville. Can the defending champion, John Murphy, get another Stars and Stripes jersey? Will he pass it off to his teammate, Luke Keogh, or will we see an upset today as we try to see if anybody can derail the blue train? So 4 UHC on the front, 2 Smart Stop behind them. Actually surprised to see Optum sitting at the back of this one. And here goes Hincapie launching another rider. Let's see if this is Oscar Clark going again, or if it's Ty Magner this time. That's going to be Clark launching another one for the Hincapie Racing team. And this will be the bell for 1 lap to go. Well, United Healthcare has them right where they want them as we head into the final lap of racing at the Professional Criterium National Championships. United Healthcare leading the way with 3 riders as they get the bell for 1 lap to go. It all comes down to the final lap of racing as now you see the team workers going off the back. Their jobs are done. So Brad White, John Murphy, and Luke Keogh, your 3 remaining riders for United Healthcare. Eric Young tacked onto the back of that group. And now here comes Eric Marcotte and Travis McCabe trying to work their way up as well. Hogan Sills in the red jersey for the Estellas Racing team. And there's Ty Magner. Now Magner is in the best spot on the wheel of Luke Keogh, sitting 4th wheel for the United Healthcare train in the black jersey. And here goes Smart Stop up the right-hand side. Let's see who this is. I think it's going to be Marcotte, maybe trying to set up Travis McCabe. And it is Eric Marcotte, the power man for Smart Stop Pro Cycling, away as Ty Magner tries to launch, and Marcotte goes. Marcotte has gone. Will he stay away? Here goes Marcotte in the yellow helmet. United Healthcare coming up behind him, and he'll hold on. Eric Marcotte will be your road and Criterium national champion as Marcotte attacks late into the final lap and stays away to take the Stars and Stripes jersey in Greenville, South Carolina. Wow, wow, wow. They did it. They upset United Healthcare, and we have a new Criterium national champion as unofficially Eric Marcotte will wear Stars and Stripes and the rest of his Criteriums for 2015. And look at all the handshakes going around the field. A hard-fought battle out there, no question about it. A worthy winner in Eric Marcotte today. What an incredible ride for Marcotte and the entire Smart Stop team.
To a final sprint like that, wow. 2 hours and 2 minutes.
I think that's pretty much all you can say after a race like that is wow.
He's going to have so many jerseys. My goodness, Eric Marcotte, Team Smart Stop, and I know Mike.
We'll be seeing the rest of the riders rolling through. There's Drew Christopher, who had a great ride in the breakaway today. And these guys sprinting it out in the field sprint, trying to chase down that Volkswagen pace car. So we are going to try and get some interviews and podiums up here as soon as possible. Obviously, going to let those guys have a chance to cool down and clean up a little bit as we wrap things up here in Greenville, being joined once again by Frankie Andreu, who was down on the line. Frankie, what an amazing, amazing last lap.
Amazing last lap. What electricity out there on the crowd. They were cheering for Soliday so hard to be able to keep him coming away. But Marcotte, when he jumped over him, an unbelievable move, taking that last corner. Ty Magner, and then United had the two with Murphy and Luke Keogh. But Marcotte, he's fast. You don't win the U.S. Pro Road Race by being slow, and he just bolted away from everybody else as you can see the riders turn around.
Yeah, Marcotte has a great sprint on him, but he didn't win because of his sprinting legs today. He won because of tactics. He knew that if he was able to get that jump out of the final turn, that he should be okay. It's also a little bit of an uphill finish here, so a great finish for Eric Marcotte. You can see elated to get the Stars and Stripes jersey.
United Healthcare had to do so much work that when Marcotte went, they didn't have the snap to be able to reduce that gap and to get on him quick enough to be able to propel Luke Keogh to the win. So a fantastic win by Eric Marcotte, and we were joking up there. Stars and Stripes in the U.S. Pro Road Race in 2014, and now in the Criterium, he's going to wear Stars and Stripes everywhere he goes. He's going to be red, white, and blue. So Eric Marcotte first. Second, I believe, is Ty Magner. It wasn't Oscar Clark. It was Ty Magner. Third was Luke Keogh. Fourth was John Murphy. And fifth was Eric Young. So Eric Young from Optum getting in there, but Luke Keogh definitely going to be a little bit disappointed at not being able to pull this off, but congratulations to Eric Marcotte and Team Smart Stop.
Yeah, big hug from his Sohner there and a nice cold bottle. He earned it after that race today. And to Astrid, their Sohner, can't believe it. Bring it in for a Smart Stop team hug.
Bobby Sweeting giving Eric Marcotte congratulations. These guys have been training hard. 2-week training camp in Nevada City before they went to Redlands. Redlands, they were going okay. We saw Marcotte was going good, and after that, all the work paid off right here with another jersey.
All right, so Eric Marcotte, after he gets
all right, let's see if we can listen in with Chad Andrews. Sounds like he's going to try and get an interview with Eric Marcotte down on the course.
He's going to be joining us here in just a moment. Then we're going to do the podium for the women and the men, the 2015 Greenville Health Systems National Championship. Yeah, and if we can have all of our women, please, we're going to be staging you guys for the podium here in just a few moments.
All right, we're going to give those guys a chance to cool down a little bit as that's Eric Marcotte talking with Jonas Carney going over the race. And what a classy guy. Jonas coming up after the race saying, congratulations, man. You beat us fair and square. But got to give Jonas and his Optum team some credit. They did a great job with Tom Soliday launching early. At least they had the guts to launch a move, which certainly they deserve a little bit of credit for.
It was a great move by Tom Soliday. And then Zerbel also launched just after that to come up to them. So, you know what? These guys, they all rode a great race. I mean, Optum had 4 guys in that front group. Smart Stop, 3 guys in the front group. We talked about a Hincapie with 2 and United with 4. They were all in a very good situation, and it paid off, at the end for Eric Marcotte, but a fantastic win.
I hate to call Eric Marcotte a surprise winner here or an underdog, but certainly wouldn't have been the guy you picked for a criterium like this. We knew him as a road racer. We knew him as the U.S. Professional Road National Champion. And he's had been riding for Travis McCabe earlier. If you remember in Redlands, it seemed like every day they were trying to get Travis McCabe a stage win. But that's one of the things that makes Smart Stop so dangerous, is that they're just so multi-talented, and they have so many riders that are real threats to win any stage that they enter.
Real threats and similar attributes, similar qualities. A lot of power and a lot of speed. And Marcotte won, sure, it was fast, but it wasn't because it's pure speed. He attacked on that little uphill right before turn 3. That's pure power. He just sticks it in the 11 and goes, kept the momentum. And again, I told you, United couldn't really get on the wheel, and he came out of that 4th corner quick. And I said, whoever comes out of that last corner fast is downhill to the finish. They have the best chance to win. So we're going to catch up with Chad.
Ladies and gentlemen, here I am with your 2015 Greenville Health Systems National Criterium Champion, Eric Marcotte. And Eric, I don't know if words can come, but give us a couple sentences of what it feels like to be a 2-time champion in 1 year.
It's pretty special. I woke up this morning and let's see, right before we drove over here, and I'll post it on social media, but I felt so good. I took a photo of my National Road jersey, and I believed I could do it again today. The field wasn't super deep, but it was really, really talented. And as you saw all day, it was just blow after blow from every team, every rider. And, you know, the strongest riders and teams were out front and they'll end there. And you just had to catch the guys off guard, and that's what I did. And I knew Travis and Shane were right behind in perfect position. Had I got caught in the final corners, they'd have a good kick too. So just setting it up just like we did last year at Road Nats, and man, held it again.
And briefly, because I know you want to get and celebrate with your team,
Absolutely.
briefly roll back when I think it was Tom Soliday went off the front. What was going through you guys' mind? Because that's a dangerous move and a dangerous rider. Why decide not to chase? Was it let up to United Healthcare's job, or did you guys weren't really sure what to do there?
Well, I think just like when I attacked on the final lap, there was a moment of hesitation on the rest of the teams, and UHC still had 4 guys super strong, and looked at Mike, and he kind of wanted us to go, but it was a little too late at that point to burn a couple matches, so we ended up kind of playing into UHC's favor, and thankfully Oscar Clark gave it a good run, and then over the top of that, Zerbil gave it a good run, and it just started to mix up the typical script that UHC does, and from there they didn't have that lead-out train, and it kind of compressed after that small little climb, and I just hit out from there. So I mean, it was perfect again.
Last question, and a short one at that. What's it going to feel like through every race that you enter, you're going to be able to wear a jersey?
Well, I would have to do the TT, but no, but yeah, it is pretty special. I mean, again, probably like last year, it's got to settle in a little bit too, because I mean, this is the second crit that I've raced since June of last year, so we haven't really done a ton of these.
Evidently, it doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2015 National Criterium Champion for Team Smart Stock, Eric Marcotte.
So that's Chad Andrews with our newly crowned professional Criterium National Champion. Mike Creed, his director there, finally getting the congratulations in to Eric Marcotte. Frankie, what a great day of racing. We saw a crazy women's race, a crash in the final turn, and then a pretty insane final few laps in the men's race as well.
Definitely an exciting race, and a great host city, Greenville, South Carolina, to be able to come here. A fantastic circuit. I thought it was challenging with the hills and the tight turns, and it turned out really well. But, man, there's so much shuffling that no one was happy with when breaks that I thought for sure were going to go away, and then they all sat up and they recalculated everything to be able to bring it back together. So it was a constant reshuffling of the duck, and in the end, smart stop with Eric Marcotte. Just the power that he has is it's evident by being the U.S. Pro Road Series champion, but he used that power here to be able to win in the crit.
Yeah, as we wrap up the crit here in downtown Greenville, Frankie, tomorrow we move to a new event, the Team Time Trial National Championships here just outside of Greenville. You're excited for this one. You like this.
Oh, the Team Time Trial is a fantastic event. It's probably one of the best events to be able to watch. And, you know, it depends on how many riders they have. They might have, I think they only have to finish with 3 guys. So to do this, they might have different strategies in being able to get across that finish line. They may use up some guys early on and just have 4 guys coming across at the end, or have everybody rotate to be able to get to the end to have 3. But some funny picks here, huh?
Yeah,
Hey,
more of our friends watching from home. That's Nate Brown. This is a viewer who tweeted in from an airplane. He's 30,000 feet high above the United States on a Delta flight somewhere, watching on the in-flight Wi-Fi there. Pretty cool. And this was my favorite, a wedding party, right? The groomsmen took a little time away from the wedding to watch Crit Nats.
Well, they got their priorities straight. That's good to see.
The important stuff, right?
Exactly.
Make sure
no, that's hilarious. That's funny.
Yeah, the question is, where is the bride? Probably far away. And then this is my favorite fan of the day, certainly the cutest fan that we've had tweeting in pictures.
That's because we don't get any negative remarks from that fan.
It's been the quietest fan, too.
Always positive, always positive.
Yeah, big thanks to all of our viewers watching today. It's been a blast being here in Greenville, and we hope that you guys have enjoyed the coverage today as we are bringing you the live stream here from our Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Criterium National Championships. And, Frankie, big thanks to Greenville as well. What a great host Greenville has been. Truly a great cycling town with their history with the U.S. Professional Road National Championships, and now they've been great hosts for the Criterium National Championships as well.
Yeah, and a good turnout with the crowd, so a lot of people really getting excited. I mean, Tom Soliday really lit up this race, and there was a lot of banging on the banners and screaming and yelling. Really thought he had a chance to be able to stay away. And the composure that United Healthcare shown was very impressive. But for United Healthcare, I mean, I think it's been proven now twice. When good teams with some quality riders show up, they don't dominate the criteriums as they used to. We saw that at Sonny King when Ty Magner won, and we're seeing that here with Smart Stop with Eric Marcotte. And granted, they have a bunch of talented riders on United Healthcare, and I'm sure they're going to continue to win a lot of the other criteriums, but not as dominant as maybe they once have been. And it's a good thing to be able to mix it up. It makes it a little bit more rounded and a little bit more fair. And, for a national champion jersey to go back onto Marcotte's shoulders, it's good for him and good for Team Smart Stop. As you can see, his whole team is there waiting to see him get on that top spot because, as you said, I don't think their own team even predicted Marcotte to be able to take home this Stars and Stripes jersey.
Our friends from Arizona, where Eric Marcotte is now based, saying we always knew Eric Marcotte as a crit guy and a monster sprinter. We've seen him in action out there in Arizona, but obviously changing things up a bit. We're looking at the women's podium right now. This is third place, Brianna Wall from the Opto.
Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, and your silver medalist, racing for Pepper Palace Pro Cycling, Tina Pick. Tina's going to be your silver medalist. She's gotten a few golds in her life from this race. I'm sure it's super happy for her to be back on the podium. May I present to you your USA Cycling Women's Professional Criterium Champion and Gold Medalist, racing for Team Kendall. She couldn't even hear us then. She is so much in love with this moment, I can't blame her. And Michael Rice of USA Cycling presented the national champions jersey. The gold medalist is being presented by Mr. Healy. You guys are going to be getting the great sponsor in Sierra Nevada Pale Ale.
Wait, ladies, let us take a picture before. Tina, let us take a picture before you do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your top three. In third place, Brianna Wall. Team Malcolm, Kelly Memphis Strategies, Tina Pick of Pepper Palace, and once again, year 2015, USA Cycling Pro Criterium National Champion for Team Tidco, Kendall Ryan. Thank you very much, ladies. An amazing race today. Make sure that we get the flowers. First part presented by Pedal Sheet. And this is, once again, your national champion, Kendall Ryan of Team Tidco. Thank you very much, ladies. We're looking for Eric, Ty, and Luke. I think they're all here.
So, Frankie, again, a great women's podium as Kendall Ryan, you can see, elated there to get her Stars and Stripes jersey. And she deserves every single star and every single stripe on that one, no question about it.
Well, an unexpected jersey, an unexpected result, but that's bike racing, and that's why you never give up and you fight for position and you try to get through those corners and you stay upright because you don't know what's going to happen. And we've seen it in all sorts of, from the Tour de France to criteriums to road races, Redlands, wherever, things happen. And so congratulations to Kendall Ryan. She should be proud that she has that jersey on her shoulders, and I hope she wears it with pride the entire year. So fantastic ride by her. So now we're waiting for things to get organized for the men's podium.
A good lesson out there for every single bike racer. Never give up. As moving to our men's podium now, let's go down to Chad on course.
Racing team, your silver medalist, Ty Magner. And ladies and gentlemen, your 2015 U.S. Professional Criterium Champion and your gold medalist. finalists, racing for Team Smart Stop, Eric Marcotte. Michael Rice of USA Cycling, Dawn in the jersey. And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, he is also your current road race national champion. So any road race or Criterium, Eric can wear the jersey. Sierra Nevada, the official beverage of the podium today. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your top three. In third place, Luke Keel, United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team. In Captain Racing Team's Time Actor, in second place in your national champion racing for Team Smart Stop, Eric Marcotte. Congratulations, guys. Remember, there is a team shot trial meeting for all managers and riders. Ladies and gentlemen,
And congratulations once again to Eric Marcotte in the Stars and Stripes jersey. Frankie, I think it's about Sierra Nevada time for us. What do you say?
I'll agree with you.
All right, well, on behalf of everybody here at the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Criterium National Championships, our colleague Chad Andrews down on course, Frankie Andreu here in the booth with me. My name's Brad Sohner saying thanks for tuning in. We're heading to the team time trial tomorrow. No live streaming there, but we will have live updates on Twitter with USA Cycling. That's at USA Cycling, so be sure to follow that. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you back here next year for 2016.